Chapter 569. Wu Lingyu put down the teacup in his hand and said, "This morning. I need to leave for a while." Sima Yue said, "I know." Wu Lingyu stood up and walked out. Seeing Sima Yue still standing there, he said, "Aren't you going to look for them? Why are you still standing there?" "You're going too?" Sima Yue looked at him in surprise. "Of course. Why else would I come back?" Wu Lingyu said matter-of-factly. "Let's go. Don't keep them waiting." Bei Gong Tang and the others looked at each other. After knowing that Wu Lingyu would be going with her, they were all rather happy. This way she would be safer. At least Wu Lingyu would do her best to protect her. When Sima Yue heard his words, she wondered if he had come back especially to go there with her. "Wait a minute. I haven't applied for leave from the academy." She suddenly remembered this matter. It seemed that she had to look for the dean. "I've already told him," Wu Lingyu said. "What's the reason for your leave?" "He said that I want to take you out to practice," Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue's mouth twitched. This was a good reason. He was her teaching assistant, and the school allowed teachers to bring students out for training. She didn't expect that he would have prepared all these for her. That meant that leaving the academy wouldn't be a problem. "Let's go then." The two of them went to the inn they had visited last time. Stepping into the inn again, Sima Yue felt that the atmosphere was different. "Young Master Sima, this way please." A guard appeared, wearing clothes with the Feng clan's emblem. He didn't take them upstairs, but went to the courtyard at the back. Feng Lu and a few others were standing in the yard, but Wind Without Trace and Feng Yuhang were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that they had not been allowed to go there. A formation was set up in the middle of the courtyard. The array formation wasn't big, but it was very dense. It was probably a condensed version of the teleportation array. When Sima Yue saw the array, she knew that it was not something that could be set up by ordinary people. At least she could not do it now. But thinking about how the Feng clan was an array clan, their attainments in array formations must be extraordinary. Seeing her and Wu Lingyu coming over, Feng Lu was a little surprised. He had never heard of anyone coming with her. And this person was the holy son of the Sage Pavilion. "This is my senior brother, and also my current teaching assistant. He will go there with me." Sima Yue said, "Well, since everyone is here, let's go." Although Feng Lu was curious about the relationship between Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu, he was worried about his son. He was in a hurry to go over, so he didn't ask anything. The group of people stood up and filled the array. One of them activated the array, and they quickly disappeared from the courtyard. The guard who brought Sima Yue in went to remove the array after they left. Although it was a one-time use array, it could not be seen by others. The spatial passage opened by the array was very stable. Sima Yue did not have much of a reaction, but she was still a little dizzy because of the distance. She did not know when Wu Lingyu's hand was on her head, covering her ears and pressing his thumb on her temple. A warm current flowed in, making her feel much better. After some time, they appeared in the northern 6th prefecture. Sima Yue felt a little dizzy, but it was the best time she had ever taken a long-distance teleportation array. One of them took out a compass and a map and looked at it for a while, saying, "The Red Canyon is 10,000 miles in front of us." "Then let's hurry over," Feng Lu urged. The Feng clan had flying beasts, so the 10,000-mile journey was quickly reached. Sima Yue sat on the back of the flying beast and saw the Red Canyon from afar. It was like a burning mountain. There were many tents on the other side of the canyon. They flew over and landed. Shan Jing walked over and saw Feng Lu, saying, "If you didn't come, I would have gone down." "Is there any other news?" Feng Lu asked. Shan Jing's expression was not good. He looked back at the canyon and said, "They received news that Xing Air went down before, but no one saw him come up. So the possibility of him being down there is very high. But we can't rule out the possibility that he came up." "Young master." A white-clothed man walked over and bowed to Sima Yue. "You are?" "I am Wang Baiqing of the 3 Yuan Egret." The white-clothed man said, "We were ordered by our king to wait here for our master and king. Egret King and the others helped us a lot. They found out a lot of information." Shan Jing said, "Thank you for your hard work," Sima Yue said to Baiqing. It is our honor to work for our king. Bai Qing said with a smile. Yue, can you sense Xing air? Shan Jing asked. Let me try. Sima Yue closed her eyes and tried to control the faint shadow in her mind, but there was no reaction. She opened her eyes and shook her head, saying, there is no reaction. Could it be that Xing air is not here? Shan Jing grabbed Feng Lu's hand and said. At this time, a man walked over and supported Shan Jing's body, saying, Mother, I heard that the blood tunnel is an independent space. Maybe little brother is inside, so we can't sense him. This is Xing air's brother, De Yang. Shan Jing introduced. She and Feng Lu had been to the blood tunnel before, so they naturally knew that it was an independent space. Then let's go down quickly. If Feng Zhixing was really there, it was normal that they couldn't sense him. Whether he was there or not, they would know once they went down. Young master, we will go down with you. Bai Qing said, a few elders know that you and King are going down, so they are already on their way. They will arrive in half a day. There are so many of us, can't we protect her? Why are we still waiting for your elders? Feng Jiang said unhappily. His tone was obviously blaming them. We know that the Feng clan is very strong, but we also have to consider the safety of our king. Don't you know what kind of place this blood tunnel is? If you can't wait, you can go down first. Bai Qing replied. When Sima Yue saw Feng Jiang scolding Bai Qing, she felt a bit uncomfortable. This person gave her the feeling that he was too self-centered. Bai Qing was the king of a clan, but he actually scolded him in front of everyone. And Bai Qing was thinking about her own safety. Although she was also very worried about Feng Zhixing's safety, she was also very unhappy with Feng Jiang's attitude, saying, Bai Qing is right. If you can't wait, you can go down first. I will wait for the Bai Lu elders to come and find you. I think, as master's brother, you should have a telepathic connection with him. You should be able to find him quickly. Feng Jiang pointed at her angrily after hearing her words. Are you still little brother's disciple? You don't care about his life or death. Chapter 570. Once Feng Jiang's words came out, the atmosphere became stiff. Feng Lu was the first to react. He slapped Feng Jiang's head and scolded, What nonsense are you talking about? Dan Jing also hurriedly said to Sima Yu, Yang, and Xing, have been close since they were young. He's also worried about Xing safety, that's why he said this in a moment of anger. I hope you don't mind. Feng Jiang only remembered Sima Yu's identity after being hit by his father. Although she was Feng Zhixing's disciple, she was also the contract master of the King of the Rocks. Her identity was not something he could offend. But being scolded by his father in front of so many people, he felt embarrassed and could only stay silent. Sima Yue was originally very angry, but Feng Lu and Dan Jing both apologized to her. They were usually kind to her and they were also Master's parents, so she suppressed her anger. Whether I'm worried about Master or not, you can tell from the fact that I asked the entire bird clan to search for information. Although you're Master's brother, it's not up to you to scold me. She said with a cold face. This time, I'll let you off for the sake of your parents. Next time I won't be so nice. Young master, let's wait for the elders. Bai Qing saw that Sima Yue was quite imposing when she was angry, so he was quite satisfied with her as his contract master. For your safety, let's wait a bit longer. Feng Lu said. Seeing Sima Yue nod, he turned around and ordered the guards, Tell everyone to get ready. We'll go down at any time. Just Master Yue, let's go to the camp to rest. Dan Jing invited Sima Yue. Sima Yue and Dan Jing went to one of the tents. Bai Qing automatically became her guard. Just as Bai Qing said, half a day later, the elders of the Egret clan all came. Sima Yue called out Little Peng and they all bowed to him. Young master, this bloody tunnel is too dangerous. It's too dangerous for you and the king to go down. It's better for you to wait for someone to go down. An elder said rudely in front of the Feng family. The Feng family was a bit embarrassed. The elders of the Egret clan knew what happened before and were dissatisfied with the Feng family. Thank you elders for your concern, but I must go down this bloody tunnel. Sima Yue said with a smile. The elders didn't understand. She wasn't strong, and to put it bluntly, she would only be a burden if she went down. It's better to wait up there. Master left a soul imprint in my body to protect me. This is the only way to sense his presence. Sima Yu said. Only if I go down can I find Master as soon as possible. But, don't worry, I have ways to protect myself. I won't drag you down. Sima Yu promised. Yue Yue's to Yue was Yue to Yue? Grandpa Feng, let's go down. Sima Yue said to Feng Lu. Okay, I'll go arrange it. We'll go down immediately. Feng Lu went out and came back to tell her that they could go. Sima Yue was about to go out when Wu Lingyu grabbed her hand. For the full chapter, please search for Pinyin Ba /18 18815 11609051 Chapter 571. Sima Yue and the rest flew for almost a day before they passed through the thick white fog and arrived at a piece of land. This piece of land is the only piece of land in the Bloody Passage. After this, we'll be in the demon realm. Wu Lingyu explained to her. Sima Yue looked at the boundless land. It was such a huge land, but there was no greenery at all. Will Master be here? She had a worried look on her face. There were dilapidated walls left behind by the flames of war everywhere. Some places were still burning, as if there had just been a battle. Yue, can you sense Xing Er's aura from here? Dan Jing asked. Sima Yue closed her eyes to feel for a while and her expression changed. What's wrong? Did something happen to Xing? Dan Jing asked anxiously. Master's aura is a little strange. It's sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Sima Yue said, Master is definitely here, and I might be in danger. Then what should we do? The Scarlet Continent is so big, where are we going to find Xing? Dan Jing shouted. We have to find Master immediately, Sima Yue said worriedly. With Master's current condition, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. The Bloody Continent is the only continent in the Bloody Tunnel. Although it is not as big as the real continent, it is not easy to find someone in a short time. Flowing Wind said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's split up and find our little brother. Feng Zhiyang urged everyone. The elder from the Feng family who came with him stopped him. Now that we're here, we cannot be separated. Why? It's too dangerous if we split up. Even if it's dangerous, we still have to try. Don't tell me that just because we know it's dangerous, we won't save our little brother? Feng Zhiyang didn't understand why everyone was different from before after coming here. Yang, you haven't been to the blood tunnel before, so you don't know what kind of place it is. Even for us, if we leave alone, we might not be able to return safely, Dan Jing explained. Here, we have to be careful at every step. Otherwise, not only will we not be able to save young Master Xing, we might even lose everyone's lives. The elder said in a heavy tone. Feng Jiang was very unwilling. He was anxious to find Feng Zhixing, but he did not dare to act on his own. Even his parents had said that this place was very dangerous, so how could he dare to move around by himself? But father, little brother is in danger now. If we don't go find him, Feng Lu sighed and said, at first, I was hoping that Xing wasn't here at all. That way, we would be able to go back up quickly. But I didn't expect him to really be here. Now it seems that we can only look for him together. Then let's hurry over. Another elder said. Sima Yue was originally unhappy with Feng Zhiyang, but seeing that he was so anxious about her master, although his personality was not likable, she did not hate him as much. The most important thing now was to find his master. Seeing that the Feng family had no other way, he stepped forward and said, I have a way, but let's give it a try. However, I can't guarantee that it will be 100% effective. What is it? Sima Yue took out a bee. Seeing the bee, the Feng family members did not take it seriously. Could it be that she wanted to rely on a bee to find someone? Even the elders of the Egret family were doubtful of her method. They thought that it was her first time here, so she did not understand the situation here. Young master, do you want to rely on smell to find your master? In this bloody tunnel, the air is filled with the smell of blood. It is very difficult to find a person. Sima Yue released the bee. It flapped its wings and flew forward. Soon, it disappeared from everyone's sight. The Feng family guards saw that the bee was so fast and guessed what kind of bee it was. With such speed, it was not impossible for this kind of bee to escape from the Devil Clan. And just as they were surprised by the speed of the bees flew away from them. Tens of thousands of bees flew in different directions. The scene stunned everyone present. Yue, this is... Feng Lu wanted to ask if these were her bees, but in the blink of an eye, he saw a red palm-sized bee on her shoulder. This is the Scarlet Queen bee? The Feng family members were also attracted by this cry. Everyone followed his gaze and saw the Scarlet Queen bee. Although the bees are not strong, they are quite good at finding people. No matter where my master is, as long as the bees find them, the Scarlet Queen bee will know. When the time comes, we can rush in that direction. This is really the Scarlet Queen bee. The Feng family elder ran over excitedly. Seeing the Scarlet Queen bee, he could not control himself. Young Master Sima, where did you find this Scarlet Queen bee? Yilin continent. Sima Yue said, although I found it there, it might be the only one in the world. This is definitely the only one. Not to mention the Scarlet Queen bee, even ordinary scarlet bees are rare in the primordial lands. The elder said with certainty. He originally thought that he would not be able to see the famous scarlet bees in history. He did not expect to see so many today and even the Scarlet Queen bee. He felt that he had no regrets in this life. The Scarlet Queen bee proudly turned its head to the side, not even looking at these people. It would not care about people who dared to treat its Yu badly. How long will it take for the news to arrive? Feng Zhiyang asked. Sima Yue shook her head. She did not dare to make any promises. Fortunately, although Feng Zhiyang was anxious this time, he did not shout at her. He just stood there with his hands clenched. Time passed by minute. Sima Yue's heart was burning with anxiety. She did not receive any news from Feng Zhixing, but she knew that many of the scarlet bees that were sent out had died. After half a day, the Scarlet Queen bee on her shoulder moved and told her the news that it had just received. We found my master, but they are surrounded by a group of demons. We must go and save him immediately. Sima Yue said as she quickly jumped onto Chongming's back. She took the lead and flew towards Feng Zhixing's direction. The elders of the Feng family and the Egret family immediately reacted and chased after her. In the depths of the bloody tunnel, Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen looked at the crumbling array and the demons outside. They saw a trace of despair in each other's tired eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the demons were about to break the array, a group of bees flew over. When the bees were about to get close to the demons, they changed from ordinary bees to scarlet bees and attacked the demons. The two people in the array looked at the bees that suddenly appeared. They were curious about where they came from, but they also thanked these bees for giving them time to breathe. Shimin Feng quickly took out some array stones and patched a few places, allowing the array that was on the verge of breaking to play a protective role again. Reading background default settings: classic light blue, classic light gray, classic green, classic bright yellow, dark blue, ocean, autumn, abundant green, elegant red, powder, family red, talk, thick sea, wide sky, heartbroken, past, snow, white, world, gray, world. Font color default settings: white, red, green, blue, brown. Font size default settings: small, medium, large. Speed 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0. Mouse scroll description: 1 to 10. 1 is the slowest, 10 is the fastest. Chapter 572. The array was partially repaired, and the ripples of the defense array once again enveloped the two of them. After the new dagger, Tuoba Wuchen directly sat on the ground, paralyzed, after killing the two demons beside him. Tuoba Wuchen took out a jade bottle and poured it out. He didn't pour out a single pill. Looking at the empty bottle, he casually threw it out. Why are there bees in the Scarlet Channel? He swallowed his saliva and looked at the new wound on his arm. He tore off a piece of Feng Zhixing's clothes and wrapped it with his mouth and hands. Feng Zhixing looked at his clothes, which were missing quite a bit. He glared at him and said, "How many times have I told you not to tear my clothes?" Tuoba Wuchen casually tied a knot and said with a smile, "I've told you many times, tearing your clothes is easier." Feng Zhixing looked at his shameless appearance and couldn't be bothered with him. He sat to the side and frowned as he watched the battle between the bees and the devils outside. Surprise flashed across his face when he saw the bee's corpse on the ground. Wuchen, those bees seem to be the scarlet bees with the most combat power? Scarlet bees, aren't they already extinct? Tuoba Wuchen originally wanted to laugh at his words, but after seeing the corpse on the ground, the following words couldn't come out. F***ck, could it really be a scarlet bee? Feng Zhixing came to the side of the array. Taking advantage of the fact that the devils weren't paying attention, he hooked the corpse of a scarlet bee back. He and Tuoba Wuchen looked at it carefully. Their eyes were filled with shock and joy. Who would have thought that the scarlet bees that had disappeared from the continent would actually appear here? He did not know why they came to save him, but if other scarlet bees came, they might really be able to escape. In that case, we might not die? Tuoba Wuchen said with a smile. Maybe. Feng Zhixing's eyes flashed with hope. Maybe they could really escape. How many years had it been? He and Tuoba Wuchen had been in the depths of the bloody tunnel. If they were not trapped, they would be fighting. Their medicinal pellets had long been used up. Before their old wounds healed, new ones were added to them. They had walked on the brink of death again and again. When I get out, I'll definitely teach that person a lesson. Tuoba Wuchen said hatefully. Yes. Feng Zhixing didn't say anything, but Tuoba Wuchen, who had grown up with him, knew how much anger was suppressed under his calm appearance. Oh right. You said before, who couldn't possibly be here. Tuoba Wuchen thought of Feng Zhixing's reaction before. At that time, their situation was very dangerous, so he didn't have time to ask in detail. Now that he had time, his curiosity began to overflow. Speaking of which, you should know him as well. Feng Zhixing said, You know, before I met you, I went to the Yilin continent. I know, didn't you say so earlier? Tuoba Wuchen said. Then do you know who is there? Feng Zhixing asked. There's only one person in the world who can make you go out of your way to see her. But why is she there? Tuoba Wuchen said on his own. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned pale. The person you're talking about, could it be their child? You went to see her child? Yes. No way, you actually went to see their child. You really do treat her. Tuoba Wuchen looked at Feng Zhixing with a look that said, You're a fool. You're talking about her child? Feng Zhixing said, I just wanted to see if her child was doing well, but I didn't expect to hear so many bad rumors about her. But later on, it was confirmed that the rumors were very different. She is a very talented child. No, it should be said that her talent far surpasses yours and mine. That powerful? Tuoba Wuchen was a bit surprised, then laughed. That's true. Her parents are so talented, how bad can she be? Did you feel her aura just now? When I left the Yilin continent, I left a soul imprint on her body. Just now, I seem to feel the fluctuations of my soul. Feng Zhixing said with some doubt. I only left this on her body, and no one else. Now I feel that the soul imprint seems to be very close to me, and it should be in the blood tunnel. But you also know that she is only in her 20s. I only left for 10 years. How could she come up from the Yilin continent, and to such a dangerous place? So I said it couldn't be her. Whether it is or not, when we get out, we should know. Tuoba Wuchen said. We didn't want to come here, but didn't we stay here for so many years? Feng Zhixing looked into the distance. It was no longer white fog, but a blood-red world. Just a little more and they would enter the demon world. The scarlet bees can't hold on much longer. Tuoba Wuchen stood up. It seems that we were wrong to think that many scarlet bees would come to save us. It's already good that they can hold on for so long. Feng Zhixing stood back to back with him. Zhixing looked. Tuoba Wuchen called out. Feng Zhixing turned around and saw a group of black dots flying over from the red space. His face became even more gloomy. It seems that there are more than 10 demon generals, and the one leading is actually a demon king. It seems that we are unlucky. Today we will probably die here. Tuoba Wuchen laughed bitterly. Those demons were not all killed by the scarlet bees. Now that the scarlet bees were dead, those demons began to attack their defensive array. Adding on those demon generals and demon kings who were quickly approaching, Their current situation could be said to be a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They were already very tired, and their spiritual energy had already dried up. It was impossible to recover in such a short time. Also, the two of them had many injuries on their bodies, and did not have much battle strength left. Even if we die, we have to drag a few of them down with us. But they watched as the demon kings came closer, as if they could already see the scene of the array they were desperately holding on to being destroyed by the other party. The people of the devil clan approached, and when they saw the two people inside the array, they muttered a few words. One of them was about to attack the array, but he suddenly stopped and looked behind Feng Zhixing and the other person. Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen also heard the movement behind them. They turned around in surprise, wanting to see who would come here to die at this time. Seeing the people rushing over on the flying beast, Feng Zhixing felt his eyes moisten. Men, quickly go and save the young master. Feng Lu ordered the people beside him before he even got close. The Feng family's guards flew over from the flying beast's back and attacked the demons. Clan elders, you guys go too, Sima Yue said as if she was ordering and requesting. Yes, young master. Those old bones stood up and moved their bones unhurriedly. With a whoosh, they attacked those demon generals and demon kings. Their strength was much stronger than the Feng family's guards. Sima Yue sat on the Chongming's back and looked at the battlefield from afar. When she saw Feng Zhixing looking at her from the array, she smiled and waved at him. This book came from Chapter 573. Tuoba Wuchen recovered from the huge surprise of the reversal of the scene. He turned his head and saw that Feng Zhixing was actually smiling, staring at the people outside the battlefield with his eyes wide open. He knew Feng Zhixing the best. Although he always had a smile on his face, he rarely smiled from the bottom of his heart. But now, he was actually smiling so happily. This kind of situation was really rare. She is his child? Tuoba Wuchen asked. Yes. She's only in her 20s and came to this continent. I don't know how she got here. Tuoba Wuchen said curiously, the person beside her looks a little familiar. The holy son of the sage pavilion, of course he looks familiar. Feng Zhixing said. Why are the two of them together? Could it be that the people from the sage pavilion went to the Lin continent, discovered her innate talent, and then recruited her into the sage pavilion? Tuoba Wuchen guessed. The Feng clan would not go to the Lin continent, so the most likely place would be the sage pavilion. Because they had many pavilions in the lower continents, the probability of them discovering Sima Yue was much higher. Moreover, she was so close to Wu Lingyu that they seemed to be very familiar with each other. The holy son of the temple was not someone anyone could befriend. With this thought, Feng Zhixing began to worry that his disciple had been abducted by the sage pavilion. One had to know that the Feng clan and the sage pavilion had many old grudges. The devil race's people let out a series of cries, fighting and retreating at the same time. Sima Yue understood what they were saying. They were saying that they had encountered a strong enemy and were asking everyone to retreat. However, when the members of the Feng family saw that Feng Zhixing was surrounded by them, how could they let them leave now? They all attacked them fiercely. In the end, other than the Demon King and the two demon generals who escaped back to the blood-red world, the other demons were all killed by the Feng family and the elders of the Egret clan. Sima Yue saw that the battle was over and asked Chongming to fly over. She stood outside the corpses and watched Feng Zhixing and Feng Lu talk. Xing, how are you? Dan Jing looked at Feng Zhixing, who had lost a lot of weight. He couldn't imagine what he would look like if he stayed here for a year. Wuchen, why are you here with Xing? Feng Lu saw Tuoba Wuchen and took out some pills for them to eat. It's a long story. We'll tell uncle and auntie later. Tuoba Wuchen said. Yes. Heal your wounds first. Feng Jiang said. Feng Zhixing took the pill and ate it. Then, he stepped over the pile of corpses and came to Sima Yue. Master, I'm here. Sima Yue said with a smile. Feng Zhixing reached out to touch Sima Yue's face and said with gratification, You've exceeded Master's expectations. Master is very happy. With that, he fell towards Sima Yue and fainted. Master? Master? Sima Yue supported him and called out twice. Seeing that he didn't respond, she reached out to grab his hand. Wu Lingyu, who was at the side, stepped forward and supported Feng Zhixing's body, not allowing him to lean on her. Feng Lu and the others hurriedly ran over. Seeing Wu Lingyu personally supporting him, they guessed that they knew each other before. Otherwise, why would the Holy Son who never interacted with others be willing to help a person who was covered in dirt? Only he knew that he was willing to do this because he didn't want a man to lean on her. Yue, how's Xing? Sima Yue checked his pulse and said, Master's body was too exhausted. Now that he's suddenly relaxed, his body hasn't recovered yet. It's not a big deal. After eating your pills, they're slowly recovering. Just as she finished speaking, Tuoba Wuchen fainted. Luckily, Feng Jiang wasn't far from him and caught him. This place is too close to the devil world. Let's leave this place first. Feng Lu instructed. Thus, they supported the two fainted people and left on their flying beasts. Sima Yue looked at the dead scarlet bees. With a wave of her hand, she brought them back into the spirit pagoda. To outsiders, it looked like the scarlet queen bee had taken them back. Yue, you have so many scarlet bees. Where do they usually go? Feng Jiang asked curiously. The scarlet queen bee has a contract with those scarlet bees. It has a huge contract space. Sima Yue said the excuse that she had thought of long ago. Anyway, they couldn't verify this with the scarlet queen bee. They couldn't possibly go to that space to take a look, right? As expected, once she said that, the Feng family members didn't say anything. However, they couldn't help but look at the scarlet queen bee on her shoulder. Where are we going now? She ignored their gazes and changed the topic. To the human clan's place. Dan Jing said. The human clan has a place here? Sima Yue said in surprise. Of course. The human clan has to send people to guard this place to prevent the devil clan from breaking through the blood tunnel and running to the continent to wreak havoc in the human world. Feng Lu said. That's why there will always be humans stationed here. If we meet a devil clan like just now, we have to kill them. If we can't kill them, we have to at least beat them back. Like today, if we didn't coincidentally meet them, they would have already entered here. Sima Yue said. Hearing her say that, Dan Jing and the others' faces changed. Although they could see the place where people lived from afar, Feng Lu still made them change direction. What's wrong? Sima Yue asked. The Scarlet Continent is so big. It's also divided into regions. Every region should have people patrolling. Wu Lingyu explained to her. Sima Yue understood. Since there were people patrolling every region, then the people here must have known that Feng Zhixing and the others were trapped there. However, they didn't come to save them. This meant that those people did it on purpose. They deliberately pretended that they didn't see them and didn't go to save them. They might even be happy to see them trapped there. This meant that the people stationed here had a grudge with the Feng family. Therefore, they didn't dare to look for those people. They could only go to the region next to them. The person in charge of this region, Xiong Anren and Feng Lu, were old acquaintances. When he heard that they were coming, he quickly came out to welcome them. Little Liuzi, why are you here? Xiong Anren saw Feng Lu and called out loudly. When Sima Yue heard how he called Feng Lu, she couldn't help but lower her head and laugh. Feng Lu was used to it and said, I'm here to find my son. I'll tell you the rest later. They're injured right now. I need to find a place to settle them down. Then follow me. Xiong Anren led the way in front and let the guards carry Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen to an empty house. Sima Yue also wanted to go in and see Feng Zhixing's situation. However, she suddenly felt a special aura. The devil's snare bracelet that hadn't moved for a long time actually moved. Chapter 574. Sima Yue lowered her head and looked at the devil's snare bracelet thoughtfully. She did not notice that Wu Lingyu, who was beside her, had a strange expression on his face. Read the latest chapter, Volume 09. Winky Face. What's wrong with the two of you? Feng Jiang, who was following behind, saw that the two of them had stopped and urged them. Sima Yue glanced at the guard standing in front of the house and said, Nothing much. I just felt that this big brother looked familiar and thought that I had seen him somewhere before. However, I realized that they only looked alike. Their aura was too different. Hearing Sima Yue's words, the guard's body tensed up, but it was nothing because Sima Yue had already left. After everyone left, he let out a long sigh. Looking at Sima Yue's back, his eyes flashed red. Hua Xiu, what's wrong with you? The guard at the side saw that he kept looking in that direction. No, I'm just wondering who these people are. Hua Xiu pretended to be curious and asked. You don't know those people? The guard laughed. That's Master Lu and his wife from the Feng family. What about the young man who followed you? Hua Xiu actually wanted to ask about Sima Yue, but he didn't know her name, so he didn't dare to ask too blatantly. Among those people, one of them is Master Lu's son, one of them is the holy son of the Sage Pavilion, and I don't know about the last one. The guard shook his head. That person seems to be very weak. Why would he bring him here? How can a child like her stay in this bloody tunnel? Don't you often travel with your brother? How come you don't know that person? That guy looks to be in his 20s or 30s. How many people of his age do I know? That's true, hee. When Sima Yue entered the room, Feng Zhixing and Daoist Wuchen were placed on 2 separate beds. She went to check on them. Their conditions were not optimistic. He took out a bottle of medicine, opened their mouths, and fed each of them a mouthful. Yue, what did you give them to drink? Feng Zhiyang asked. It's a liquid that can slow down their absorption of the pills. Sima Yue said. Why did you give them this? Their bodies have overdrawn too much, and now their bodies are not used to it. If they absorb carefree too quickly, it will be counterproductive, she explained. It's just like a person who can't cultivate and is frozen in the snow. You can't soak him in hot water. Hearing her explanation, everyone understood what she meant. One thing she didn't say was that the medicinal pills she gave them were too powerful. However, Lu Feng and the others were smart people. They understood when they saw her like that. I want to perform acupuncture on them and activate their bodies. Sima Yue glanced at the people in the room. Her gaze was very clear. She was blatantly asking everyone to leave. Then we'll go out first. Feng Lu led the group out. Bai Qing and the others stood in the courtyard and waited for them. Sima Yue looked at Wu Lingyu, who had not moved at all. She raised her eyebrows and asked, Senior brother, are you not going out? I think you need an assistant too, right? Wu Lingyu asked. Assistant? Was he planning to stay here and be her assistant? Looking at his determined gaze, she knew that he wouldn't change his mind so easily. Thus, she didn't force him to go out. She turned around and began to take off Feng Zhixing's clothes. Then, she took out her silver needles and prepared to start. Wu Lingyu also saw that she was holding the needles in her right hand and touching Xi Minfeng's body with her left hand. He came over and said, Actually, you can use acupuncture points. I'll help you. Sima Yue inserted the silver needles into Xi Minfeng's body. Then she rolled her eyes at Wu Lingyu and said, If you can learn acupuncture, then I'm willing to let you do it. But do you know how to do it? Her words made him speechless. After a long time, he faintly said, I can learn. But I don't have time to teach. Sima Yue ignored him and continued to perform acupuncture on Feng Zhixing. Yes, I don't have time. Wu Lingyu sighed and said, Shitty, if we encounter any problems later on, you must follow me closely. Do you understand? I understand. You already told me twice before coming down. Sima Yue replied impatiently, If you continue, I'll throw you out. I won't. Wu Lingyu really didn't say anything after that. He just watched her busying herself. After half an hour, Sima Yue finished performing acupuncture. Feng Zhixing and Daoist Wuchen both woke up one after another. Master, how do you feel now? Sima Yue came to the bedside and sat down. Much better. Feng Zhixing looked at her emotionally. He didn't think that after so many years, the master and disciple would actually meet under such circumstances. Back then, he had left behind a beautiful and elegant image. He didn't think that after just a few years, he would be saved by her. He looked around. There was only Wu Lingyu and her in the room. He was even more certain that Sima Yue had been recruited into the Sage Pavilion. Master, this is my shitty Wu Lingyu. Sima Yue saw that Feng Zhixing kept looking at Wu Lingyu. She thought that he was curious about who he was and introduced him. Who knew that after Feng Zhixing heard her introduction, his expression changed slightly. He said coldly, I know about the Sage Pavilion's holy son. Sima Yue didn't know why his expression changed. Master? Yue, how much do you know about the Sage Pavilion? So much. Sima Yue had heard a lot about the Sage Pavilion from Wu Lingyu. So if she knew, she had some understanding. Then do you know that it is a sect that looks decent on the surface, but in reality, it has done many bad things? I know. Feng Zhixing saw that Sima Yue admitted it so quickly and was a little angry. Since you know that it is a hypocritical sect, why did you join? Join the Sage Pavilion? Sima Yue was stunned. I didn't join the Sage Pavilion? You didn't join? Then why did you call him shitty? Feng Zhixing was confused. Sima Yue then understood what he was thinking. She smiled and explained, Master, Shitty's master is the divine Devil Valley's Devil Valley Lord. He's also my master now. He taught me alchemy. So even though I am not a member of the Sage Pavilion, I am his shitty. You really didn't join? Feng Zhixing confirmed again. Sima Yue nodded affirmatively. That's good. You must not join that sect, otherwise. Wu Lingyu was depressed. In any case, he was still the holy son of the Sage Pavilion on the surface. Did they have to be so direct in their dislike of him? Master, don't worry. I will not join the Sage Pavilion. Also, I will not join. Sima Yue said. But because I brought people to destroy the Sage Pavilion's branch in the Restless Continent. Feng Zhixing and Tuobo Wuchen were stunned. The latter then laughed, not bad. You dared to destroy their branch at such a young age. You have guts. Feng Zhixing also laughed and asked, Yue, why did you go to the Restless Continent? And how did you come here? Website. Himmel. Chapter 575. Sima Yue saw that Feng Zhixing was very concerned about her life in the past few years. She was afraid that she would come too early, so she roughly told him about her life in the past few years. In the primordial lands, reaching the divine level in his 20s was not considered an outstanding talent. After all, many people were born with spiritual energy in their bodies. Moreover, the primordial lands were rich in spiritual energy. There were many people who reached the divine level in their 20s. However, it would be a different story if the environment was included. It was already not easy to cultivate to the divine level in the lower continents, especially at such a young age. Therefore, even Tuobo Wuchen, who was listening at the side, was stunned. Especially when he found out that she actually knew array formations, alchemy, and medical skills, he felt that the person in front of him was simply a monster. Sima Yue stayed in the house and talked to them for half a day before leaving. When she went out, she looked at Hua Xiu again. It wasn't just her. Wu Lingyu, who had come out with her, also looked at him. Their gazes were different. Hua Xiu looked at them nervously, wondering how he should react if his identity was exposed. Unexpectedly, the two of them left. That night, Wu Lingyu left her room. Feng Zhixing and the others recovered quickly. Sima Yue originally thought that they would return to the primordial lands after they recovered, but she didn't expect that they would stay. Yue, although this bloody tunnel is dangerous, there are formations set up here, so it's relatively safe. As long as you don't go out, you won't be in any danger for a while. Dan Jing explained, the demon race's movements have been too big these past few days. It's a bit difficult to deal with them safely. As humans, we naturally have to stay and help out when we encounter such a situation. The Scarlet Passage was divided into many regions, and each region had a specific person in charge. The people in charge would take turns, and each clan would be in charge for 5 to 6 years. Every region was given a serial number and a token that represented one's identity. When the time was up, the person stationed there could designate the next person to be stationed there and deliver the red token to that person. If the families that were named did not accept the red token, they would become the enemy of the entire continent. He would be hunted down by all the forces. Therefore, even if those clans were unwilling, they had to accept it. If you're not strong enough, you can find someone to help you as long as you're willing to pay a huge price. Or some wealthy clans who couldn't bear to part with their own clansmen could spend money to hire those who were willing to come and stand guard for them for a period of time. There was a saying in the primordial lands that if you had a grudge against someone, you should send the red token to their family. This was definitely the best way to take revenge. Moreover, it was an open scam. Xianxia's group was almost up. Originally, they would have been able to go up after a few more months, but they didn't expect that at this time. The demon race seemed to have made some moves. They kept sending people to attack the human race, especially in their area. From time to time, some demon race would break through the barrier and come over. Because of the frequent invasions of the demon clan, Xianxia and the others could no longer hold on. They sent people to the back areas for help. Now that the Feng clan had come, they naturally had to stay and help. Furthermore, the Feng clan had been stationed here before. It just so happened that Shan Jing and Feng Lu were leading the team. They were also very familiar with the situation here. Now that they knew that their friends were in trouble, how could they stand by and watch? After Sima Yue understood this, she wasn't unhappy. She just said that if there was a need, she could let the elders of the Egret clan go. However, Xianxia and the others didn't have this plan. In other words, they wouldn't let the Egret clan come out unless it was a last resort. After all, they were here to protect Sima Yue. If something happened to her here, then the King of the Rocks would also be in trouble. At that time, the entire bird clan would come to settle accounts with them. Sima Yue originally thought that she would see some earth-shattering battle if she stayed, but these days, as long as Feng Lu and the others went out, they would definitely tell her not to go out. Therefore, although they would come back with big and small injuries every time, she had never seen the bloody scene. On this day, she was reading in the room as usual. Wu Lingyu came in and saw her. He wanted to say something but stopped. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Sima Yue put down the book and raised her head to ask. Wu Lingyu thought for a moment and said, "I just heard from the people outside that the Devil Clan sent a lot of people over this time. The battlefield in front is a bit tragic. Your master also went." "Master also went?" Sima Yue closed the book. "Did those people say how master and the others are doing?" "No." Wu Lingyu said, "But you know the guard who spoke." "I know him? It's that Hua Xiao." "It's him." Sima Yue touched her chin and thought for a moment, then said, "If it's him, then the authenticity of this news is up for debate." She and Wu Lingyu both felt that that person wasn't human. It was very likely that he was from the Devil Clan. Why did he come back to deliver this news? But before they could think of anything, a guard ran in from outside and said that he wanted to see Sima Yue. Sima Yue heard the commotion and walked out curiously. When she saw the Feng clan guard covered in blood, her expression changed and she cried out in shock. "What happened?" "Master and the others are surrounded by a group of Devil Clan. They can't hold on any longer. I was at the outermost area and killed my way back. I want to ask young Master Sima to save my master, madam and young master." "My master went too." "Yes, even young Master Tuoba went," the guard said weakly, and a bottle of pills suddenly appeared in his hand. "You can rest here," Sima Yue said and called out Chongming. Just as she climbed up, Wu Lingyu stood beside her. "We're going too. Young Master Sima, please bring us along." A few guards ran over and said to Sima Yue. Sima Yue saw that the guards were following Xianxia and nodded in agreement. They came up and looked at Hua Xiao. She wanted to go to the battlefield, so Bai Qing and the elders quickly followed. If anything happened to her, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. Chongming brought them to the front of the battlefield. With his speed, it took him more than 2 hours to arrive. Sima Yue stood on Chongming's back and looked at the black mass of creatures that were neither human nor monster. She also saw Feng Zhixing and the others fighting inside. She instantly felt the severity of the situation. "Quickly go and help Master and the others," Sima Yue said to the elders beside her. The elders of the Egret clan were all very strong. They were much stronger than Feng Lu and the others. Once they went over, the pressure on Feng Lu and the others decreased. Sima Yue took out the small metal ball that Fatty Chu gave her. Just as she was about to find a chance to throw it at the Devil Clan, she suddenly felt her arm tighten. Then, a hand appeared on her waist and quickly flew to the side. She turned her head and saw Hua Xiao's exceptionally good-looking face. Chapter 576. Hua Xiao originally thought that he would see a panicked face, but he did not expect to see Sima Yue's calm gaze. "You're not afraid?" Sima Yue smiled faintly. Rather than being afraid, I'm more curious. Where are you planning to take me? You'll know when you get there. Hua Xiu didn't say anything else after he finished speaking. He grabbed Qin Wen in and flew away. His strength wasn't weak at all. At the very least, Sima Yue was no match for him. She could not move at all. At this time, they were flying quickly across the battlefield. Chongming chased after them, but he could not catch up. Sima Yue saw the helplessness in Chongming's eyes and kept him in the contract space. For such a long distance, only the contract space could allow him to return instantly. When Wu Lingyu, who was fighting with the Devil Clan, saw that Sima Yue had been taken away, he swept the surrounding people aside with his sword and chased after them. However, he had been delayed by the devil race just now, and Hua Xiu's speed was also very fast, so he couldn't catch up for a while. Feng Zhixing also wanted to chase after them, but there were too many people from the Devil Clan. Without Wu Lingyu, the pressure on them increased by a notch, and they couldn't get away. Only Bai Qing and the two clan elders chased after them. Sima Yue saw another group of demons below. If they went up again, Feng Zhixing and the others would have to fight hard again. She thought of the thing in her hand. She couldn't move her body, but her hand was still hers. She quickly injected spiritual power into it and loosened her fingers. The metal ball fell. The pitiful demon race below felt that something was falling from above, so they all looked up. When they saw a metal ball falling, they didn't care much about it, but they didn't expect that the thing would explode the moment it landed, and a group of demon race was blown to pieces. Hua Xiu was shaken by the shockwave and his body staggered in the air. He almost fell down with Sima Yue. It was a good thing that he quickly adjusted himself. The two of them fell for a distance but didn't fall to their deaths. You do have something good. Hua Xiu saw the commotion she made and curled his lips as he said hatefully. What's wrong? Do you feel bad for hurting your people? Sima Yue asked. You know? Hua Xiu was a little surprised. Of course. Then why are you still willing to go with me? Hua Xiu was a little confused. Although he was ordered to take her back, he could see that if she wanted to resist, she could buy a little bit of time. What do you mean I'm willing to go with you? Sima Yue said, first of all, I was really worried about my master at that time, so I didn't know whether you went down or not. Secondly, you're so strong that even if I resist, it's useless. Thirdly, I'm also curious as to why a demon like you would mingle with the human race and kidnap me. She spoke very calmly and did not feel like she was being held hostage. In any case, other than Xiong Anren, no one else knew that little Peng was the king of the rocks, so he definitely wouldn't want to use this identity to threaten the bird race. Then his motive for kidnapping her was a little hard to guess. Hua Xiu did not speak and continued to fly forward with her. Wu Lingyu chased from behind. The distance between them seemed to be getting closer and closer, but he could not catch up. Sima Yue looked at the blood-red world that was getting closer and closer and asked uncertainly, You want to bring me to the demon world? Hua Xiu still did not speak and brought her to the demon world. He took out a blue gem and placed it on top of it. A hole as tall as a person appeared in the thick barrier. Hua Xiu carried Sima Yue under his arm and quickly flew in with her. Wu Lingyu and 4 or 5 elders of the Egret clan rushed over and entered the hole before it closed. Sima Yue was upside down, so she saw the few people coming in. She saw that the elders were getting closer and closer, but Hua Xiu did not seem to see them. She steeled her heart and kept the elders into her spirit pagoda. Hua Xiu felt a movement behind him and turned back to look, only to see Wu Lingyu chasing after him alone. The last bit of the spatial barrier seemed to be a little difficult to open. Hua Xiu was delayed here for a while, so when he came out, the two of them were only 10 seconds apart. Your Highness, Holy Son of the Sage Pavilion, I never thought that you would actually chase me all the way to the demon world. Hua Xiu carried Sima Yue and looked coldly at Wu Lingyu. The news from above did not say that he was going to bring Wu Lingyu back, so when facing him, he naturally did not have a good expression. You brought my junior brother to the demon world, so I naturally had to chase after you. Wu Lingyu said helplessly. Do you know that the spatial barrier behind you is easy to enter, but difficult to leave? Hua Xiu smiled, but that smile was cold no matter how you looked at it. Cough cough that. Sima Yue suddenly opened her mouth and interrupted their conversation. Can you put me down first? I feel terrible with you like this. Hua Xiu then remembered that the person in his arms was still being carried horizontally. They had said that they had to bring her over safely and not let her get hurt at all. When he thought of this, he quickly put her down. After Sima Yue steadied herself, she glared fiercely at Hua Xiu and rubbed her stomach. So it was such a terrible thing to be carried like this. She straightened her clothes and said, now that we're in the demon world, you should tell me why you caught me, right? You'll naturally know when we get there. Hua Xiu said. But if you don't tell me, I won't know where we're going. Sima Yue kindly reminded him. But because you're about to collapse. Sima Yue looked at him with a smile. Hua Xiu wanted to say something, but suddenly felt dizzy and looked at her in shock. What did you do? I didn't do anything. I just poisoned you a little when you put me down. Sima Yue said faintly, as if the poisoning was a very normal thing. However, Hua Xiu's eyes widened in shock. He clutched his chest and said, I'm from the demon race, how could your poison work on me? This means that I have a poison that works on the demon race. Before Hua Xiu fainted, he saw Sima Yue's smile and guessed that she was from the demon race. Otherwise, how could she have a poison that worked on the demon race? Seeing that Hua Xiu had fainted, Sima Yue kicked him a few times and said hatefully, do you think that this young master is so easy to kidnap? Who told you to kidnap me and imprison me? Wu Lingyu, who was standing at the side, felt that it was a little awkward. He seemed to have imprisoned her before. He wondered if she would drug him unconscious one day to deal with him. He automatically filled in the gaps in his mind and suddenly felt that this possibility was very high. Before he could regain his senses, Sima Yue had already turned around and stared at him, saying, Senior, you did this on purpose, didn't you? What on purpose? Wu Lingyu looked at the beautiful land. Was this the demon world? It was really different from the primordial lands. Sima Yue kicked him and shouted, you brought me to the demon world on purpose, didn't you? Chapter 577. Seeing her bright eyes, the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't get them out. Sima Yue looked at Wu Lingyu's tacit agreement. She snorted and said faintly, Senior brother, you can come to the devil realm whenever you want. Why did you set me up? Wu Lingyu had never seen her speak to her like this. In the past, whether it was laughing or scolding or being truly angry, or even hitting, scolding, and biting her when she saw her on 10,000 Beast Mountain, it was still better than this indifferent and emotionless attitude. She was angry. He sighed in his heart and said with some grievance, this isn't what I wanted. It's not what you think? Wu Lingyu hurriedly defended himself. Otherwise, if this little girl got angry, he wouldn't have a good ending. It's Emosha. Emosha. Sima Yue said in shock. Didn't this guy pretend to be dead? Why did you plan to bring me here? And these days, he hasn't come out at all. Play dead. He doesn't need to come out for me to know what he wants, Wu Lingyu explained. Oh, does that mean the two of you are telepathic? Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. What kind of description was that? Wu Lingyu knocked on her forehead and said unhappily, it's only because we share the same soul that I know what he's thinking. If you don't have telepathy, then you must be in cahoots with each other. Sima Yue was still feeling uncomfortable. She covered her head and glared at him. When did you start colluding? Wu Lingyu's mouth twitched. Colluding with each other? Collusion? Why were they all unpleasant words? I discovered that this person was a demon when I first met him. As for when I wanted to bring you to the demon realm, it was after I saw you being kidnapped by Hua Xiu. Really? Of course it's true. Why don't you call Emosha out and ask him? Wu Lingyu hurriedly declared his innocence. Sima Yue looked straight at him. When she saw that he was not lying, her anger subsided a little. However, she would not let him off so easily. Tell me, what have you been doing all this time? She snorted. What did she mean by what he did? Wu Lingyu wailed in his heart. He had always listened to Emosha's orders. He knew that she would definitely be angry if she found out that the two of them were doing this behind her back. She was clearly awake, but she hid in the devil's snare bracelet and refused to come out. She wanted him to face her anger alone. Yue, I didn't do anything. I just listened to Emosha's words and left some markings in a place. I also went to look at the other party's markings. Wu Lingyu said, these were all done by Emosha. Otherwise, how would I know? Do you think you'll be safe by hiding in the devil's snare bracelet? Since you're not coming out, I'll just say whatever I want. How long has it been since Emosha woke up? Sima Yue asked. He woke up when we arrived at the blood tunnel. Wu Lingyu said, be honest. Sima Yue did not say anything else. With a thought, Ling Long appeared in her hand. It was still in the shape of a hammer. She shook the hammer in her hand and said faintly, are you coming out on your own? Or do you want me to smash this bracelet and let you come out? Wu Lingyu was depressed. This guy's attitude towards Emosha was clearly different from his. He could even feel that she was closer to Emosha. If only he knew that she could not get close to him because he had forced a kiss on her when they were still strangers. Later on, because they were fellow disciples, she could finally let go of the anger that she had been holding in for a few years. Actually, Emosha had done the same thing before. However, she had already known him for a few years. Moreover, all these years, no matter how difficult it was, he was always by her side. Therefore, she was biased towards him and did not take the matter of him forcing a kiss on her to heart. Did not take it to heart. If Emosha knew what she was thinking now, he would also be angry. Why was she so anxious about what happened that day? Anxious about the beautiful feeling of their lips touching that day, she had forgotten all about it? Sima Yue looked at the motionless devil's snare bracelet and smiled brightly. I always felt that this neutral bracelet was not very nice. Today I'll smash it. As she spoke, she took the bracelet down and went to a big rock at the side. She swung Ling Long and smashed it. Once, twice, Wu Lingyu saw that she was really smashing it happily. The corner of his mouth twitched subconsciously as she swung the hammer. After smashing it a few times, the bracelet did not even have a trace of damage. Ling Long, you're too useless. Even if it's a normal hammer, it should be able to smash this thing. Sima Yue looked at the bracelet over and over again and pouted. Ling Long immediately felt wronged. It's because you use strength is too low that I can't use my full strength. Sima Yue was speechless. But it seemed, this was the cruel reality. Sai, when he was in the spirit stone, he surrendered when he saw the hammer. In the end, this thing that I refined could not do anything to him. Forget it, since he's awake, we'll have to cancel the contract soon. When the time comes, we'll go our separate ways. He'll be his demon king and we'll be our little shrimps. When Wu Lingyu heard her words, he did not know why, but he suddenly felt bad. It was as if he was about to be abandoned. If he was like that, Emosha was naturally like that too. So when he saw the red figure appear, he was not surprised at all. Didn't I just ask you to come to the demon world? Do you have to be so angry? Emosha looked at the self-reproachful person and frowned. Sima Yue reached out and threw the devil's snare bracelet at him. However, because he was still a spirit, the bracelet passed through his body and landed on Wu Lingyu's body. She even went along with the flow. Was she angry? Emosha was also a little angry. I know you want to cancel the contract between us as soon as possible. I contacted you long ago, but you blocked the contract between us so I couldn't find you. Sima Yue said, if you told me directly that you were coming to the demon world, would I still refuse to come? Since you two don't believe me, then cancel the contract now. Then you can merge with each other and stay behind. I'll go to the primordial lands by myself. When Emosha heard this, he was even angrier. However, what she said was not wrong. Hadn't he been looking forward to this day? Why was it that when the time came, he was still quietly looking at her from the devil's snare bracelet without any thoughts of canceling the contract? He looked at her angry little face, and the anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Coincidentally, at this time, a group of Devil Clan people walked over. When they saw them, before they could even attack, they were all killed by Emosha's palm. Chapter 578. Wu Lingyu and Sima Yue swallowed their saliva at the sight of him killing over 100 demons in one move. Especially her, thinking that if Emosha used this move on her, wouldn't she be finished? Moreover, he had shown killing intent towards him in the past. If he broke the contract with him and was reborn, wouldn't his life be in danger? Thinking of this, she took 2 steps back and looked at him with vigilance. You promised that you wouldn't take my life after the contract was broken. You have to keep your word. When Immortal saw the fear and distrust in Sima Yoyue's eyes, the anger in his heart flared up again. However, when he saw her pale face, the anger was suppressed. He snorted coldly and floated to the side until Wu Lingyu was angry. He turned into a beam of black light and entered the space between Wu Lingyu's brows. Senior brother? She called out uncertainly when she saw Wu Lingyu's gaze change. Wu Lingyu looked straight at her. That gaze was exactly the same as Emosha's. Where's my senior brother? She gathered her courage and asked. Deep asleep. Emosha said, Didn't you say that you wouldn't kill my senior brother if you fused with him? He roared. Although he was angry, he was still his senior brother. If Old Man Devil knew that he was gone, he would be very sad. Who said it would take his life? Emosha saw that she was yelling at him again, just like before, and not with the fear and alienation from before. The unhappiness in his heart miraculously disappeared. It's just his soul that's asleep. But you're only temporarily in his body. He'll be in a deep sleep before you fuse with him. When you really fuse with it, will he still be around? It's because he hasn't fused that he's sleeping. If he fused, he wouldn't be sleeping. Emosha said, Furthermore, sleeping right now is good for him. What benefits? His soul strength isn't as strong as mine. Although he has the soul fluid nourishing him, it's still very tiring to support this body. Right now, his soul is resting. It's the same as a person resting when they're tired. Emosha explained. Sima Yue believed that Emosha wasn't lying to her. What happens after the fusion? After fusing, he should be me and I should be him. Emosha said a little strangely. As soon as he entered Wu Lingyu's body, his feelings were accepted by his soul. He also understood that his feelings for her were actually called, like. He liked her, and the other part of his soul also liked her. If they fused, he didn't know what he would become. Sima Yue opened her mouth. She did not know how to describe what the two of them would look like when they merged. Emosha walked over and reached out to pinch her nose. Seeing her bright red nose, his mood was exceptionally good. So this was what it felt like to touch her with a physical body. His soul had touched her before, but the feeling was different from touching her with his real body. Before he became a demon, he had never touched a woman. After becoming a demon, he had never touched a woman. He didn't know that this feeling was so subtle. Sima Yue's nose hurt from being pinched. She slapped his hand away and said, Then what about Hua Xiao? Also, why did you want me to come to the demon race? I wanted to come to the demon race to investigate some things. I couldn't be too far away from you, so I could only ask you to come with me. Emosha said. Then you could have just told me directly. Sima Yue lowered her head and muttered unhappily. I was wrong. Next time I'll tell you directly. Huh? Sima Yue suddenly raised her head and blinked her eyes. Her face was filled with shock as she looked at him. Was he apologizing to her? Emosha originally didn't know why he said those words. However, after entering this body, his thoughts seemed to have changed. However, seeing the shock on Sima Yue's face, he turned his head away in embarrassment. Was he being controlled by the emotions of this body? Thinking of this, he felt a little worried. This body's feelings for her were very strong. Although Wu Lingyu had always been suppressing it, no one knew what would happen if they fused. Even he himself didn't know. Sima Yue smiled. It was rare to see him like this. Although she wanted to tease him a little more, she decided against it when she saw his red cheeks. After all, he was the Demon King. His face was thin. It was good enough that he apologized. If she angered him and got beaten to death, it wouldn't be worth it. Then what should we do with him? Sima Yue pointed at Hua Xiao, who was lying on the ground. Is he the descendant of your previous subordinate? Yes. Emosha walked over and pressed his finger on Hua Xiao's forehead. Sima Yue saw him close his eyes and then open them again. She then said, Keep him in the spirit pagoda. Don't let him wake up. Oh. Sima Yue waved her hand and Hua Xiao disappeared from the ground. Where are we going now? Since he said he had something to do, he definitely had to go into the depths of the demon realm. You have to change your aura. Immortal said. I have to change my aura like that? Keep your other spiritual energy and let the dark spiritual energy circulate throughout your body. Immortal said. Sima Yue nodded and sat down cross-legged. She kept all the spiritual energy in her body into her spirit pagoda pool and then released the suppressed dark spiritual energy. As the dark spiritual energy circulated in her body, the aura on her body slowly changed. In the end, there was no longer any light aura. You have to change your appearance again. Immortal said. Why, other people don't recognize me. Demons who can transform into human form are all very strong people. The stronger they are, the closer their human form is to that of a human. After he finished speaking, he even glanced at her. Sima Yue glared back. Wasn't this guy saying that her strength was too weak? I don't want that ugly appearance. Thinking about all the different types of demons she saw before, she definitely wouldn't want to turn into that appearance. You don't have to transform into that. Immortal knew what she was thinking. Make your ears sharper or grow something on your head or a tail. Those with a higher bloodline will transform faster. Sima Yue's mouth twitched. Grow something on my head? Grow an extra tail? She couldn't imagine herself becoming like that. Don't tell me there are no demons in human form? There are, but they are royalty. Immortal said. If they are royalty, it won't be beneficial for me to do things. He said it so bluntly. Then you don't look like a human? Do you have my strength? Immortal raised his eyebrows. Sima Yue clenched her fists and tried her best to control herself from punching him. After taking a few deep breaths, she called out 1,000 resonance and made a contract with him. 2 horns grew on her head and her ears grew longer. White fur grew on the back of her hands. Immortal saw that she had transformed into such a cute appearance and his heart moved. He wanted to pinch her again. He had always been someone who did what he wanted. With this thought, he walked over and reached out to pinch her ears. Chapter 579. Although this was the effect of transforming, these ears were still hers. Being touched by Immortal like this, she also had the same feeling. She tilted her head back, avoiding his demonic claws, then lifted her leg to kick him. She originally thought that he would dodge, but she didn't expect that he would stand there without moving. That kick landed solidly on his leg. As a stash, Sima Yue had always trained her body, so Wu Lingyu's body wasn't as sturdy as hers. This kick caused a heart-wrenching pain. Seeing him grimace in pain, she then retracted her leg in satisfaction, saying, "Where are we going now?" Immortal eased the pain, then recalled the memories he just obtained from Hua Xiu's body, saying, "To the place he wants to bring you. Are we going to find the descendants of your former subordinates?" Sima Yue caught up to him. Immortal nodded. "But so many years have passed and you were killed. We don't even know what happened to the descendants of your former subordinates." Sima Yue said worriedly. "I know, that's why I came here." Immortal said. "Are you going to test them?" Those who followed me back then all knew that my soul was strong, and I also left a message saying that I would return. At that time, they were sincere. But as time passes, it's still unknown whether or not their descendants will abide by the rules of their ancestors. If they've already betrayed us, then we naturally can't let them know that I'm back. But how do you know who the descendants of your subordinates are, and where they are? What do they look like now? Immortal pointed at his own head. "I just went to read Hua Xiu's memories. I just need to find one." "Hua Xiu knows that you're back?" Sima Yue stopped in her tracks. "I've contacted the Hua family. They know that I'm back, but they don't know who I am. They only said that they have a clue on you, so they asked Hua Xiu to bring you back." Immortal glanced at her. Seeing that she wasn't angry, he let out a sigh of relief. "Is the Hua family reliable?" Immortal shook his head. "We'll know when we see." "Are you going to use me as bait?" "What?" Immortal looked at her in astonishment, shocked by her words. "I say, since they want to get information from me, shouldn't they ask me? Then I will go to them. If they are loyal to you, then we can rest assured. If it doesn't work, just bring me and escape." Sima Yue said. Immortal stopped and stared at her cute appearance for a long time before sighing, "This is very dangerous." "I know." Sima Yue thought to herself that she was not a fool. How could she not know this? If the Hua family was still loyal to him, she would be safe this time. If that wasn't the case, then the other party would definitely think of a way to destroy her and cut off his way back. Then why are you still going? Of course. Sima Yue said, but I have a condition. What condition? If you regain your identity one day, you can't kill me to wash away the shame of being contracted, and you can't touch my family and friends. Sima Yue said solemnly, otherwise, I won't break the contract with you. He thought about it just now. If those people were not his people and knew about his existence, they would definitely kill her to silence her. At that time, wouldn't it be equally dangerous? Why not take the initiative to go in exchange for some benefits? I remember that we discussed this before. Emosha's face was a little gloomy. Did he look so scary? When did he become someone who didn't keep his words? Sima Yue understood his thoughts, but didn't they say that demons were temperamental and treated promises like farts? Then promise me one more time. Because of his face, she did not ask him to swear. Dark God above, if one day I break the contract with Sima Yue, I will definitely not kill her and her family and friends because of this. If I go back on my words, I will fall into hell forever. After Emosha finished speaking, a black light flashed into his chest. Emosha? Sima Yue did not think that Emosha would swear and was stunned. Are you relieved now? You don't actually have to swear. Sima Yue felt that she seemed to have made him a little angry. Emosha lifted his leg and continued to walk forward, leaving behind a sentence, so that you won't be worried. Sima Yue rubbed her nose, but swearing like this made her feel more relieved. So he also knew that he would not let her be at ease. However, it was rare for him to swear this kind of oath for her. She ran a few steps to catch up with him, asking, since we're going to the Hua family, why not let Hua Xiu bring me there directly? Emosha didn't even think about it before rejecting. Going directly to the Hua family is the most effective way. I can't let you take the risk. Emosha rejected without hesitation. Although he was anxious to know how many loyal subordinates were left, he never thought of letting her take the risk. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave her, he wouldn't even let her come to the devil world. Could it be because he liked her? She lived for so many years in her previous life, but she never experienced what it was like to like someone. She didn't think that she would actually understand it through his body. He liked her too. Thinking of this, Emosha's mood became bad again. Although this person was another part of his soul, he still didn't want to. Sima Yue saw that Emosha's expression changed every now and then, and even blocked their connection, so she didn't understand what he was thinking. Where are we going now? To a nearby town. Walk there? You have a dark flying beast. She only had Little Dream as her magical beast, but she was such a cute person, how could she bear to ride her on the road? However, when she thought of Little Dream, she called her out. Yu, why did you call Little Dream out? Little Dream seemed to be sleeping and was still in a daze. We're in the devil world. Do you want to see the place where you used to live? Sima Yue said as she patted her head. Little Dream saw a barren world and was especially excited. She smiled and nodded at Sima Yue. Yu, it's so comfortable here. When Sima Yu heard what she said, she sighed in her heart and thought, sure enough, it's better for a fish to live in the water. Little Dream turned into a pony and ran beside her for a while before running back. Yu, where do you want to go? I'll bring you there. I'm very fast. Sima Yue didn't say anything, but Emosha was already on Little Dream's back. If you want to walk, we'll go first. Emosha ignored her sharp gaze. She walked over, but before she could decide whether to sit in front or behind, he grabbed her and lifted her up to sit in front of him. Chapter 580. Sima Yue was very dissatisfied with the two's position, but Little Dream started running happily, not even asking if the direction was right. However, Emosha didn't say anything, so it seemed that this direction was right. Xiaomeng's speed was very fast. In a few days, they left the wasteland. When they passed through a forest, Sima Yue actually saw a few families. There are people who live such ordinary lives in the devil realm? She turned her head slightly and asked. Her earlobe just happened to land next to Emosha's lips. Mo Sha opened his mouth to answer her question and sucked her earlobe into his mouth. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became a little strange. Sima Yue blushed. She turned around and said awkwardly, "You haven't answered my question." Mo Sha saw the red cloud on her face and his lips curled into a smile. The devil world is the same as the human world. Naturally, there will be ordinary people. But rumor has it that the demon realm is a wasteland. The entire world is dark and not suitable for living. Look, before we came in, this place was still red. This place is indeed not suitable for living. But I think the environment here is similar to the human realm. This place is lacking in resources, Mo Sha explained. But the devil realm uses a lot of things from the human realm. You can't absorb spiritual power, so it's useless even if you go there. Sima Yue was confused. Even so, the devil race still tried their best to escape to the human realm. Batches after batches of them died. Even Mo Sha had led troops into the human realm when he was alive. Mo Sha's mouth revealed a mocking smile. Who said that things from the human realm can't be used in the devil realm? Isn't that so? Isn't there a difference even in medicinal pills? She was puzzled. In the past, the devil world wasn't like this. Mo Sha only said this one sentence and didn't say anything else. It was as if there was some secret that he didn't want her to know. Feeling the cold air behind her, she felt that it was better to keep her mouth shut. However, he was a little curious about the demon realm. If the demon realm wasn't like this before, then what was it like? Could it be the same as the human realm? Or was it a part of the mortal world that was separated from the mortal world? She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought about it, so she was too lazy to think about it. She let Xiaomeng take her to the nearest city. Previously, she still had the mood to observe this world, but as she walked further, she realized that this place was just as Mo Sha had said. This place was lacking in resources, and many things were missing. The most common thing was the burnt land. Furthermore, the dark spiritual energy here was very thin. At first, she thought it was only because she was near the edge of the city, but she didn't expect it to be the same in a populated area. Cities were generally built in places with dense spiritual energy. As Mo Sha walked, the air pressure on his body became lower and lower. A certain person sitting in front was affected by the air pressure and straightened her body, afraid that she would be frozen into an ice cube if she got too close. The town is not far ahead. Let's walk over. Mo Sha finished speaking and got down from Little Dream's body. After Sima Yue came down, Xiaomeng turned into a little girl. Perhaps it was because she had been rushing, but her eyes were a little tired. Do you want to go back and rest? She pinched Little Dream's little face and asked with a smile. Little Meng is not tired. You don't have to go back and rest. Little Dream shook her head firmly. She paused for a moment before continuing, I want to see what this world is like. Sima Yue's heart ached. She understood that this pain came from Little Dream. Although she didn't remember her past, and didn't remember the place she used to live in, she still wanted to see what this world was like. Alright, since you want to see it, then you can see it here. Let's go find an inn to rest. She glanced at Mo Sha. Seeing that he didn't object, she held Little Dream's hand and walked towards the city. The cities in the devil world were similar to the human world. They had everything they should have, but the prices were too high. Normal people couldn't afford it. As for that so-called inn, it was a place where good and bad people were mixed together. The traces of the fight from before hadn't even been cleaned up yet. Although Sima Yue understood the devil language, she couldn't speak it. Thus, Mo Sha was the one who went to ask for a room. The moment they entered the city, they attracted a lot of attention. When they arrived at the inn, the entire lobby quietened down. A handsome and powerful young master, a delicate and cute girl, and a child of an unknown race with a noble bloodline. Their combination made everyone's eyes light up. Especially the girl's half-human form, she was especially attractive. Everyone who saw the two ears on the top of her head wanted to pinch them. Sima Yue was dressed in female clothing at this time. Her figure was very small in the eyes of the devil clan. In addition to those horns, those ears and that exquisite figure, it caused many males to swallow their saliva. 2 upper rooms. Mo Sha said in the devil language. His cold aura made the shopkeeper behind the counter feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. All right, 2 upper rooms. The shopkeeper's body went soft from his glare. He quickly ordered a waiter to bring them upstairs. As soon as they left, the hall burst into an uproar. Everyone was guessing the identities of those people. They all saw that man clearly. His strength could definitely kill them all. A child who could completely transform into a human at such a young age, how noble was his bloodline? In the midst of the discussion, a devil hurriedly ran out. In the following days, Sha often went out, but no one knew where he went. Sima Yue didn't know how to speak the devil language, so she always stayed in her room. Sha didn't want her to go find the Hua family, so she didn't have anything to do here. In order to avoid being exposed, she was determined not to leave the house. Little Dream was very curious about the cities in the devil world. Helpless, she could only bring Little Dream out for a walk. But she didn't expect that this walk would cause trouble. Pure white devils were rare in the devil world, but this kind of devil had a different status here. They would become the target of many devils. Because according to legends, living with pure white devils would not only bring extreme happiness, but also increase one's cultivation. In the past, pure white devils weren't rare, but in recent years, this kind of devil was rare. So they became the target of many people. Sha hadn't returned for a long time, and Little Dream had forgotten about the past. So they didn't know about the pure white devils and forgot to avoid them. But once they forgot, their trip this time was completely messed up. Sima Yue brought Little Dream to stroll on the streets. Little Dream was curious about everything, touching this and looking at that. Her eyes were full of excitement. Sima Yue followed behind, feeling bored. The city in the devil world was very backward. It was worse than the Lin continent. The streets were filled with all kinds of devils. It wasn't nice at all. It affected the city's appearance. She complained in her heart. Suddenly, a group of people ran over from the corner of the street, surrounding her and Little Dream. Chapter 581. Seeing this sudden situation, the people on the street quickly moved away from them. Xiaoming stood in front of Sima Yue and said, "You, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Sima Yue looked at the small figure in front of her and smiled. Okay. These people looked ferocious at first glance. When they came over, they even kicked away the people in front of them. Although these people were also from the devil race, they were just ordinary people who lived ordinary lives. In the past, she was a little prejudiced against the demons, but that was because most of them were vicious and cruel. Now that he had come to the devil realm and seen their lives with his own eyes, he realized that they were actually similar to the human realm. There were ordinary people and ordinary lives. The ferocious ones were only a minority. Who are you? Why are you stopping us? Little Dream looked at those people and did not panic. Our young master wants to invite her as a guest. One of the yellow-haired monkeys said. Sima Yue looked at him. She seemed to have seen him in the inn before. Who is your young master? We don't know him. We won't go. Xiaoming directly refused. This is a place where you can't go just because you want to. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing that Xiaoming didn't buy it, the yellow-haired man lost his patience and directly threatened. The guards surrounding them moved in unison, indicating their presence. If he didn't obediently follow them, they would directly take action. Xiaoming glanced at them coldly and shouted, "Scram! Men, escort them back to the young master." The yellow-haired man shouted, and the others rushed towards them. Little Dream coldly snorted and waved her hand at those people. Those people all flew out. Demon King? The yellow-haired man crawled up from the ground and looked at Xiaoming in horror. Such a small child was actually the Demon King. Scram! Xiaoming knew that Sima Yue didn't want to cause too much trouble, so she didn't kill them directly. This time, those people ran away scared witless, not daring to look back. Sima Yue saw that the others were pointing at them and whispering to Xiaoming, telling her to return. Although Xiaoming liked crowds, she didn't want to be stared at like that. Thus, she pulled her hand and returned to the inn. However, this matter wasn't so easily. At night, Sima Yue saw Xiaoming who sneaked out and shook her head helplessly. Very quickly, Little Dream came back. When she saw Yu lying on the bed and looking at her, she ran over with a smile. Yu, Sima Yuuss, Xiaomeng, Yue, Xiaomeng, Yuuss Xiao Yue Meng. Meng Xiaomeng, Meng Meng, Meng Zhao's Meng Meng Mengs, dream of thee of Meng Bi. Of Meng Meng Yun. Of Mengt. Sima Yue saw that Meng 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 Meng's words were light, but those who were trapped in the nightmare were definitely suffering. Because Xiao Meng was very protective of her, Xiao Meng would definitely let those people have a taste of their own medicine in their dreams. Alright you, I heard them talking about you. Xiao Meng said worriedly. What's wrong? I heard that young master wanted to capture you because you're a pure white devil. You can be pleasured and can help with cultivation. He even wants to give you to some big power. Xiao Meng said. But don't worry, I'll protect you. Whoever dares to capture you, I'll kill them one by one. If two come, I'll kill two. The pure white race was actually the legendary cauldron? Sima Yue looked at the fur on her hand and her pure white hair. She was speechless and pursed her lips. However, she had no choice. Thousand Resonance was white, so the fur she transformed into could only be white. If she had known earlier, she would have dyed her hair in another color. Now that so many people had seen her, it was too late to dye her hair. She didn't know if this would cause trouble for Mo Sha. Thinking of this, she sighed. It was fine if Xiaoming didn't remember the past, but this guy clearly knew. Why did he allow her to transform into her current appearance? If she ruined his plans, she wouldn't be responsible for it. However, this guy had been acting mysteriously recently. She didn't know how he was handling his matters. 2 days later, she was reading in her room when Mo Sha sent a message to her, telling her to throw Hua Xiu into his room. She didn't know what he wanted to do, but she still did as she was told. Not long after, Sima Yue saw Mo Sha bring a green-haired man in. When the man saw Sima Yue, his eyes flashed with surprise. However, he didn't have a despicable expression. He was still rather sober. This is Hua Jing. Where's Hua Xiu? Mo Sha asked. This one is Hua Jing, Hua Xiu's older brother. Where is Hua Xiu? Hua Jing saw that there was no one in the room and asked worriedly. Sima Yue saw Mo Sha's expression and knew that the Hua family still remembered the rules of their master and were loyal to the Demon King. Therefore, they were now considered one of their own. Thinking of Hua Xiu, whom she had hidden, she awkwardly opened the cupboard at the side. He's here. Hua Jing saw that Hua Xiu was barely breathing and rushed over. He shook his shoulder and called out, Hua Xiu, wake up. That he was poisoned by me. Without the antidote, he won't wake up. Sima Yue felt her nose itch and reached out to scratch it. Please give me the antidote. Although Hua Jing felt sorry for his younger brother, he didn't dare to be disrespectful. Sima Yue took out a bottle and handed it to Hua Jing. Then she pulled Xiaoming far away. Mo Sha glanced at her and also retreated backwards. Hua Jing didn't know why they were so far away, but when he opened the lid, he understood. This antidote was unusually smelly. Sima Yue saw Hua Jing's furrowed brows and Mo Sha's mocking smile and laughed awkwardly. She had a special obsession with this kind of antidote, which was that it would usually be very smelly. This was because this kind of poison would usually not be used on their own people. As for others, how could they not suffer? Hua Xiu took the antidote and quickly woke up. When he saw Hua Jing, he subconsciously called out, Brother. Since he's already awake, let's hurry and set off. Mo Sha said. Thus, the confused Yue and the confused Hua Xiu followed them and hurriedly left the inn, leaving the city. Not long after they left, the two of them landed in a courtyard somewhere in the city. When they saw the corpses everywhere, their faces turned ugly. Look at these people, they all look like they died in their dreams. One of them said. The other gasped, died in their dreams? Could it be? Chapter 582. That person said several times, but he didn't finish his sentence. It was obvious how shocking this matter was. Could it be that people from that race have really appeared? How is that possible? They have already been exterminated by several major races. How can they still appear? I hope our guess is wrong. We came here to capture the demon fox. Now that they're all dead, where are we going to find them? Since the demon fox appeared here, There must be someone who has seen it before. Let's go investigate and find out. Demon fox was a general term for the pure white demon race. Then what should we do about this place? Send it back to the family and let them decide. That's the only way. Someone's coming. Let's leave this place first. The two of them then disappeared from where they stood. Not long after, a few more demons arrived. Seeing this situation, he was also quite shocked. He immediately contacted the higher-ups. The innkeeper of the inn that Sima Yue had stayed in previously had been traumatized over the past 2 days. In the past, this was just a small town, and there weren't many important people who came here. However, because of the demon fox who had stayed here, more than 10 groups of people had come to ask for information. Some of them were kinder, while others were more ferocious. Twice, he had almost died in the hands of these people. When this group of people left, the innkeeper felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. He immediately decided to close the inn for a year to avoid the limelight. Although there had always been so many people in the devil realm who were rationally breaking the barrier and going to the human realm, none of them gave him such a strange feeling. He had a feeling that the devil realm was about to change from the moment those 3 people stepped into this place. The news of the demon fox's appearance quickly spread throughout the demon realm. It had been tens of thousands of years since a demon fox had appeared. Therefore, other than those who had come to inquire about the news, the others also joined the search for the demon fox. However, ever since the demon fox had left the city, no one had seen her again. At this moment, Sima Yue was standing in front of the ruins, looking at the sorrowful cries of Hua Xiao and his brother. At this moment, she had already changed her attire. The 2 horns on her head had turned into a pair of long ears, and there was a short tail behind her buttocks. The back of her hands was still covered in fur. But with the Huaxiao brothers' reminder, she painted all her hair black. It took her a few days to make this dye. Since Sima Yue had changed her appearance, Emosha and Little Dream had no choice but to change as well. However, since both of them looked the same, it wasn't easy to change. Fortunately, Huaxiao was an expert in disguise. After a few fiddles, the 2 of them had changed their appearances. Only after changing their clothes did they appear in front of others again. They rushed towards a branch of the Hua family, wanting to see their family head, because they heard that the family head had come here. However, when they arrived, they discovered that the Hua family had already been exterminated. The house had been burnt to a crisp. As for the fate of their patriarch, it was still unknown. Well, you 2 brothers, don't be sad. Maybe your patriarch isn't dead? When Sima Yue saw the 2 brothers grieving over the broken walls, she could not help but think of the time when her grandfather and brothers were taken away. She stood in front of the destroyed general's residence and could not help but comfort them. Who do you have enmity with? Emosha asked. The Zhu family. Hua Jing said. Hearing about the Zhu family, Emosha furrowed his brows. Are they also your former subordinates? Sima Yue asked. They have already defected. Not long after the king died, they followed the current royal family. Hua Xiao said, not only that, they have been persuading other clans to betray the teachings of their ancestors. Those who are unwilling, they have been suppressing them. Some clans could not withstand their coercion and became the royal family's lackeys. As for those who were unwilling, a portion of them were killed back then. Those who survived all lived in seclusion. Are those people still there? Sima Yue asked. The hidden clans were very powerful back then. The royal family had no way to suppress them, so they were allowed to live in seclusion. After so many years, we are not sure what the hidden clans have become. Hua Jing said, however, as they were all subordinates of the king, I think the patriarch and the others should know. Young master, if you want to find them, you have to find the patriarch. But the devil realm is so big. We don't know if your patriarch was captured here. Even if he was, we don't know where he was taken. Where should we go to find him? Sima Yue said, also, your branch here has been destroyed. We don't know what your clan's situation is now. Hua Xiao and Hua Xiao were also worried. That's right, this branch had been destroyed. It was very likely that the others had also been destroyed. Emosha did not say anything. He walked into the ruins and formed a seal with both hands. The space around him actually began to distort with his movements, and his figure gradually became transparent. This is... Hua Xiao sucked in a deep breath as he watched the distorted space slowly form into an image. In the image, there was a cruel massacre taking place. After killing people, they set fire to the house and burned the people to ashes. At the end of the image, when they left, the Hua clan's patriarch was also taken away. The image gradually disappeared, and the distorted space returned to normal. Mo Sha's body once again appeared in the ruins. Did you see it clearly? He looked at Hua Xiao and the others. I saw it clearly. Those people were indeed from the Zhu clan. Hua Xiao said, the one who was taken away in the end was your patriarch? Sima Yu asked. Yes. Hua Jing replied, looking at what they said at the end, they were going to take the patriarch to Blood Level City. Blood Level City? Sima Yu saw that the two brothers' expressions were not too good. She felt that this matter was more troublesome. Is it very dangerous there? That's where the Zhu clan's main clan is. Hua Jing said, and they also said at the end that they would be meeting with their old friends very soon. This means that the patriarch was not the first to be captured. Why did they capture so many patriarchs? Where did those powers come from? The Imperial clan. Mo Sha said. Sima Yue did not know about those patriarchs, but from Hua Jing's words and their expressions, this matter seemed to be very troublesome. Then should we go to Blood Level City to save their patriarch now? We must save the patriarch, but we must first understand the situation in the clan. We cannot go to Blood Level City so easily. We must be prepared. Hua Jing said. Then let's go to your main clan first. Mo Sha finished speaking and turned to leave. Sima Yue followed him. There were very few teleportation arrays here, unlike many cities in the human realm. They could only rely on their flying beasts now. However, they did not go far before they were surrounded by a group of people. Who are you people? Hua Xiao asked. It's not up to you to ask who we are. Hand her over to us. The leader pointed at Sima Yue and said. Chapter 583. Looking for her? Sima Yue blinked her eyes. She had already changed her appearance. Why was he still looking for her? Was it because she was a woman? If it weren't for the fact that she had to retract her light attribute spiritual power and make the illusion ring ineffective, she would have disguised herself as a male demon, no matter how ugly he was. Why are you looking for me? I don't even know you. She saw those disgusting gazes and subconsciously hid behind Mo Sha. Princess Black Jade, I advise you to stop resisting. As long as you're in the devil realm, you won't be able to escape from my master's palms. That person said. Princess Black Jade? What the hell was that? The Black Jade clan is one of the more powerful clans in the demon race. He had the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Roar in his body. His strength is also relatively strong, but from the looks of it, the situation doesn't seem too good. Mo Sha knew that Sima Yue didn't understand these things, so he lowered his head and explained to her. Looking at her long ears and her furry hands that were holding onto his clothes, she really did look like someone from the Black Jade clan. Isn't Little Roar's clan a light-type mythological beast? Sima Yue didn't understand. How could light beasts and darkness beasts be related? You'll understand in the future. Mo Sha didn't want to say more. She curled her lips and shouted at those people, I'm not your old Shen princess. You've got the wrong person. Looking like this and speaking the human language, who else could it be but Princess Black Jade? The leader waved his hand. Take them back. Your family? Hua Jing looked at those people and said with a cold face, your Ji clan actually dared to make a move against the Black Jade clan. Aren't your guts a bit too big? It's not up to others to interfere with what my family wants to do. That person said, originally, I heard that this Princess Black Jade was alone. I didn't expect you to be together with her. It doesn't matter if you knew each other in the past or if you've bumped into each other now. Since you've seen this, then I'm sorry. Other than Princess Black Jade, leave no one alive. The members of the Ji tribe were not weak, but they were no match for Xiaomeng. She moved her body and Sima Yue saw a black shadow flash before her eyes. All of them fell to the ground. I hate people who have designs on you the most. Little Dream stepped on the last person like a child. Hua Xiao and Hua Jing stared dumbfoundedly at the jumping little person, especially Hua Xiao. His mouth was about to fall to the ground. Xiao Meng. Sima Yue waved at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng let go of the corpse and returned to Sima Yue's side. Yu, don't worry. Those people won't dare to capture you. Little Dream's thoughts were very simple. The people who captured you were all bad people. Sima Yue had only said one word when Emosha's body suddenly moved. His right hand moved in a direction and a black shadow was sucked over. Emosha grabbed it by the throat. Wait a minute. Sima Yue shouted. Emosha's tightening hand subconsciously stopped. He glanced at Sima Yue, unhappy that she had interrupted him. We don't know who the other party is. Sima Yue pursed her lips and explained. NN. The black shadow grabbed Emosha's hand with both hands, trying to pry his hand away. Your Princess Black Jade? Hua Jing sized up the black shadow and said uncertainly. The black shadow bared her teeth at Hua Jing, but she looked too cute, so this action was not scary at all. However, her reaction confirmed that she was indeed Princess Black Jade. Sima Yue looked at her, then looked at herself. Besides the different facial features, they really did look alike. No wonder those people mistook her for Princess Black Jade. Let go of me. Princess Black Jade lifted her leg and kicked at Emosha. Emosha's eyes darkened. With a toss of his hand, Princess Black Jade was thrown out and smashed onto the ground. Pooh! Princess Black Jade supported herself on the ground and spat out light purple blood. Blue blood. Sima Yue saw Princess Black Jade's blood and walked over curiously. The blood of the demons she had seen before was almost all blue in color, or red like humans. This was the first time she had seen light purple blood. Don't come over, or else I'll die here. None of you will be able to get me. Princess Black Jade took out a dagger and held it to her neck. We just saved you. Sima Yue stopped in her tracks and said, You saw it just now. Those people mistook me for you, so you escaped death. We already discovered you just now. If we handed you over to them, you would have been captured. Princess Black Jade's eyes flashed, but she did not deny this fact. But you want to kill me too. She looked up at Emosha. His murderous aura just now was real. If Sima Yue hadn't called out in time, she would have been dead by now. You were injured before. If you don't treat it, it will get worse. Sima Yue saw her like this and thought that Emosha was really ruthless. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. I can save you. Princess Black Jade's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect her to say such a thing. Sima Yue took out a bottle of pills and walked over. She took out one and handed it to her. Little Dream ran over and tugged at her clothes. She stared at Princess Black Jade and saw that she didn't move. She said unhappily, You said she can treat your injuries, so she definitely can. If she wanted to kill you, would she need to use such a method? Princess Black Jade hid in the distance and saw Little Dream kill everyone in an instant. She thought that what she said was right, so she took the pill and ate it. This pill was refined by Sima Yue when she was practicing refining pills for Emosha. She didn't expect it to come in handy now. Princess Black Jade ate the pill and felt much better. Her gaze towards Sima Yue softened a little. Thank you. No need to thank me. Who asked you to be related to my family's little roar? Sima Yue saw the two long ears on Princess Black Jade's head. They really resembled little roar. She couldn't help but reach out to touch them. Princess Black Jade was shocked. She stared at Sima Yue and subconsciously wanted to slap her. Fortunately, Little Dream was quick enough to grab hold of her. You don't know what's good for you. You saved you, but you still want to hit her. Little Dream's eyes were filled with hostility. You must have violated the Black Jade clan's taboo. Hua Jing explained from the side. What taboo? Sima Yue didn't understand. Touching her ears was a taboo? In the Black Jade clan, you can't casually touch other people's ears. Hua Jing said. If your ears are touched by a man, it means that he wants to marry her. But I'm a girl. If it's a girl, it means that the girl wants to play with her. Sima Yue's face was filled with black lines. She felt as if a crow was flying behind her head. Chapter 584. He didn't expect that touching the ears of the Black Jade clan would cause such a reaction. No wonder they were so angry. This slap was considered light. If she hadn't seen that she had saved her just now, she probably would have killed her. Although he might not be able to kill her. I'm sorry, I didn't know about this rule. Sima Yue apologized. It's not your fault if you don't know. Just pretend that I didn't touch you. Princess Blackjade looked at her and saw the apologetic look in her eyes. She knew that she hadn't done it on purpose. Although she wasn't angry at her, she still felt very uncomfortable. Sima Yue glanced at Little Dream. Little Dream let go of Princess Blackjade's hand, but she still looked at her warily, afraid that she would hurt Yue again. Hua Xiu walked over and looked at Princess Blackjade, who was sitting on the ground, and Yue, who was squatting beside her. He said, "You two really do look a little alike." Sima Yue tugged at her ears. She was frustrated that no matter how she dressed up, she would always attract trouble. It seemed like she had to change her appearance again. Could it be that he really had to change it into that ugly appearance? She couldn't help but shudder when she thought of the ugly demons she had seen along the way. You don't need to change it. It's the way it is. Sima Yue turned around and glanced at him. Didn't this guy hide their previous relationship? How did he know what she was thinking? What's your name? Hua Xiu asked Princess Blackjade. Ba Jiazi. Princess Blackjade said. Ba Jiazi, are you really the princess of the Blackjade clan? Sima Yue asked. Ba Jiazi nodded. Then why are you here? Hua Xiu asked. I was being chased by the Gui race and just happened to escape here. Ba Jiazi said. What about your people? Ba Jiazi shook her head. I was out on a mission this time and was chased on the way back. The guards I brought with me were all killed and I escaped alone. I don't know if they are targeting me or the Blackjade clan. Can you guys help me? I'll reward you. I'm sorry, we're all so in trouble right now. Hua Jing glanced at Emosha. Seeing his solemn face, he tactfully declined. When Ba Jiazi heard this, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. However, she didn't continue pleading. Yue couldn't bear to see her drooping ears. Every time Little Roar felt upset, he would always be like this. Well, why don't we help her? She tugged at her ears. We should help her all the way. Yue, we may also encounter trouble. Hua Jing said, when the time comes, we may implicate Princess Blackjade. Sima Yue thought about it and agreed. The Hua family was also in trouble now. They had to quickly solve the problem and let Emosha settle things quickly before returning to the primordial lands. After all, they were not demons. The longer they stayed in the demon realm, the more dangerous it would be for them. But was he really going to leave such a cute little person here? When Ba Jiazi saw Sima Yue's hesitation, her ears drooped even lower. You help her. Maybe she will give you a surprise. Little Roar suddenly transmitted to her. Surprise? You're sure it won't be a scare? Sima Yue asked uncertainly. This guy seemed to be unreliable all along. Then trust me. Little Roar said with certainty. Although Sima Yue didn't know why Little Roar would say that, she couldn't bear to reject a request from one of her own. Towards Little Roar, the first divine beast to follow her, she had always been tolerant. No matter how much trouble he caused or how much he ate, she always spoiled him. Little Roar said that he wants us to help her. She said to Emosha. Hua Jing and Hua Xiu didn't know who Little Roar was, but they noticed that after Yue said this, Emosha's expression softened. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Little Roar had the inheritance of their ancestors, and the Blackjade clan had the bloodline of the Divine Roar. Perhaps Little Roar knew something that they didn't. Alright, don't cry. We promise to help you. Sima Yue reached out to wipe away Ba Jiazi's tears, comforting her. Thank you. Ba Jiazi said gratefully. She could tell that because of Yue, Emosha and the other two were willing to help her. Otherwise, in a place like the Devil Realm, no one would be willing to help her. Alright, let's go. Hua Jing said, we'll talk on the road. This place was too close to the Hua clan's branch. They didn't know if the Zhu clan was nearby, so it was better to leave early. The few of them got on the flying beast and quickly left. Not long after they left, 2 or 3 groups of people came here. However, after looking around, they didn't see anyone, so they left again. Where are we going now? Sima Yue asked. Let's go to the city in front to see the situation first. He glanced at Ba Jiazi and said, "Dye her. It's too conspicuous." Thus, before they entered the city, the two little black rabbits became two little red rabbits. "Yue, your dye is too realistic. It looks so similar to our Red Jade clan." Ba Jiazi looked at her own red fur. It didn't look like it was dyed at all. The Red Jade clan was different from the Black Jade clan. Although they were both from the Devil Rabbit clan, their bloodlines were too different. People from the Red Jade clan wouldn't notice them when they walked around the Devil realm. Now that her fur was dyed this color, people wouldn't think of her as the Black Jade clan's princess. You can have any color you want. If one day you get tired of looking at red, we can change to another color. Sima Yue said, "No need, no need. This color is the best." Ba Jiazi shook her head. The Red Jade clan's status in the Devil realm isn't high or low. Those with low status are easily bullied, while those with high status attract too much attention. This is the best. All right then. When we part, I'll give you some paint. If one day you want to play with it, you can make it yourself. Sima Yue said. All right. They entered the city and first accompanied Ba Jiazi to the place where their clan had agreed to mark. They didn't expect that they would really find a message there. They then went to an inn. After entering, Hua Xiao and the others exchanged a secret signal with the innkeeper. The innkeeper then invited them to the backyard. Not long after, a human-shaped old man hurriedly ran in. "Young masters, thank the heavens. You're safe." The old man came in and grabbed their hands, saying emotionally, "Grandpa Yen, we're fine. It's just that the clan head..." Hua Xiao said sadly, "We already know what happened to the clan head. According to the information we received, the clan head was only captured by them. His life isn't in danger now." Hua Yen said, "When we found out that you were also there and weren't captured together, we thought that something bad had happened to you. We weren't there at the time, so we managed to escape." Hua Jing said. After Hua Yen calmed down, he saw Sima Yue and Ba Jiazi. He frowned and said, "The Red Jade clan betrayed the Black Jade clan. Why are you with them?" Chapter 585. Hearing Hua Yan's words, everyone was shocked. The Red Jade clan betrayed the Black Jade clan? Ba Jiazi cried out. "Then how are my grandfather and the others?" Hearing her words, Hua Yen frowned strangely. "Grandpa Yen, she is the princess of the Black Jade clan, Ba Jiazi." Hua Jing explained. "You are the princess of the Black Jade clan?" Hua Yen looked at Ba Jiazi suspiciously. "Grandpa Yen, we saved her along the way. Yue used dye to dye her fur." Hua Xiao said. "How are my grandfather and the others?" Ba Jiazi asked. "Your grandfather has also been captured along with our clan leader. They are now locked up together." Hua Yen said, "The other clansmen have also been killed or captured. Also, because of the Red Jade clan's betrayal, the Sea clan knows how to contact you. Some of the people outside have been contacted and captured." Sima Yue recalled the previous contact signal. She did not expect it to be a fake signal. If Ba Jiazi was alone, she would definitely look for them when she saw the signal, and then she would be caught. The Red Jade clan. Ba Jiazi clenched her fists, her face filled with anger. "To think that my grandfather trusted them so much. I'll go and settle the score with them." "If you go now, won't you be playing right into their hands?" Sima Yue grabbed her and said, "They were looking for you. You went out to look for them and got caught by them to accompany your grandfather?" Ba Jiazi calmed down and said, "You're right. I can't panic. I have to think of a way to rescue them." After saying that, she sat to the side to think of a solution. "Grandpa Yen, what's going on? I only went there for a few months. How could such a big thing happen?" Hua Xiao asked. "This is all a secret plan of the Zhu race and the Gue race. I didn't expect that they would secretly collude with the royal family and persuade the Red Jade race to suppress the Hua race and the Black Jade race at lightning speed. If we hadn't received some information before they acted, I'm afraid we would have all been captured." Hua Yen said. "Is the patriarch and the patriarch of the Black Jade clan locked up together? The news we received was that they were all locked up in Blood Level City." Hua Yen said. "Why did they capture the two clan leaders?" Sima Yue asked. "Perhaps there is some connection that we don't know about. Hua Xiu said. No matter what, we have to think of a way to save the clan leader and the rest. Since Ba Jiazi is with us, let's go save her. It's best for her to return to the clan first. Hua Yin said. Because not only did the Red Jade clan betray the Demon Rabbit clan, but they also planned to rule over the Demon Rabbit clan. Therefore, the Black Jade Rabbits that were not captured are now in danger. Hua Yin said, their clan leader is locked up in Blood Level City, so he won't be in danger for the time being. But the same can't be said for those clansmen. But since those people have been captured, there must be many people guarding them. Do we still have enough manpower to rescue them? Hua Jing asked. To be honest, we don't even have enough people to go to Lu Shui City to save people. Hua Yin spoke the truth. But if we can save the Black Jade clan members, then we will have a better chance of saving the Patriarch and the others. Then are our people confident in saving them? We don't have many people now, and most of them have gone to Blood Level City. We can't rush over to save the Black Jade clan. Then how can we rely on Ba Jiazi alone to save them? Hua Xiu said. We've already investigated. The Black Jade clan members who were captured are not strictly guarded. It's just that they are poisoned so they can't resist. As long as we can find an alchemist to cure them, then there won't be a problem. Hua Yin said, but our clan's alchemist has been captured, so we have to go outside to find one. And it's best if we can find one within 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days? Hua Xiu and his brother both cried out. The demon world's alchemists are rare. In such a short time, where are we going to find one? Ba Jiazi's original hope was extinguished by Hua Xiu's words. There were so few alchemists, and they might not even meet one in a few months. Now, to find one in 2 or 3 days was easier said than done. Do I really have to watch my clansmen die before my eyes? Then how am I going to face grandfather and the others? Thinking of this, Ba Jiazi couldn't help but cry. Hua Xiu and his brother were also worried. If they could save the Black Jade clan members, then it would also help them save the Chinese. But they didn't have a way to make an alchemist appear. What rank do you want an alchemist of? Just as everyone was worrying, Sima Yue suddenly asked. As long as they can reach the 5th rank. Hua Yin said. Then maybe I can help. Sima Yue said. Yue, you're an alchemist? Ba Jiazi asked excitedly. I rarely refine your pills, so if you want any pills, I have to try. Sima Yue said, but it's a good thing that a 5th-ranked pill isn't too high, so it should be fine. You're really an alchemist. Hua Xiu looked at her in disbelief. They walked all the way and didn't find her. But, aren't you from the human race? How can you refine the pills we want? What? You're from the human race? Hua Yin and Ba Jiazi were shocked. A human had actually appeared in the devil realm. If the other devil clans knew, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Grandpa Yen, I caught her from the human realm. Hua Xiu said. Sima Yue pursed her lips. If Imo Sha and the others didn't do it on purpose, how could you have caught her? If you're from the human race, then we can't use the pills you refine. To us, it's extremely poisonous. Hua Yin said. Ba Jiazi has already eaten the pills I refined. She's fine. Sima Yue said. The pills I ate were refined by you? Ba Jiazi said softly. She felt as if she had just walked through the gates of hell. However, the effects of the pills were not bad. Sima Yue spread out her hands and the dark spirit energy gathered in her hands. Everything went without saying. Yue, then please save my clansmen. When the time comes, my Devil Rabbit clan will definitely thank you properly. Ba Jiazi grabbed her hand and said. Sima Yue glanced at Imo Sha. Seeing that he had no objections, she nodded at Ba Jiazi. I want to know the pill recipe and the ingredients you need. Sima Yue said. I have the pill recipe and 2 sets of ingredients. They were all entrusted to me by the previous alchemist. Hua Yin took out a pile of ingredients and a black paper. On the black paper, the pill recipe was written. Sima Yue took the pills and studied them carefully. Then she picked up the pills and began to refine them. Ever since she had reached the 6th grade, she had begun to refine pills for Imo Sha. These 5th grade pills were not difficult for her. Moreover, these pills were originally one of the simpler ones among the 5th grade pills. After 2 hours, She succeeded in refining the pills on her first try. The second set of ingredients directly doubled the success rate. Hua Jing and the others were stunned. Chapter 586. Sima Yue's success rate had opened their eyes. Initially, they were very impressed with her. However, what she said at the end made them want to beat her up. Sigh, as expected, I'm not familiar with it. That's why the success rate is so low. As soon as she said this, the shocked crowd came back to their senses. Yue, this is only the second time you've refined this pill. Are you still not satisfied with the results? Ba Jiazi simply could not believe her eyes. This was even more amazing than her family's alchemist. She had seen them refine pills dozens of times, but they did not have the same success rate as her. I can only say that it's barely passable. Sima Yu handed the pills over to Hua Yan. This is probably my pill success rate. Towards the end, I'll only be able to make 2 or 3 pills at most. You'll have to prepare the ingredients according to how many pills you need. Also, just because I've succeeded twice doesn't mean that I'll succeed in the future, so you still have to take these into account. Hua Yan took the pill and was extremely shocked in his heart. Her success rate had already far exceeded his imagination. We'll go and prepare the herbs right away. He took the pills and hurried out. Yu, what are you thinking about? Xiaomeng saw Yue frowning in a daze and pulled her hand to ask. Is there a problem with this pill? Ba Jiazi looked at her nervously. Could it really be that there was a problem with the pill? He didn't want to disappoint her just when she was filled with hope. No, Sima said, the pills are fine. Then your expression. Ba Jiazi patted her chest. She was scared to death just now. I just have some doubts. Sima Yue smiled. What? Emosha asked. Senior brother, I feel that it's a bit strange. If I was in the mortal realm, my success rate would be higher, but it's much lower here. Also, I need to spend more effort on both refining and fusing. Sima Yue voiced out her doubts. This is normal. Emosha said faintly, the devil realm's alchemy is much worse than the human realm. Are they all like this? Sima Yue was shocked. Seeing Emosha nod his head, she wondered if this was also the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. Tock tock tock. There was a knock on the door as the innkeeper came in and said, Young master, we've just received news that the Black Jade Clan's people have appeared in the city. They've also gone to the Black Jade Clan's contact point and are now rushing to the rendezvous point. Ba Jiazi stood up and asked, Really? Do you know who's coming? We don't have much contact with the Black Jade Clan, so we don't know those people, the shopkeeper replied. Call the others. Let's go and have a look. Hua Jing instructed. Then he turned to Emosha and Sima Yue and said, You guys wait here. We should be back soon. Emosha didn't want to go in the first place. Sima Yue had just concocted 2 batches of pills consecutively and her mental strength hadn't recovered yet. After Hua Xiao and the others left, Sima Yue took out 2 drops of soul fluid and consumed them. This is your first time refining pills in the devil realm, so you're not familiar with it yet. In order to succeed, you have to spend more energy. You'll get used to it once you refine more. I'll go back and rest first. After Sima Yue left, Emosha stayed in the room for a while. Then he formed a seal with both hands. A black moon and a long sword formed a symbol in the air. He pursed his lips and stared at the symbol. His pupils turned blood red. Go dash, following his voice, the symbol actually broke free from his control and flew into the air. Soon it disappeared. When the symbol disappeared, he stood up and left the room. After Sima Yue went back, she began to cultivate. After a while, she opened her eyes. The confusion in her eyes deepened. The dark spiritual energy here is actually lower than in the primordial lands. How can it be like this? No wonder Emosha said that the conditions here are much worse than in the human realm. The heavenly Dao's rules, what exactly are they? Emperor Qing Dao. Thinking about what happened in the pavilion of passing heaven, she was frightened by a bold thought in her mind. It can't be what I'm thinking. However, the devil realm was the devil realm. It wasn't her place to worry about it. Therefore, she should wait for Emosha to finish his business and return quickly. Sigh, I left just like that. I don't know how Master and the others are now. Would they be worried about me? It's a pity that I can't contact them and tell them that I'm safe. You, don't worry. You, Lin, and the others have your aura. As long as your aura doesn't dissipate, they will know that you're fine. Little Dream said. I'm just afraid that Master and the others won't go find you, Lin and the others. They're just worried for nothing. Sima Yue said, however, we were captured and brought to the Devil Realm. It's such a big matter. They should tell grandfather about it. That way, they'll be able to get the news. They definitely will. Little Dream nodded. Alright. Sima Yue called Little Roar out, saying, Little Roar, why did you want me to save Ba Jiazi? Little Roar stretched lazily, saying, the inheritance said that if we meet the Black Jade clan in trouble, we must help them. It will give us an unexpected surprise. The inheritance said that? Sima Yue pursed her lips. Did the inheritance say why it was like this? What kind of surprise would there be? Little Roar saw Yoyue's murderous glare and shrunk his neck. Sima Yue could not help but roll her eyes. She just knew that it would be like this. Scammer. Yu, don't be anxious. Since the inheritance said so, it must be like this. Little Roar nodded his head after he finished speaking, trying to increase the credibility of his words. Sima Yue grabbed the fur on his neck and pulled him in front of her. What I'm more curious about is, why did you only pass on half of the inheritance? No, there must be some secret that you can't tell us. Little Roar explained. Sima Yue dragged out the last syllable. Little Roar was so scared that his 4 limbs shrunk back. Are you sure that the inheritance process wasn't too painful, so you stopped? Yu. Little Roar wanted to protest. She was underestimating him. However, when he saw Yoyue's clear eyes, he was defeated. Even his 2 long ears shrunk back. Actually, it's not that I stopped. I just felt that those things weren't too important, so I threw them all into the depths of my mind. You can just say that you're lazy. Sima Yue glared at him. Luckily, the Black Jade clan should be on the same side as the Chinese. If they were on the opposite side, it would be troublesome. Alright, do you know the origin of your clan and theirs? It seems that one of my ancestors was together with someone from the Devil Rabbit clan. Their descendants would carry a little of our bloodline. However, you should know that we are from the Light clan and they are from the Dark clan. They lived in the Devil realm, so Roar's bloodline became lesser and lesser, resulting in their current state. Sima Yoyue's eyes lit up. According to what you said, the Black Jade clan also has the light and dark attributes. Chapter 587. Although she had been calm all these years, she had never stopped worrying in her heart. Every time her strength increased a little, her heart would skip a beat. She was afraid that her body would explode one day. If the Black Jade clan also possessed both the darkness and light attributes, then she might be able to get some inspiration to solve her problem. The Black Jade clan has always lived in the Devil realm, so it's not certain if they still have the light attribute. Little Roar said. Sima Yue was no longer angry. She hugged Little Roar and pinched his long ears, saying, since they had it before, even if they don't have it now, they must have a way to solve this problem in the past. When the time comes, I'll ask Ba Jiazi. Who knows, they might have a good idea. Little Roar agreed. That's why saving someone is still a good thing. This is a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Next time, if you make such an unreliable decision for me, I won't forgive you. Sima Yu threatened. I know. Little Roar originally wanted to quibble, but when he looked up, he saw her round eyes staring at him. That gaze seemed to be saying that if he quibbled, she would definitely not forgive him. Thus, it decided to obediently admit its mistake. In a few dangerous places in the demon realm, a few huge eyes suddenly appeared out of thin air. Those pairs of eyes looked at the symbols slowly forming in the air, and their hazy eyes flashed with surprise. Then, their mountain-like bodies slowly rose from the ground, and their long backs were already covered with plants. A river flowed through the swamp, and a symbol slowly appeared on the surface of the river. The river suddenly split in the middle, and a long giant snake flew out from the river. The riverbed was actually a giant snake. These magical beasts seemed to have heard some kind of summoning. They shook their bodies and then flashed in the same direction like beams of light. However, The people of the Devil Realm were unaware of this matter. They did not know that the situation of the world was about to change drastically. Ba Jiazi and the others hadn't returned yet, so Immortal came to find Sima Yue and asked her to wait for Hua Xiao and the others while he went out. When Sima Yue saw that he did not intend to let her follow him, she knew that the distance was not far. She was thinking about the Black Jade clan, so she nodded to show that she understood and did not ask what he was going to do. Not long after Immortal left, Ba Jiazi and the others returned. Along with them were 2 humanoid Black Jade clan members. Ba Jiazi, I have something to ask you. Sima Yue called out to Ba Jiazi as soon as she saw her. Ba Jiazi had just saved 2 of her clansmen and was somewhat happy. She ran over and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Sima Yue looked at Hua Xiao and the others before pulling Ba Jiazi into her room. Ba Jiazi was very curious about her mysterious behavior. "What's wrong?" Ba Jiazi asked. "I heard that you have the bloodline of the ancient divine beast god Roar. Is that true?" Sima Yue asked. Ba Jiazi nodded and said, "That's right. It's because we have the bloodline of ancient divine beasts that our status in the Devil Rabbit clan is the highest." "What's wrong?" "The divine Roar is a light attribute spirit beast. You guys are magic beasts. Does that mean you guys have both the light attribute and the dark attribute?" "Yes. Our clansmen are born with 2 attributes." Ba Jiazi didn't intend to hide anything from her savior. Moreover, this wasn't considered a secret in the devil world. "Then how do you deal with these 2 attributes?" Sima Yue asked. "I don't know either. These are all dealt with when the clansmen are born." Ba Jiazi said, "You know that there are very few light attributes here. That's why we give up the light attribute when we are born and keep the dark attribute in our bodies." "So you guys only have 1 attribute in your bodies now?" Sima Yue was a little disappointed. If they chose to give up 1 attribute when they were born, she didn't know if it would be useful to her. Ba Jiazi said, "I know that you definitely have the dark and light attributes in your body. However, I don't know how to do it. Only the clan's executive elder and my grandfather know. Once we save my grandfather, I will ask him to help you think of a way." "Art, thank you," Sima Yue replied. Although she didn't know if this method would be useful to her, it was still a kind of hope. "What are you thanking me for? You saved my life. I haven't even had the chance to thank you yet. Moreover, you refined the antidote for my clansmen. This is a huge favor to our entire clan. I don't even know how to repay you. If this method is useful to you, then it would be the best," Ba Jiazi said with a smile. Sima Yue looked at Ba Jiazi's sincere expression and sighed in her heart. Who said that the Devil Clan's people were all cruel by nature? Weren't people like Little Dream and Ba Jiazi pure and kind? That night, Hua Yen sent the required ingredients over. After that, she went into seclusion in her room to refine pills while Ba Jiazi and Hua Xiao went out from time to time to bring people back. When she finished refining the pills, Hua Xiao and the rest were already prepared to set out to save the Black Jade clan. "Where's my senior brother? He's not back yet?" Sima Yue looked around but didn't see Immortal's figure. "Not yet. You don't know where he went?" Hua Xiao asked. "I didn't ask." Everyone looked at her speechlessly. Weren't they fellow disciples? Why didn't she ask where he went? At this moment, Immortal walked in from outside and said, "I'm back." Hua Yen and Hua Jing had the highest status here. Hua Yen already knew that Immortal was related to the person they were waiting for. Hence, he was very respectful to him. Seeing that he had returned, Hua Yen ordered them to set out. The Hua clan was also a relatively large force in the Devil Realm. Although the Zhu clan had captured the patriarch and exterminated some branches, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They still managed to find a relatively powerful array master while Yu was refining pills and set up a temporary teleportation array during this period of time. Sima Yue carefully looked at the teleportation array. It was similar to the one in the primordial lands with only a few minor differences. There weren't many people going this time. Most of them were the Black Jade clan members who had been stopped over the past few days. Sima Yue stood in the teleportation array a little apprehensively. When an overwhelming dizziness enveloped her, she knew that this trip would be very uncomfortable. As expected, once she stepped out of the teleportation array, she vomited everything in her stomach. In her words, she even vomited out her bile. Hua Jing and the rest arranged for her and Mo Sha to stay in an inn. This place was still some distance away from the Black Jade clan. They still needed to rush for 2 days before they could reach. Sima Yue lay on the bed listlessly, her face pale. She remembered that Bei Gong Tang would always come to take care of her at this time. When she heard the door open, she thought that Bei Gong Tang had followed them to the Devil Realm. Chapter 588. Crazy Wife. The fifth miss of the Divine Doctor. Mo Sha carried a tray in, and on it was a light blue porcelain bowl. I made something for you. Mo Sha placed the tray on the table, carried the bowl to the bedside, and helped her up with one hand. Sima Yue looked at the light blue soup in the bowl, and asked weakly, "What is this?" "Something good for you," Mo Sha said as he put the bowl to her lips. Sima Yue drank the bowl of blue soup in his hand, and after drinking it, there was still a faint fragrance in her mouth. Her dizziness seemed to have improved by quite a bit. "What is this?" She felt a lot more clear-headed and asked again. "A concocted medicine." Mo Sha said, "You should rest first." After speaking, he took the bowl and left. On the second day, Mo Sha gave her another bowl of red medicine. On the third day, he gave her another bowl of light green medicine, and on the fourth day, it was more normal. It was a bowl of medicine that was like plain water. Sima Yue drank it every time without hesitation. After drinking the fourth bowl, she felt that her body's perception of space was different, as if she was more integrated with space. Taking advantage of this feeling, she closed her eyes and began to comprehend space. Unexpectedly, she made quite a bit of progress. It was as if she was in a spacious room before, and now she had stepped out of that door and arrived at a vast wilderness. After her comprehension of space increased, she found that the space she could control had increased. In the past, it was only a cubic meter, but now it was half the size of a house. Seeing the space she could control, she was shocked. How did it suddenly become so big? She guessed that it was related to the medicine Mo Sha gave her, and wondered if she could get her hands on it. Later on, she found out that this medicine not only increased her comprehension of space, it also cured her sickness of being dizzy from teleportation arrays. After that, when she used teleportation arrays, she never felt dizzy again. She had just woken up from her comprehension when Mo Sha knocked on the door. The timing was just right. She opened the door and saw Mo Sha standing outside. Without waiting for her to speak, he said, "Let's go out for a while." Or to help them. Before she could react, Mo Sha had already turned around and left. She could only close the door and chase after him. Mo Sha brought her for 2 days and arrived in front of a cave. There were a few corpses of the demon clan at the entrance of the cave. From their figures, it was obvious that they were from the Red Jade clan and the Zhu clan. Mo Sha walked in front while Sima Yue held Little Dream's hand and walked behind him. The three of them entered the cave, and before they reached the end, they heard rustling sounds coming from inside. A shout came from inside as Hua Xiu and the others ran out. Seeing that it was them, Hua Xiu asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "Since you guys haven't been back for so long, we came to see if there's anything we can help with." "What's the situation now?" Sima Yue asked. "The people from the Red Jade clan have been taken care of by us. We've also given them the pills, but now we've run into trouble." Hua Xiu said. "What trouble?" "Come in and take a look and you'll know." Hua Xiu turned around and went in after he finished speaking. It was only after Sima Yu entered that she understood what kind of problem they were facing. It turned out that the Red Jade clan had found a huge cage from who knows where and locked all the Black Jade clansmen inside. Now that the cage couldn't be opened, they had no way of getting them out. Seeing Sima Yue and Mo Sha enter, there were still some doubts in their eyes. Hua Jing said, "This is made from 100,000-year-old black iron. Without a key, we can't open it. We've already tried many methods." Sima Yue glanced at Mo Sha. Could it be that this guy knew from the start that they couldn't open the cage and let her open the lock? Ba Jiazi was at the side instructing those people to use their spirit energy to attack, but everyone's spirit energy was exhausted and there was nothing they could do. She was about to cry as she watched from the side. Sima Yue walked over. When Ba Jiazi saw her, she forced a smile. Why are you here? Let me try. Sima Yue looked at the 1-foot-tall lock. There were burn marks, spirit energy marks, and even some prying marks on it. Ba Jiazi didn't have much hope for Sima Yue, but since she said it, perhaps there really was a way. Sima Yue went over to look at the lock and used her own flame to test it. After 2 minutes, the lock still didn't budge. The people outside the cage saw a stranger and thought that there was hope. They didn't expect the result to be the same. Yue, normal flames are useless against this. Ba Jiazi said. That's true. Sima Yue kept her own flame and immediately changed it to Qi Yan's. When the flame came out, the temperature in the entire cave suddenly rose. Everyone was terrified of this flame. Yue, what kind of flame is this? Ba Jiazi subconsciously took a step back and looked at the flame in her hand in horror. It's my contracted beasts. Sima Yue said. She threw the flame over, but the flame only managed to wrap around the top of the lock. She looked at the slowly shrinking lock and lamented that it was too slow. If she had a little more flame, the speed would be much faster. However, her flame was the bane of the dark race. She only used a little bit and everyone in the cave was already trembling in fear. If she used a little more, these people wouldn't be able to handle it. Fortunately, she didn't need to refine the entire lock. She only needed to burn the chain on the lock. It really worked. The people from the Black Jade clan saw that the lock was slowly shrinking and their eyes were filled with hope. Hua Xiu looked at her flame and couldn't help but shiver. If she had used this flame to burn him when he caught her, he would have been burned to ashes. Time slowly passed. After more than an hour, the chain was burned. Sima Yue put away the flame and the temperature in the room returned to normal. All right, everyone come out quickly. Little black rabbits came out of the cages. The poison in their bodies had been cured and they were now full of energy. Princess, the Red Jade clan actually dared to betray us and collude with the Ji clan. We must eliminate them all. A Black Jade clan elder said. Yes, Princess, we must find the Red Jade clan for revenge. Everyone, please calm down. The Red Jade clan betrayed the Devil Rabbit clan. We will definitely not let them go. However, we have more important things to do now. Ba Jiazi comforted them. Grandfather and the others were captured by the Ji clan and are now imprisoned in Blood Level City. Not only that, they also captured the Chinese clan leader and maybe the other clan leaders. Our top priority now is to find a way to save Grandfather and the others. As for the Red Jade clan, we must make them pay the price for this matter. Chapter 589. After that, Sima Yu became a bystander again. She followed behind the Black Jade clansmen and watched as they took control of the Red Jade clansmen on their territory. They saved the remaining people and discussed how to rescue the captured clan leader. Then, everyone went to the vicinity of Blood Level City. Mo Sha said he wanted to go with her because they didn't have much time left in the Devil Realm. Thus, she put on a heroic expression and stepped onto the transportation array. But when she was teleported away, she realized something was different. She was no longer dizzy. When she arrived at her destination, she was still in a daze. Was she really not sick of teleportation arrays anymore? Why did it feel so unreal? Everyone had left, but she was still standing there in a daze. Mo Sha sighed in his heart and reached out to tap her forehead, saying, "Let's go." Ah, Sima Yue reached out to cover the place where she was hit. Seeing the teasing look in his eyes, she thought of the few bowls of medicine he gave her and said, "Is it because of the thing you gave me?" So stupid. Mo Sha glanced at him, then turned and left. What an idiot, only realizing it now. He despised her inwardly. However, he couldn't help but smile when he saw the joy on her face because she didn't get sick. Sima Yu pursed her lips at his back, then followed him with large strides. It was great that he didn't feel dizzy using the teleportation array anymore. When she got back, she wanted to get that method and give it to Feng, or to use so that he wouldn't get dizzy in the teleportation array. The people of the Black Jade clan took them to the mountain range near Lu Shui City. From the mountain peaks here, they could see Lu Shui City. While Mo Sha was discussing with Hua Jing and the others how to rescue those who had been captured, she stood at the side in a daze. She really couldn't understand what they were talking about in such a short time, unlike Sha, who was able to analyze the current situation very well after listening to Hua Jing and the others. She looked up at the gray sky, as if there was no blue sky and white clouds here. She couldn't see the sun all day, and she didn't know how the green plants grew. She was bored out of her wits. Seeing that they were still in the middle of their discussion and that a few more strangers had arrived, she quietly left the mountain. Sha sensed her departure and glanced in her direction before continuing his discussion with them. Unknowingly, she had left the mountain far behind. "Kacha," a crisp voice rang out. She looked around, but didn't see anyone. "Kacha?" A few sounds were heard, but there was no movement at all. She called Xiaoming out, and the two of them followed the direction of the voice. "Kacha," as if sensing that someone was approaching, the voice disappeared. "That sound just now sounded like the sound of eating." Little Dream said. "I think so too, but there's no one here." They looked around but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Leaning against a huge flower, they sat down. You, this place is strangely quiet." Little Dream said. "It's as if there's no life nearby." "It is indeed a little strange." Sima Yue closed her eyes and sensed her surroundings. She did not find anything out of the ordinary. There were only trees and flowers around her. Moreover, there were large patches of flowers. It seemed that there were no other plants around except for these flowers. Since they didn't find anything, the two of them chatted casually under the flowers. When they weren't paying attention, a flower bud slowly rose not far away and approached the two of them. When it got close to them, it suddenly bloomed, revealing rows of sharp teeth in the stamen. Then, it fiercely pounced on the two of them, wanting to suck them into its mouth. Bang! Little Dream used her spiritual energy to open the flower. The two of them left the flower they were leaning against and came to an open space, looking at the dancing flowers in the air. There must be a demon when things are out of the ordinary. This place is so quiet, there must be a demon. Sima Yue sneered. "I didn't expect to meet a man-eating flower here." "You didn't fall for it at all. The flower didn't even have a mouth." They didn't know where the voice came from. Sima Yue smiled. "You purposely made a sound to lure us here. Then, you wanted to eat us when we let our guard down. Unfortunately, it's too quiet here. There's no movement at all. How would we dare to let our guard down?" Even if you didn't fall for it, the result would still be the same. It's just that it's a little more troublesome for me." After the man-eating flower finished speaking, the surrounding flowers moved. The flower branches extended endlessly and attacked them. Little Dream took care of one flower with a punch. Every flower was shattered by her. A small man-eating flower dares to talk nonsense." Little Dream stopped in the air and sneered. Sima Yue was not used to Little Dream's domineering words, especially when the flower was taller than her. She didn't seem to have any power at all. However, the man-eating flower understood how powerful she was. "I didn't expect there to be such a young demon king. If normal man-eating flowers are useless against you, it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you." The man-eating flower said fearlessly. All the surrounding flowers moved. It just so happened that there was only one man-eating flower in the valley. It's actually the man-eating flower king. This time, even Little Dream's expression changed. The man-eating flower king and the man-eating flower seemed to have the same strength. However, the man-eating flower king had endless life. It could quickly grow branches and bloom new flowers. As long as its main parts and roots were not destroyed, it was equivalent to an immortal life form. Moreover, each of its flowers had strength. It wasn't like normal man-eating flowers. Only a few flowers had attack power. Although Little Dream was strong, she couldn't withstand the hundreds and thousands of flowers. "Little Dream, come down!" Sima Yue shouted when she saw the man-eating flower attacking Little Dream. Little Dream wanted to come down, but she was blocked by the man-eating flowers coming from all directions. She couldn't move at all. So what if you're the Demon King? You'll still be eaten by me." The man-eating flower king laughed and opened its mouth to swallow her. Poochie, a bunch of flames burned the flower that was holding Little Dream. Then, the flames followed the flower branches and burned the other flowers as well. Little Dream took the chance to fly to Sima Yoyue's side. The man-eating flower king's flower branches danced in the air after being ignited. It was close to the other flowers and ignited the others. Normal flames are useless against me. What kind of flame is this? The man-eating flower king screamed. Its voice was filled with deep fear. Naturally, it's a flame that can burn you to ashes. Sima Yue said. Hearing that it would be burned to ashes, the man-eating flower king was afraid, because she knew that this flame could definitely do it. I was wrong. Please spare me. The man-eating flower king begged. Spare you? Didn't you say that you were going to eat us? I was wrong. It hurts. Please spare me. Spare you? Sima Yue smiled. I will only forgive my own people. As for my enemies, I will only eliminate them. Chapter 590. The man-eating flower king had lived for a long time and naturally understood what Sima Yue meant. However, it was unwilling to do so. It's impossible for me to recognize you as my master. Sima Yue was not in a hurry. She controlled the flame to burn slowly and said, Freedom or life, which one is more important? Freedom or life, which was more important? The man-eating flower king was also asking itself if it could give up its freedom for life. No, I won't give up my freedom and faith to become someone else's contract beast. The man-eating flower king shouted loudly. It was unknown whether these words were meant for her or for herself. I believe that you are a very unyielding man-eating flower king. Sima Yue said, but it doesn't matter to me whether you're here or not, so I will respect your choice. After saying that, the flames sped up a little. Soon, half of the flowers on the hillside were burned away by her. You have so many beasts and Brother Qian's powerful flames. This kind of man-eating flower is useless. You can go and burn its main root. Let's go back and eat. Little Dream said. Okay. Sima Yue patted Little Dream's head and replied. The man-eating flower king couldn't believe it. She had such a powerful flame, so how powerful was she? Maybe she really didn't care about it and didn't care about its life. She even said that she was going home for dinner? What were they trying to do? I'll go find its main root. Little Dream said. Go. We've been out for so long, they must be worried about us. It's better to go back early. I'm going. As the two of them spoke, they did not put the man-eating flower king in their eyes at all. They did not notice that the man-eating flower king's body was trembling. Especially when it saw Xiaomeng walking towards its main root, it cried out in fear. No, I don't want my freedom anymore. I'm willing to recognize you as my master. Really? Xiaomeng stopped and asked doubtfully, didn't you just say that you wouldn't give up your freedom for life? I changed my mind, okay? The man-eating flower king said awkwardly. Stop burning. Are you really willing to acknowledge me as your master? Sima Yue asked. Yes, I'm willing. Stop it hurts. The man-eating flower king cried out. Sima Yue snickered in her heart. With a wave of her hand, she kept the flames that covered the entire mountain. At this moment, the man-eating flower king only had a small portion of flowers left. How do we contract it? I don't know either. Sima Yue said, why don't we go back and ask Sha? He knows. Yue. Sima Yue waved at the man-eating flower king, saying, come back with me. The man-eating flower king hesitated for a moment. Seeing the flames still lingering on her hand, it obediently turned into a blood-red flower. Go. You. Seeing them leave safely, the two people in the air sighed in relief and went back. When Sima Yue went back, those people had already left. Only Sha, the Hua Jing brothers and Ba Jiazi were left. Yue, where did you go? You didn't come back for so long. We were going to look for you. Ba Jiazi looked at the flower in Sima Yue's hand and said, what a beautiful flower. I went to walk around nearby. Sima Yue saw that she was really worried about her and said apologetically. It's good that you're okay. Ba Jiazi said, we were just talking about looking for you. Your senior brother said you were fine. He knows you better. Sima Yue nodded at her and walked to Emosha's side. She handed the man-eating flower king to him and said, I caught a naughty little flower. I want to contract it. How do I contract it? Emosha looked at the flower in her hand and took it, saying, It really is a little flower. However, it can grow into a man-eating flower king. It's quite rare. I'll tame it for you in a bit. Sima Yue smiled and replied, If he said it was rare, then this man-eating flower king was indeed rare. Man-eating flower king? The man-eating flower king from the 2 valleys in front? Hua Xiu exclaimed. That's right. Sima Yue said, I just happened to meet it. It saw that I was pretty and said it wanted to follow me. The man-eating flower king in Emosha's hand trembled violently. It was screaming in its heart, Shameless! Shameless! You're the one who threatened me. Emosha seemed to have heard its thoughts. He lowered his eyes and glanced at it, then elegantly ignored it. The Hua Jing brothers were speechless as the corners of her mouth twitched. That man-eating flower king had been there for a long time. They had never heard of it not eating anyone because of their good looks. Looking at the man-eating flower king's obedient appearance, it must have been taught a lesson by her. However, she was also very capable. Many people had designs on it, but if they didn't leave with heavy injuries, they were eaten by it. They didn't think that she would be able to tame it. How's your discussion going? Sima Yue finally turned around and asked them. It's almost done. If we follow our plan, we'll definitely be able to save Clan Head and the others. Hua Jing said, looking at Emosha with admiration. When they were discussing the plan, he only listened to them talk about the situation and reacted quickly. His plan could be said to be perfect. It was much better than what they, who understood the situation here, could come up with. Sima Yue wasn't there at the time, so she didn't see how everyone was deeply impressed by him. Then there's nothing for you to do? Then hurry up and tame the man-eating flower king for me. Sima Yue looked at Emosha eagerly. Although Emosha liked it when she acted spoiled with him in private, it was too embarrassing to do this in public. He closed his eyes and grabbed the man-eating flower king's roots. After a while, he opened his eyes and threw the flower to her. It's done. Sima Yue caught the man-eating flower king. Looking at its blooming flower, she asked, It's done? So fast? Plant-type beasts have lower spiritual power, not to mention a flower king that just became a king. Emosha said casually. Sima Yue could tell that he didn't think much of the man-eating flower king. She also expressed her doubts about her taste. However, thinking about how high his standards were, she didn't want to lower herself to his level. Thus, she held the man-eating flower king and ran to the side to contract it. Because it was the man-eating flower king and Emosha used the imperial beast art to tame it, Sima Yue's dark spiritual power increased quite a bit when she contracted it. Because of the contract, the man-eating flower king's injuries had recovered. Knowing that she was actually from the human world, it was so angry that it wanted to vomit blood, but it didn't dare to do anything to her. Since you like flowers so much, then you'll be called Hua Hua. Before Sima Yue could speak, Little Meng put her hands on her hips and decided on the name of the man-eating flower king. Chapter 591. Hua Hua. Sima Yue pursed her lips. Seeing Little Dreams you should be called flowy expression, she knew that she was unhappy that the man-eating flower king almost ate them. The man-eating flower king was angered to death. It was so mighty, how could it have such an ugly name? But before she could say anything, Xiao Meng spoke again. You don't want to be called Hua Hua? Should I call him the king of Hua Hua? Wang Hua Hua? Flower king flower? Little Dream grabbed its slender roots and said, Tell me, which of these names do you want to choose? If you don't choose, I'll get Big Brother Crimson Flame to deal with you. Through the contract, the man-eating flower king naturally knew what kind of existence Qi Yen was. When it heard Little Dream mention Qi Yen, the man-eating flower king finally compromised. Then let's just call her Hua Hua. Hua Hua King, Hua Hua Wang, and so on were too unpleasant to hear. It's settled then. Hua Hua, you're a member of our family from now on. Don't worry, Big Sister will protect you. Little Dream said with a smile. Sima Yue held her forehead. Why did she have a feeling that Xiao Meng had been led astray? Little Meng, don't learn bad things from Little Roar. Xiao Meng picked the huahua flowers and inserted them into Sima Yoyue's hair. They looked quite compatible. Yu, I haven't been led astray. Xiao Meng grabbed her hand and acted coquettishly. It's Ye Guang and the others who told me. They want me to learn Little Roar's shamelessness and scoundrel, learn Thousand Resonance's cunning, learn Chongming's steadiness, learn Little Rock and Crimson Flame's dominance. I'm seriously learning all of them. Sima Yuyue facepalmed. Spending all her time with Little Roar and the others, she was already greatly influenced by them. Now that she had to put her heart into learning, she really did not know what would become of the innocent little Meng in the past. Little Dream, don't listen to them. Just be yourself, she said earnestly to Little Dream. Yes, I will be myself. Little Dream nodded seriously. She would definitely be the shameless, cunning, steady and domineering person she was. Sima Yue looked at her innocent smile. Why did she feel her eyelids twitching? Hua Jing and the others had been paying attention to the situation here. When they heard Little Dream mention the names of Sima Yoyue's beasts, they were amazed that she had so many contracted beasts. She must be an extraordinary person in the human world. Sima Yue and the others waited on the mountain for a few days. After 3 days, Hua Jing and Ba Jiazi also left with their own people. Only Sima Yue and Mo Sha remained, as well as Little Meng, who was filled with curiosity about the entire mountain range. Little Dream was walking in the mountains with a flower in her hand. The magical beasts they encountered did not dare to provoke her when they saw them. What a joke, who did not recognize the ferocious little flower in her hand. Only the blind Mo Xiong would do such a stupid thing. Serves him right for almost being eaten. They did not know which good person had taken care of this scourge. They were so grateful that they shed tears. With Huahua, Sima Yue casually went out to play with Huahua. She stayed in her tent and fiddled with the magical herbs she had obtained here. Yu, come out and take a look. Little Dream's voice came from outside. Hearing her call, Sima Yue put down the things in her hands and left the tent. When she went out to take a look, she immediately lost her calm. She pulled Little Dream over and took a deep breath. Why did you bring so many magical beasts back? Little Dream giggled. They said they wanted to follow Yu. Where did you kidnap them? Who taught you to kidnap them? I already told you not to learn from Little Roar. Sima Yue rubbed her temples. She felt a headache coming on. I didn't learn from Little Roar. Back then, he only kidnapped Ye Guang and Little Peng. I've kidnapped a group of beasts, much more than him. I've surpassed my master. Little Dream quibbled. You even learned Thousand Resonance's sophistry. Sima Yue reached out and poked Little Dream's head. Although Thousand Resonance is cunning, he usually doesn't show it. I'm different from him. Little Dream said with a smile. All right. Let them go back quickly. Sima Yue waved her hand. Seeing those ugly magical beasts, she panicked. You don't like them? All right then. Little Dream turned around and said to those magical beasts with her hands on her hips. My Yu said that she can't take you in. You can all go back. That domineering look really gave off the feeling of a little tyrant in the mountains. Sima Yu saw the way Little Dream was behaving. She had imitated Little Rock so well. She suddenly wondered if she had discovered it too late. Little Dream's look was already a sign that she had taken shape. Thinking of the little girl who would feel timid after eating too much, she wailed in her heart. You guys, give me back my cute Little Dream. As for those magical beasts in the spirit pagoda, they were looking at the sky, eating and sleeping. They ignored her wailing. Yes, this was all they're doing. It had nothing to do with her. Sima Yue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Each and every one of them was so thick-skinned. As for those magical beasts, seeing Little Dream let them leave just like that, they were a little unwilling and stayed where they were. The Huahua in Little Dream's hand instantly became angry and roared. If you don't want to leave, then stay and be my dinner. Just nice, I'm hungry. We still have something to do. We'll go back first. Little Dream, come and play when you're free in the future. Yes. We also have something to do. Little Dream, we'll go first. Us too. In less than 2 minutes, all the magical beasts in the valley ran away. It was as if someone was chasing after them. Actually, wasn't there a certain man-eating flower king grinding its teeth here? If they ran too slowly, they might really become its meal. Sima Yue took the hua from Little Dream's hand and smiled. Well done. If something like this happens again, I'll leave it to you. I told you wouldn't like it. Little Dream didn't believe me and insisted on bringing them back for you to see. The hua was already used to its master. Little Dream wants me to take in more people by my side. It'll be safer when I travel on the continent in the future. Sima Yue patted Little Dream's head and said. Little Dream's originally disappointed face immediately bloomed with a smile because of her words. But I say, hua, are you male or magnetic? You're quite good at calling yourself an old man. Sima Yue flicked a flower and asked curiously. The hua shook the leaves on the flower and said, I'm not telling you. This is a secret. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Sima Yue said, anyway, you're called hua now. You're a male hua, and a female is also called hua. Ba Jiazi walked over from the side with a smile and said, this plant-type magical beast doesn't have a gender in the beginning. Whether it becomes a man or a woman after transforming is determined by what they want to do later. Chapter 592. Sima Yue looked at the hua in her hand and said in surprise, so you don't want to tell me because you're neither a man nor a woman. You're neither a man nor a woman. Hua couldn't be bothered with her master, so she decided to play dead and stop talking to her. Sima Yue did not tease her. She looked up at Duoba Jiazi and said, why are you back? Have you settled the matter? Yes, they have rescued my grandfather and the patriarch of the Chinese clan. Ba Jiazi said, so other than them, the Gue clan and Zhu clan also captured some clan leaders of other clans. I don't know what they want to do. Where are they? Sima Yue only saw her and no one else, so she asked. They are in Blood Level City. They asked me to bring you back. Ba Jiazi said. Why did you have to come personally? You could have just sent someone to call me. Sima Yue said. I'm here to tell you that I've asked our executive elder. He said that our method is to abandon the light attribute in the body at birth because at that time, they haven't started cultivating yet. In a situation like yours, our method is of no use to you. Sorry, I can't help you. Ba Jiazi said apologetically. Although he knew that the answer would be this, he still felt a little disappointed when he heard it with his own ears. It's all right, I'm not in a hurry right now. Let's see if we can find another way, Sima Yue said. My grandfather said that your senior brother is a very powerful person. Maybe he can find a way. Ba Jiazi said. Your grandfather met my senior apprentice brother? Sima Yue was surprised. This guy was nowhere to be seen, so he went to Lu Shui City. She didn't know what he said to Hua Jing and the others. Did he say that she knew Imosha's whereabouts, or that he was Imosha? Yes, I've already met them. They're currently discussing something and chased us out. So I volunteered to come find you. Ba Jiazi said, your senior martial brother knew that I came to find you, and told me to bring you back to the city. Let's go then. Sima Yue quickly packed up the tents. When they returned to the city, Sima Yue was arranged to stay in a quiet courtyard. In the past 2 days, other than Ba Jiazi who came to look for her a few times, no one else came. Even Imosha didn't come. On this day, Sima Yue was lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard and chatting with Little Dream. She did most of the talking while Little Dream ate at the stone table beside her. Little Meng, where do you think Imosha went? Will they sell us here? Sima Yue picked up a grape and tossed it into her mouth as she asked in boredom. I don't think so. Xiao Meng shook her head with certainty. But she hasn't seen him since we got here. But if he sells you, it won't do him any good. Xiao Meng said seriously, and you have a contract with him, why would he leave you here? Sigh, I don't know how long we have to stay in the Devil Realm. Sima Yue sighed, I don't know how they are now if they miss me. Feng knows that I'm missing, so he'll definitely come here. It's best if nothing happens. Aren't you worried that others will come here? Xiao Meng asked. I'm not worried, because they can't come to the blood tunnel. Sima Yue said, but Feng is different. He knows that I'm in the Devil Realm, so he'll definitely think of a way to come here. Brother Feng will be fine. Xiao Meng comforted. Sigh, I'm worried that he'll break my seal and use that power again. Sima Yue sighed again. She was most worried about Shimin Feng's body. Mo Sha walked in from outside the courtyard, followed by two people. They were the Black Jade clan and the Chinese clan leader. Senior brother, why are you here? Sima Yue asked. I brought them here to recognize you, then we'll prepare to leave. Mo Sha said. Hello Mississippi. Thank you for your help this time. If Miss comes to the Devil Realm in the future, we hope that you'll come and be our guest. The Black Jade clan leader said, if you have any requests in the future, you can come and find us. You'll be our clan's benefactor forever. This is our clan's token. This is the Chinese clan's token. If anyone comes to find you in the future, they'll definitely bring this and this. The Hua clan leader took out a strange token and said. The two clan leaders had given their tokens to her, and she accepted them all without any hesitation. She was afraid that if she refused, they would nag at her for a long time. She kept the two tokens, then looked at Mo Sha and asked earnestly, Senior brother, when are we leaving? Mo Sha waved his hand at the two of them, and the two clan leaders left respectfully. That etiquette actually showed that he was the leader. I asked them to find some things. They should be able to gather them in a few years. Once they've gathered everything, we can cancel the contract. Mo Sha said. Sima Yue was stunned. She didn't know what to feel. Did she want to cancel the contract with him, or did she want to have no relationship with him? Thinking about how the two of them wouldn't contact each other in the future, she suddenly felt a little irritated, but she didn't know why she had such a strange feeling. There were still a few years, which meant that he would still be by her side for a few more years. I'll make preparations, she said. Let's go back now. Mo Sha formed a seal with both hands and opened a space tunnel in the air. Then he pulled her in without looking back. When their feet touched the ground again, they were already standing at the place where they first came in. This is the exit of the Devil Realm? Sima Yue saw the faintly discernible barrier in the air. This should be the place where they came in. How do we get out? When they came in, they relied on something that Hua Xiu took out to open this barrier. Now, were they going to use the same method to get out? His method won't work. Mo Sha understood what she was thinking and said, but that can only be used to enter from the outside. It can't be used to go out from here. Then what do we do? How did Hua Xiu and the others get out? She asked. Their method is too complicated. You don't need that. Mo Sha said, you just need to fuse with Little Roar. Little Roar's innate skill can be used here? This barrier can't stop him, right? Sima Yue's eyes lit up. If Little Roar could be used like this, then she could go wherever she wanted in the future. We still need your spiritual energy to support us. Mo Sha said, you have to release all your 5 elemental spiritual energy and your dark attribute spiritual energy. Adding on Little Roar's innate skill, we can easily get out. Sima Yue nodded and released her fusion with Thousand Resonance. Then, she called Little Roar out to fuse with him. She then released all her 5 elemental spiritual energy and dark spiritual energy to support her, allowing Mo Sha to carry her towards the barrier. Chapter 593. Perhaps it was because she was the one controlling the size of the exit this time, so she spent a lot of energy. Therefore, she felt that the time she spent outside was longer than when she went in. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she felt that the spiritual energy in her body was about to dry up. Only then did they come out of the thick barrier. Are you all right? Sima Yue was being carried by Wu Lingyu. Just as she was feeling a little dizzy, an evil spirit greeted her gently from above her head. Senior brother? She called out uncertainly. Not bad, you didn't get it wrong, Wu Lingyu said with a smile. You're out? Where is Mo Sha? She rubbed her brows and got out of his arms. Standing on the ground, her body was a little weak and she had no choice but to lean on Wu Lingyu. He went back into the devil's snare ring. Wu Lingyu said, you should go back to the spirit pagoda and rest. Sima Yue nodded and led him into the spirit pagoda. She first adjusted her breathing and rested. Then she withdrew the dark spiritual energy into her dantian. Then she circulated the 5 elemental spiritual energy throughout her body. The illusion ring worked again. She changed her clothes into the familiar male attire. Wu Lingyu saw that she had changed back into her male disguise and thought of her stunning female disguise from before, saying, "Looks like we have to settle the matters of the Sage Pavilion as soon as possible. This way, you won't have to dress up as a man all the time." Sima Yue tugged at her clothes and said calmly, "It's okay, I'm used to it." "What's there to get used to? Women should act like women," Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue ignored him and brought him out of the spirit pagoda. Unexpectedly, not long after they left, they heard the sound of fighting. That barrier is so difficult to pass. Why are there still so many people from the devil world coming over? She frowned. The people of the devil realm have always been working hard to enter the human realm, and have been researching this for thousands of years. Naturally, they have found many ways. Wu Lingyu said, "Think about it. When Emo Sha led his troops to invade the human realm, he also passed through here. In the primordial lands, the northern 6 prefectures are not the only places that have paths to the devil world. Why did he choose this place?" Sima Yue was puzzled. "The obstacles here are the least. Although there are similar passageways in other places, the barriers are much more difficult. It's also much more troublesome for those people to come here." Wu Lingyu said, "Since there's an easier passageway, everyone will definitely be more willing to come here. It's not a battle between demons and humans." Sima Yue and the rest went over and saw a group of people fighting from afar. When she saw the two parties clearly, the fire in her heart was ignited. F***ck, how dare they kill my younger brother? These people must be tired of living. Sima Yue roared angrily. She called out Chong Ming and the others and was about to join the battle. "Don't worry." Wu Lingyu pulled her back. "You'll only cause trouble if you go in this state." Sima Yue glared at him. Could he not mention that she was weak? "Sisu." The little snake rubbed against her ear and stuck out its tongue. "You're going?" Sima Yue understood what the little snake meant. She rubbed its head and said, "You can't expose yourself in front of others now. Otherwise, there'll be trouble." Right now, no one could see through its disguise, but once it went into battle, there was a chance that its identity would be discovered. In order to avoid trouble, it was better not to appear in front of others. "Not good, Feng, or wants to break the seal. Hua, go and capture those people." She shouted, took out a flower vine, and threw it forward, throwing Floey to the ground near the battlefield. After forming a contract with Hua, she realized that Hua was not an ordinary man-eating flower king. It could actually cultivate a clone. It could split its main root into 2 parts. As long as one part was left, it could regenerate. Therefore, she planted the part of Hua's main root in her spirit pagoda. This way, even if she died, Hua would not die. After Hua fell to the ground, it quickly grew on the ground. In a short while, it surrounded the entire battlefield. Then, dozens of huge man-eating flowers suddenly rose from the ground, scaring those who were fighting fiercely. "What is this?" "God, it's a demonic vine." "Man-eating flower, it's a man-eating flower. Why did it suddenly appear here?" "Be careful, don't be caught by its flowers." Shimin Feng was preparing to break the seal and activate the power that Sima Yue had sealed. Seeing the sudden change, he was stunned. "What's going on?" The people who were with him saw the sudden appearance of the man-eating flowers and quickly gathered around. Under Sima Yue's instructions, the man-eating flower king caught all the people on the other side. The flower petals that were harder than steel sucked them in. No matter how hard they tried, they could not open it. "Should we take advantage of this opportunity to kill those people?" Someone suggested. "Don't move first. The sudden appearance of this man-eating flower is too strange. We don't even know if it's a friend or a foe. What if it turns to attack us when we move? Let's just wait and see." Shimin Feng's words were interrupted by someone walking towards them. After confirming that he did not see wrongly, he quickly flew towards her and hugged her. Sima Yue patted Shimin Feng's shoulder and said, "Aren't I back safe and sound now?" "Don't worry. You know that I'm worried." Shimin Feng hugged her tightly. "Then why didn't you come back earlier?" "I didn't want to. I can't come back as I wish after going there. Also, I was kidnapped." Sima Yue said. "Then are you hurt?" Shimin Feng let go of her and looked at her carefully. Sima Yue saw that he was frowning and quickly comforted him. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not hurt. I think, you seem to have gained weight. Shimin Feng said, I think I've been worried for nothing these past few months. Sima Yue glared at him. Was this what a good brother should say? Can't we still have fun together? Shimin Feng looked at her angry face and laughed. His heart that had been hanging in the air finally settled down. Master, can I eat them? Hua's voice pulled Shimin Feng's thoughts back. Seeing a huge flower suddenly appeared behind him, and inside the flower, there was a tooth that was more than a foot long, which made people feel cold from the bottom of their heart. He was startled. Who are these people? Sima Yue asked. They are the people from District 38. Shimin Feng said. District 38? He said so. She should know about District 38? District 38 is the place where you found your master. Shimin Feng explained. So it's them. Sima Yue looked at them and said, we don't need to leave these people alive, right? They are not important people. It doesn't matter if they are alive or not. Shimin Feng said. That's good. Hua, they are your lunch. Chapter 594. In the beginning, they wanted to kill her master, and now they wanted to kill her brother. She couldn't give these people a reason to live. Hua received her order and ate those people. Feeling that it was not enough, it turned its attention to the rest of the people, which gave them a fright. Sigh, I'm not in the demon realm. I don't even have the freedom to eat humans. Hua sighed and put away the flowers. They turned into a thin vine and wrapped around her waist. Sima Yue looked at this self-aware fellow and pulled it out, throwing it into the spirit pagoda. When they saw Sima Yue's straightforward manner, they could not help but twitch their lips. She was still the most domineering one. Feng, is she the relative you're looking for? A man in black walked over and asked. Yes. This is my brother Sima Yue. Shimin Feng said. This is Kong Valley's eldest disciple, Kong Bingyu. The others are also from the Kong Valley. She looks younger than you, but she's actually your brother. Kong Bingyu smiled and said, You're Sima Yue, the person we're looking for this time. Sima Yue looked at Shimin Feng in confusion. The Valley Lord knew that you were captured and brought to the demon world, so he sent people to find a way to rescue you. Shimin Feng explained. Send someone to save me? Sima Yue looked at them strangely. She did not have much interaction with the Kong Valley. Why would they want to save her? Because he knows that at that time you gave them 2 muscle and marrow cleansing pills. Third Mo was also willing to help them because of you, so he wants to befriend you. Shimin Feng said. Not only that, the academy also sent people. The Feng clan had also sent people over. As for the bird clan, it could be said that all the bird clans in the outer regions had sent people over. Everyone is trying to find a way to enter the devil realm to look for you. Sima Yue was touched. She did not expect so many people to come and save her. What about them? How did you get into a fight with the people from Area 38? She asked. Our people are spread out in various regions. Let's try to strike from other places. We've been assigned to this place. On the surface, these people said that they would help us to search together, but in private, they did some small actions. Shimin Feng said, just now, there was only some dispute, and they shouted to kill us. Maybe it's because we're with the Feng clan. Which force is number 38? Sima Yue asked. It's the Feng clan's old enemy, the Qi clan. Shimin Feng said, everyone is still very worried about you. Now that you're back, go and tell everyone that you're safe. Okay, Sima Yue replied. They returned together. This time, Shimin Feng and others didn't go to the place where number 38 was stationed. Instead, they directly went to the place where the commander-in-chief was stationed. After everyone found a solution, they would gather here to discuss it. Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu sat on Shimin Feng's flying beast and flew for half a day before reaching their destination. Just then, the people in charge of the various forces gathered together to discuss matters. When they saw that they were back, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Sima Yue had just gotten off the flying beast and had yet to say a word when something flew out from the side of the tent. Wu Lingyu, who was at the side, quickly pulled her aside, and that thing just happened to brush past the two of them. Pa! That thing fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. Only then did everyone see clearly what that flying thing was. A smelly shoe fell on the ground all by itself. You two little brats, have you grown up? You actually dared to go to the devil realm to play? Do you know that this old man can't take any more of your torture? Another shoe flew out from the tent. This time, without Wu Lingyu's reminder, Sima Yue knew to avoid it. Hearing Old Man Devil's voice, Sima Yue was very happy. However, she still felt wronged and said, "Master, I was caught by someone. I didn't go there to play." Old Man Devil walked out of the tent barefoot. He stared at the two of them and walked over to slap each of their heads. "How dare you quibble? You let him catch you just because he caught you? Have you ever thought about how worried we would be if you were caught? Look at me, I'm already so old and I still had to rush over from the central area. I'm so tired. Don't even think about how much white hair I've lost and how many wrinkles I've gotten." Old Man Devil reached out and pinched Sima Yue's face. "Master, it's not like he didn't catch me just because I didn't want him to." Sima Yue looked at Old Man Devil pitifully. "That person's cultivation level is higher than mine. And you brat." Old Man Devil realized that his little disciple's cultivation level was indeed lower. He turned his attention back to Wu Lingyu. "Seeing your junior brother get caught, you didn't even try to save him? Didn't I save him?" Wu Lingyu rolled his eyes as he said, "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking." Old Man Devil said, "If you dare to hurt my good disciple, I'll make you soak in medicinal baths every day." "Master, I'm your disciple too, okay? You've already grown up. Yue is still young. You're her senior brother. You should protect her well." Old Man Devil scolded. "Aren't I protecting her well? Her little brother said that she's gained weight. How is this the treatment of someone who's being abused?" Wu Lingyu said. "All right, actually he had been sleeping the whole time. The person who protected her and made her gain weight was Emo Sha. However, this was still his body, wasn't it? They were the same person from the start." Old Man Devil opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Sima Yue hurriedly grabbed his arm and said, "Master, if there's anything, let's settle it later. So many people are watching." Old Man Devil looked at the dazed crowd and snorted twice. He didn't say anything else. "Yue, it's good that you're back. Otherwise, we'll feel guilty for the rest of our lives." Dan Jing was also here. Seeing Sima Yue standing in front of him, the worry in his heart dissipated. Sima Yue looked over and nodded at Dan Jing. Seeing Feng Zhixing looking at her, she walked over and said, "Master, I'm back." Feng Zhixing reached out and patted her head. He smiled and nodded. "It's good that you're back. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to." "You've gained a little weight." He pinched her face again. "That little bit of flesh. I didn't expect Yue to be the Junior Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley. When we saw the Devil Valley Lord coming, we thought it was because of the Holy Sun. We didn't expect him to ask about you first. That's when we found out that you have a master. It's good that you're back. Otherwise, your two masters would have turned this place into a low-pressure center." Xiong Anren laughed. "Since Yue and the rest are back, let's inform those outside to prepare to retreat." Feng Lu said, "All right." Old Man Devil walked over and grabbed Sima Yue. When he passed by Wu Lingyu, he said, "You two come in. I have something to ask you." Chapter 595. Sima Yue followed Old Man Devil into his tent and saw him casually setting up a barrier. Then he looked at her and Wu Lingyu and asked, "Were you really captured when you went to the Devil Realm, or did you go in by yourselves?" "Someone caught me. We beat them at their own game," Sima Yue answered honestly. "Is it because of this brat?" Old Man Devil said. "I guess so." Sima Yue said. She gave a rough account of what had happened after she met Hua Xiu and what had happened in the Devil Realm. After Old Man Devil heard everything, he said with a solemn expression, "It seems that there are still a few years before you can cancel the contract. You have to work hard to increase your strength in these few years. The stronger you are, the stronger your divine sense will be, and the less harm it will cause to you when the contract is cancelled." Sima Yue nodded, indicating that she understood. After leaving Old Man Devil's tent, Sima Yue went to Shimin Feng's tent. "Big brother, why are you here?" Shimin Feng was talking to Kong Bingyu. Seeing her come in, both of them stood up. Shimin Feng's face was completely healed, but in order to prevent people from Yin Yang Palace from seeing him, he still wore a mask. However, this couldn't hide the smile on his face. Sima Yue looked at the way the two interacted and guessed that their relationship was not bad. Ever since they met again, she rarely saw Shimin Feng smile. Let me check on your recent situation. What are you guys talking about? You look so happy. She walked over and pulled a chair to sit beside him. She took his hand and examined it. I'm telling Bingyu about some funny things that happened in the Kong Valley recently. Shimin Feng said. Don't worry, I didn't remove the seal. I saw it just now. If senior brother and I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid you would have been devoured by the backlash. Sima Yue glared at him. He smiled awkwardly and quietly let her check his body. Seeing Shimin Feng's current appearance, Kong Bingyu was secretly surprised. Everyone knew what kind of person Shimin Feng was normally. He was antisocial, cold, and ignored people. She had also spent a lot of effort to have the current relationship with him. But now, he actually discovered such a well-behaved side of him, and he really looked like a younger brother. He then looked at Sima Yuyu, who was concentrating on examining Shimin Feng. She clearly looked so young, and he heard that she was only in her 20s. Why was it that when the two of them interacted, it was as if they were brothers? Sima Yue checked him for a while to make sure that he was fine before she withdrew her hand. How is it? I told you that I listened to you and didn't do anything that would harm my body. Shimin Feng said, other than worrying about your safety, I lost a little weight. Stop teasing me to cover up your mistake today, Sima Yue said. If I didn't come in time today, I can't imagine what would have happened to you. When I get back, I will continue to study your situation and remove this hidden danger for you as soon as possible. The next time I see you doing something so dangerous, I will kick you into the 9th Star Ocean. The 9th Star Ocean is so far away, you can't kick me over. Shimin Feng said with a smile. You can try. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. Forget it, I won't try. Shimin Feng said, but I heard from Qin Mo that 3rd Mo went to the 9th Star Ocean recently. I don't know why he went to such a dangerous place. 3rd Mo went to the 9th Star Ocean? What did he go there for? Sima Yue was very surprised when she heard this news. The 9th Star Ocean was a vast ocean that connected the central region and the outer region. It was many times bigger than the Atlantic Ocean in her previous life. Although the 9th Star Ocean was the boundary between two regions, no one dared to cross the ocean to go to the other side. Because of the dangers there, even monarchs didn't dare to casually go there. 3rd Mo actually went to such a dangerous place. This made her faintly worried for him. Don't worry too much. I heard from Qin Mo that 3rd Mo went to look for him before he left. From what he said, 3rd Mo seemed to be very confident about this trip. Shimin Feng comforted. You don't know. Every time that guy said that he was confident, he was less than half confident. When he was confident, he wouldn't say it. Sima Yue said, since he said that to Qin Mo, it means that he isn't confident. No, I have to think of a way to stop him. It's already too late. Shimin Feng said, when you were in the devil realm, he had already gone. Why didn't Qin Mo stop him? Sima Yue said. Qin Mo said that he tried to stop him, but 3rd Mo was very insistent. You know 3rd Mo's temper the best. Qin Mo couldn't persuade him and could only send 2 people to go with him. But they were all rejected by him. Shimin Feng said, I think he definitely went there for something that he didn't want others to know. Maybe. Sima Yue sighed. But although that guy's actions are somewhat risky, he's lucky. Every time, he would escape from a disaster. I hope that nothing will happen to him this time. Otherwise, with how big the 9th Star Ocean is, it would be extremely difficult for us to find him. Sima Yue thought of his mysterious identity. She didn't know whether his going there had anything to do with his identity. All right, I've finished examining you. You guys can continue chatting. I'll go see Master. Sima Yue said and pulled open the curtain and went out. When she arrived at Feng Zhixing's tent, he was looking at a painting. Sensing her arrival, he put away the painting. Sima Yue went in and saw Feng Zhixing sitting on the chair. She felt that there was a trace of sadness in his eyes that couldn't be dispersed. Was it because of her mother? She didn't know what kind of person her mother was, to be able to make such a peerless person so deeply in love with her. Yue, you're here. Feng Zhixing smiled and waved at her. Sima Yue walked over and sat beside him, saying, Master, when I was free in the demon world, I made a rubbing of an array book. I want to give it to you. She took out a rubbing and handed it to him. Array book? Did you get it in the demon world? Feng Zhixing took the rubbing and asked without looking at it in a hurry. No, I got it before. But because I was always busy, I didn't have the time to make a copy. Sima Yue said, Actually, I started making copies before I went to the demon world. It's just that I was a little slow and only finished when I was in the demon world. Master, what do you think of this? Feng Zhixing looked at her eager expression and picked up the rubbing and placed it on his forehead. He had seen a lot of array formation books, and many of them were extremely rare. He had originally planned to say that he liked it even if it was very ordinary. He didn't have much hope, but when he started reading it he was completely stunned. Chapter 596. His reaction was similar to Third Mo's when he first saw Soul Seeking the Source. Feng Zhixing raised his head and grabbed Sima Yue's hand. He asked excitedly, Where did you get this formation? It was Sima Yue's first time seeing him so excited. In the past, he had always been indifferent. Even when he was in a desperate situation, he would only smile when he saw the Feng family coming to his rescue. They brought it out from a graveyard. I saw that the array on it was very good, so I wanted to share it with Master. She smiled and said, But because it was given to me by someone else, I can't give the book away. Then can you show me that book? Sima Yue took out the book. It was the book that Wu Lingyu had found for her. Feng Zhixing held the book with both hands. When he saw the biography on the title page, he excitedly muttered to himself. That's right. This is the book. After being missing for so many years, I never thought that I would be lucky enough to see it again. Master knows about this book? Sima Yue asked. The book didn't seem to have a name on it, so how did he know what book it was? This is the 100 Changing Doors, which is also the original array doors. Their sect master created a book, which was then regarded as a rare treasure in the array world. It was said that after his death, the original novel disappeared. Everyone guessed that it must have been buried with him. However, because there was still a rubbing, no one paid much attention to it. However, the second book also disappeared. Only then did everyone remember the original book. However, at that time, the 100 Changing Doors had already moved to the central regions. Furthermore, the previous seniors had already passed away. The location of the founder's grave has always been a mystery. Sima Yue didn't expect so many things to happen in between. She also didn't expect Feng Zhixing to know the origin of this book at a glance. Seeing how he loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it, she wanted to give the book to him. But thinking about how Wu Lingyu had been trapped in the array for 2 years because of this book, and even injured his soul, if she gave it away with his temperament, he would definitely be unhappy. After hesitating for a long time, she still didn't say it. Feng Zhixing looked at the book for a while and compared the content in the rubbings he had just seen with the previous content. He found that Sima Yue was very serious in rubbings. There was almost no deviation at all. Even if she didn't understand the content, she printed it out accurately. He returned the book to her and said, I'll keep the rubbing, but I'll return the book to you. You must take good care of this unique book, and don't show it to others easily in the future, unless it's someone you really trust. Sima Yue nodded and kept the book. She knew the value of this book in the entire continent. If others knew that this book was in her possession, unless she was willing to give it up, it would bring her endless trouble. Master, I'll head back first. Sima Yue stood up and said, And that's right. Since you're going back, tell the people from the Kong Valley that we'll be waiting for the others to return tomorrow before we return to the main road. Feng Zhixing said, You should take advantage of this time to rest. When people ask you about what happened in the devil world, you'd better think of a good excuse. Yes, I will. Sima Yue said. With so many people coming to look for them, the news of them entering the devil world had probably spread throughout the continent. If they saw her go back, those people couldn't ask Wu Lingyu, but they would definitely ask her. It seemed like she had to find Wu Lingyu to discuss what to say when she went up. Actually, according to Sha, they didn't really go deep into the devil world. They only made a small fuss at the side. It was like a super bustling town, and they only walked around a small village at the edge of the town. Sha said that because they didn't go deep, the things she saw were still considered good. If they went deeper, then she definitely wouldn't think that life in the devil world was good. Sima Yue didn't comment on this. She was just a passerby in the devil world. She didn't care about what the real devil world was like. But she didn't think that she would enter the devil world again a few years later and experience so many shocking things. She went to Wu Lingyu's resting place. Wu Lingyu knew her intentions and said, "If people ask you, just say that you don't know anything. You were in a daze. When you woke up, we were already back in the bloody tunnel. Just say that you saved me? Let them ask you about the details?" Sima Yue blinked. This was a good excuse. She didn't know what was going on. She didn't even know about entering the devil world. If they wanted to know the details, they had to ask the holy son of the sage pavilion. She wanted to see how many people would ask him, and how many people would dare to ask him. After solving this problem, she went back with peace of mind. When the leader of the Egret clan, Bai Qing, brought the elders of the clan back, she remembered the elders that she kept in the spirit pagoda. Little Rock had already told them not to tell anyone about the spirit pagoda. The elders had seen Crimson Flame inside, the divine bird with the highest status in the bird clan. Even Little Rock could only stand aside. The elders were instantly excited and shocked, repeatedly expressing that they would not speak of this matter. Crimson Flame looked at them and said, "I still believe in myself." He formed a seal with both hands, and a few red lights entered the elders' heads. This thing usually doesn't have any effect in your body, but if you want to tell anyone about the spirit pagoda, it will immediately take your life. If you don't believe me, you can try it when you get out. Crimson Flame said. The elders expressed their loyalty again, saying that they wouldn't tell anyone. They even asked to stay here and follow Little Rock and Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame originally wanted to refuse, but he thought that Sima Yue wasn't strong enough. Although she had Ninth Rock and the others, it would be good to have a few more old birds by her side, so he agreed to their request. Thus, when she saw Bai Qing, Sima Yue felt that she had let him down. She felt as if she had dug a corner of his wall. When Bai Qing heard that the elders wanted to represent the Egret clan to stay by Little Rock's side to protect him, he expressed his approval. He kept asking if it was enough and if there was a need to send 2 more elders. Sima Yue looked at him. If he wasn't the king of the Egret clan, he would have personally stayed. After sending the warm-hearted Bai Qing away with great difficulty, Sima Yue took back the elders and finally had time to rest. The next morning, Shimin Feng came to tell her that everyone was ready to set off. Sima Yue went out and got on the flying beast with everyone, flying towards the ancient primordial lands. After passing through layers of thick fog, she finally returned to the Red Canyon and saw the blue sky that she hadn't seen for a long time. Chapter 597. New Dagger fantasy novels. She had been down there for almost a year, but she had never seen the blue sky or white clouds. Now that she saw the blue sky, she felt a little excited. She sat on an egret, and the egret flew her to the top of the canyon. Before she reached the top, she heard someone calling her name. "Grandfather, Auntie Yu, Auntie Lon, why are you all here?" She got down from the white heron as Sima Lai and the others surrounded her. "We knew that you were taken to the devil world. We were very worried, so we followed Feng Er here. But because our strength is too low, we can't go down and can only wait for you here." Sima Lai looked at Sima Yue and saw that she was not missing an arm or a leg. Only then did he feel at ease. Although they were holding her life jade and knew that she had nothing to worry about, they were still worried that she would suffer and get hurt down there. Now that they saw that her complexion was good, they could finally stop worrying. "It's good that you're back," Yin Lan said from the side. "If anything happened to you, those children would be heartbroken. Are they all right?" Sima Yue could imagine their reactions when they heard that they were taken to the devil world. "It's all right. At first, they were a little crazy and worried about your safety. But after they found out that you were fine, they calmed down." Sang Muyu said, "Initially, they wanted to come here as well, but the academy did not allow it, so they could only wait for you here. Then let's go back earlier. Sima Yue said. She turned around and looked at Feng Zhixing. You've been out for so long, go back. When I'm done with my business, I'll go to the academy to see you. Feng Zhixing said. All right. If you don't come, I will look for you. Sima Yue said, now I know how to find you. Old Man Devil unhappily pinched Wu Lingyu's clothes and said, Yue is too biased. We're both masters, why don't I see her reluctant to part with me? Wu Lingyu pulled her clothes back and rolled her eyes at him. Sima Yu also expressed her gratitude to the others who came to save her. Although they didn't do much, their intentions were still worthy of her gratitude. After the others left, Sima Yue came to Old Man Devil's side and took out a spatial ring, saying, Master, I know you're thinking about them. Old Man Devil looked at the things inside the ring, and the melancholy on his face disappeared, replaced by a bright smile. He quickly put the things away and patted Yue's shoulder, saying, Good disciple, you know how to be filial to your master. As long as master is happy. Sima Yue smiled. At the same time, she complained in her heart. That stinky look on his face was because he thought that she didn't care about him. That's right, master. Do you know a girl called Feng Ruyen? Old Man Devil's hand trembled as he shouted, Who are you talking about? Feng Ruyen. From the way she spoke, she should know you. Sima Yue said. How do you know her? Old Man Devil said excitedly, Do you know where she is now? I don't know, she already left. Sima Yue said, Master, do you know her? I do. Old Man Devil muttered, I didn't expect to hear news about her. She must be as beautiful as she was back then. Sima Yue saw that he was in a daze and waved her hand in front of him, saying, Master, she can't be the person you like, right? Old Man Devil slapped her hand away, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? I was still a child when I met her. It's been a few hundred years and you still remember her? Sima Yue teased. How can I not remember? A girl like her is unforgettable. Old Man Devil said, Tell me, how do you know her? Did you see her? Sima Yue told Old Man Devil the news of Feng Ruyen's treatment. Old Man Devil fell silent after hearing it. That means that you don't know where she is now. Looks like I have to ask Junsung. That guy seems to have gone to the central regions recently. Old Man Devil said, All right, you guys should hurry back to the academy. Remember to send my regards to that old guy. After speaking, he opened a space tunnel and went in. It was only when the space tunnel closed that she remembered that he didn't tell her who Feng Ruyen was. Forget it, I didn't want to know when Auntie Feng was here. It's okay if I don't know now. I'll know when the time comes. Sima Yue sighed, then said to Sima Lai and the rest, Let's go back too. They went to a nearby city and used the teleportation array to return to the central region. This time, she didn't get sick from the teleportation array. However, Shimen Feng still couldn't get used to it. When she returned home, Bei Gongtang and the rest happened to be home. When they saw her return, they were all extremely excited. I knew that you would be fine. Fatty Chu came up and wanted to give her a bear hug, but he felt that something was wrong when he hugged her. He raised his head and saw Wu Lingyu looking at him coldly. Fatty, I didn't think that you would be so warm towards me. Fatty Chu looked at Sima Yue who was standing at the side and laughing secretly. He knew that Wu Lingyu must have pulled Sima Yue away and came over himself. He let go of him resentfully. Fifth bro. Sima Yu Ming and the rest walked over and hugged her. It's good that you're back. Sima Yue patted their backs, saying, I've made you guys worry. It's okay for us to worry, as long as you're safe. Sima Yulu said, When we found out that you and your senior brother had been taken to the Devil Realm, we were all scared out of our wits. We thought that you were doomed. It's a good thing that we remembered your life, Jade, and saw that it was intact, so we knew that you were fine. If not, everyone would have gone crazy. Wu Lingyu didn't think that she would be able to protect Fatty Chu, but not her brothers. Seeing them hug for so long, she really wanted to go up and pull them away. Alright, they just came back. Let Yue sit down and rest for a while. Bei Gongtang said, Yes, look at how excited we are. Sima Yuming said with a smile, Let's go in first. Right, why are you all at home today? Don't you have classes? Everyone walked towards the living room and Sima Yue asked when she thought that they were all here. The sect has been organizing a competition recently, so we haven't had classes recently. We're all preparing ourselves. Wei Ziqi said. The competition this time is for those people to prepare for the inner sect in a year's time. They want to see what level they are at. Ouyang Fei explained. The competition will start the day after tomorrow. If you look for the vice principal, you might be able to sign up. Fatty Chu said. Sima Yue shook her head, saying, I just came back and have a lot of things to do. I won't be participating in the competition, but I will definitely cheer you on when you compete. Chapter 598. Sima Yue went to the school the second day after her return. She went with Wu Lingyu to visit the dean of teaching and the vice principal. The dean asked them about what they had gained this year. Wu Lingyu said a lot, but in her eyes, it was all nonsense. The vice principal didn't say anything, but asked Wu Lingyu to stay alone. Before she left, the vice principal said that Gu Lang had looked for her several times. She left the vice principal's office and went straight to Gu Lang's research lab. Gu Lang was in the middle of a discussion with a student. When he saw her, he was a little surprised, but more than that, he was excited. That's all for today. We'll talk about the rest later. Gu Lang said to the students. The competition is coming up. You must prepare yourselves. Yes, Mr. Gu. The students packed up their things and saw Sima Yue standing outside. Yue, you're back? I heard that your assistant teacher took you out to travel. How have you been this year? Someone greeted her. Not bad. Have you all signed up for the competition? What projects did you sign up for? We all signed up to refine pills. There is no medical faculty in the inner yard. If we want to enter, we can only choose other courses. Good luck, seniors. You're here for Mr. Gu, right? Go in quickly. Teacher Gu said that you've been gone for a long time. Take care, seniors. Sima Yue chatted with them for a while before entering the room. Gu Lang had already cleaned up the teaching materials. Teacher Gu. Sima Yue bowed to Gu Lang. I heard that you were taken to the Devil Realm? Are you all right? Gu Lang asked. This matter was a secret among the students, but the teachers knew about it. The academy even sent teachers to participate in the search and rescue. Fortunately, Teacher Wu saved me. I'm still safe. Sima Yue said. That's good, said Glenn. Look at this. As he spoke, he took out a few sheets of paper and handed them to her. Sima Yue took the paper and looked at it. The more she looked at it, the happier she became. Teacher Gu, you've thought of a solution for my brother's illness? Gu Lang nodded. I've been studying his condition for the past year. Then I came up with this method. I think it should be useful. But there's no way to test it. Why? Asked Sima Yue. Because this is an impossible prescription. Look at the last sheet. Gu said. Sima Yue took out the last piece of paper and looked at it. It was filled with the required ingredients. The more she looked down, the more shocked she became. These are the main ingredients. What I have here I have ticked off at the back, said Glenn. The others, each one of them is very rare. Among them, the last few are the rarest. Of Earth's UUS, these were 10,000-year-old Black Sea cucumbers can only be found in the 9th star ocean. Moreover, it's very rare to encounter one of this age. Old about. As for the last one, I know it exists, but I can't get it. Gu Lang said. No matter what, I have to find these things. Sima Yue said. Teacher Gu, you said you know where the Earth's eye is? When Gu Lang heard Sima Yue's words, he realized that he had said something wrong. He wanted to deny it, but when he saw Sima Yue's anxious gaze, he couldn't bear to lie to her. I do know where the Earth's eye is, but it's still the same. You can't get it. Why? Because it belongs to the academy. No one can get it. Gu Lang said. So don't think about it. It's still early. We can think of other ways. Teacher Gu, do you think there are other ways? Sima Yue asked. Gu Lang was stunned and shook his head. He had thought for a long time before coming up with this idea. He had been very careful with these ingredients. If there were other ways, he wouldn't be so conflicted. So I have to give it a try. Sima Yue said. Teacher, please tell me where the Earth's eye is. Gu Lang was silent for a while, then said solemnly, "Forget it. This isn't a secret anymore. There's no harm in telling you. The Earth's Eye is now in the forbidden area of the Academy." Forbidden area of the Academy? Inner courtyard? Gu Lang nodded. The Earth's Eye has always been in the Academy. It has always been a secret. But a few decades ago, someone leaked the news and some people found out about it. So in these few years, many people came to the Academy to find trouble. But because of the Academy's status, they didn't dare to openly snatch it. Sima Yue thought of the few geniuses from the central region. Were they here for the Earth's Eye? Teacher Go, only by entering the inner courtyard can one enter the forbidden area. Is that right? Sima Yue asked. You want to go? The forbidden area is very dangerous. Those who enter without permission don't come back. No, I'm not talking about this. The forbidden area of the Academy is off-limits. Once you're discovered, you'll be chased out of the Academy. Gu Lang said anxiously. Teacher Gu, don't worry. I didn't say that I want to go to the forbidden area. Sima Yue said. Besides, I can't go in now, right? I'm just thinking if there's a way to get some out. You didn't say that there's a lot of it. That's impossible. Gu Lang said. If everyone thinks like you, then the Earth's Eye would be long gone. This kind of thing can't be used in the forbidden area. It's better to use it as a medicinal ingredient. It can even show its value. Sima Yue said. What nonsense. Gu Lang knocked her on the head. Sima Yue smiled and kept the paper. I'll go find someone to help me find other medicinal ingredients. Go. Gu Lang waved his hand and Sima Yue left. Seeing her leaving figure, Gu Lang sighed. He didn't know if he was right to tell her this news. After Sima Yue came out, she went straight to Xianyuan Pavilion and found the steward. The steward was a bald old man with a pair of small eyes that shone with a shrewd light. Sima Yue didn't beat around the bush. She took out the token that Jun Song gave her and said, I have something to trouble Xianyuan Pavilion with. The steward saw the token in Sima Yue's hand and said respectfully, So it's young Master Yue. What orders do you have? Sima Yue took out a piece of paper and said, Get someone to help me collect the medicinal ingredients on this. As for the reward, young Master Sima has this token. You don't need to pay to take things here. The steward said, No need to pay? She remembered that Jun Lan and the rest had to pay if they wanted to take things from Xianyuan Pavilion. Could it be that her position in Xianyuan Pavilion was higher than theirs? Chapter 599. Then can you help me check if the Xianyuan Pavilion has the herbs listed here? Sima Yue asked. The steward took the paper and saw what was written on it. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still shocked. Sima Yue looked at him and wondered if he was unwilling to give it to her because it was too precious. Don't worry, I won't take the Xianyuan Pavilion's things for free. I'll give you a corresponding reward. Young Master Yue, you've misunderstood. I'm just surprised by these things. The manager explained. Does the Xianyuan Pavilion have these things? Sima Yue asked. As long as it wasn't that the other party didn't want to give it to him, everything was negotiable. Some of them are available here. Some of them are only available in the central regions. However, we can transfer the goods. However, we don't have the last 3 items. The manager said. Sima Yue knew that the last 3 items were hard to find. It was good enough that she could gather all the other items. Then I'll have to trouble you to prepare these medicinal herbs for me. As for the remaining 3, get someone to help me find them. If they can find them, I'll buy them at a high price and I'll reward you handsomely. Okay, I will send the last 3 items to the entire Xianyuan Pavilion and let everyone help you keep an eye out. The steward said, When do you want the rest? As long as everything is ready, there's no need to rush. Sima Yue said, Also, we don't need the Earth's Eye. Help me find the other 2. If you find it, please let me know. All right. When Sima Yue came out of the Xianyuan Pavilion, it was already afternoon. Unexpectedly, she met a few acquaintances not long after she went out. When Tuoba Yin saw Sima Yue, she walked over and said, Yue, what a coincidence. When we heard that you were back, we were going to visit you later. We didn't expect to meet you here. Didn't you prepare for the competition later? Sima Yue saw that only Tuoba Yen Er and Feng Wuhan were present this time. Mu Lin and Wang Kai were not present. What's there to prepare for a little competition like that? The autumn air is refreshing, it's the best time to come out and drink tea. Tuoba Yen Er said, we're preparing to drink tea, do you want to come with us? Sima Yue originally wanted to reject, but when she saw Tuoba Yen Er winking at her as if she had something to say to her, she nodded and followed them to the tea house. After the waiters served the tea, Tuoba Yen and Feng Wuhan raised their teacups. Tuoba Yen said gratefully, Yue, thank you for saving my uncle. Wu Chen and I will use tea instead of wine to propose a toast to you. Your uncle? Tuoba Wu Chen? Sima Yue asked. He and Uncle Xing have been missing for many years. We have always been looking for him, but we never thought that the two of them would be trapped in the blood-red continent for so many years. Tuoba Yen Er said. Actually, I have a question. Why haven't they found a way to leave the bloody tunnel after so many years? Sima Yue asked. Tuoba Yen and Feng Wuhan looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before saying, because they were also brought to the devil realm. However, we don't know what they went through. Master and Tuoba Wuchen also went to the devil realm? And they stayed there for so many years? How did they survive? How did they come back? It seemed like they had many secrets on them. Sima Yue raised her teacup and proposed a toast to them. The three of them drank the tea and smiled at each other. All right, if Han knew that you came back, he would definitely be very happy. He has already come out to look for you a few times. When he found out that you were taken to the devil realm, he wanted to look for you as well. Tuoba Yer said, in a few days they will come out to visit. He should come out when he gets the news. Just as Tuoba Yer said, in a few days, Tuoba Han and Feng Wuhan came to look for her. I really can't believe that you actually went to the devil realm. What's even more unbelievable is that you actually came back unscathed from the devil realm. Feng Yuhang and Sima Yue were somewhat familiar with each other. With Feng Zhixing's relationship, they spoke much more casually. I also feel that it's very strange. Sima Yue said, everyone seems to think that it's normal for me to be missing an arm or a leg. Han, how has your body been this year? You can check it yourself. Tuoba Han sat beside her and stretched out his hand for her to check. Sima Yue took his pulse and her lips curled into a charming smile. I can't feel the poison anymore. Congratulations, you've advanced again. I have to thank you for this. If you didn't detoxify the poison in my body, I would probably need a few more years to advance. Tuoba Han said. Your talent is good. Sima Yue said. Tuoba Han smiled. After interacting with her a few times, he realized that her personality was sometimes very mild and sometimes a little hooligan. No matter what, we will remember your kindness to me and the Tuoba family. Tuoba Han said. Since you've already said so, then remember it. Sima Yue said, I have something to ask you. He had just said that her personality was mild, but this hooligan side of her was showing again. Say it, what is it? As long as I know, I will definitely tell you. You said it yourself. Sima Yue said, you geniuses from the inner regions came to the academy. Is it because of the thing in the forbidden area of the inner courtyard? Tuoba Han didn't think that she would actually ask this question. His heart skipped a beat. He saw that she was looking at him with a look that said, you know what to say. He then looked at Feng Yuhang. Seeing that there was no objection, he nodded and said, yes. That thing is the eye of the earth? She asked again. Then how much do you know about the forbidden area? Have you entered it before? What is it like inside? Tuoba Han saw that she was so concerned and asked back, Yue, don't tell me that you are also interested in that thing? If you all are interested in the eye of the earth, why can't I? Sima Yue smiled and looked at the two of them. Since we are so familiar with each other, shouldn't you share your resources? Then you have to tell me what you want it for. Tuoba Han said. The eye of the earth could be used as a medicinal ingredient. More importantly, it contained a huge amount of power. It was said that it could destroy heaven and earth. That was why it was coveted by many big powers. To save people. Sima Yue said, medicine. And I only need a little. If possible, you should give it up. Feng Yuhang said, the forbidden area of the inner courtyard. It is said that many people have died recently. That's right. Tuoba Han agreed. If possible, you should change it. Sima Yue sighed and said, if I could change it, would I still be interested in it? Don't you all want this? If you get it, can you give me a little? I can give you a reward. My life was saved by you. What reward are you talking about? If possible, I want to give you a little, but what? The last time we entered the forbidden area, we didn't find the Eye of the Earth at all. Chapter 600. The Eye of the Earth wasn't in the Academy's forbidden area? Sima Yue's heart jumped. Are you sure he's not here? We're sure. Tuoba Han said, the last time we went there, we almost lost our lives, but we also saw the situation inside the forbidden grounds clearly. We really didn't see the Earth's eye. Therefore, we guessed that the Eye of the Earth is no longer in the forbidden area. Could it be that he's no longer in the Academy? Sima Yue said worriedly, could it be that there are too many people fighting for the Earth's eye recently, so the Academy moved it to another location? Or have they moved to a place outside the Academy? No, the Earth's eye is still in the inner courtyard. Tuoba Han said with certainty. How can you be sure? Because the Eye of the Earth emits a fragrance. Although it's very faint, I can still smell it. Feng Yuhang said, I've been in the Academy for so many years, so I'm very familiar with this smell. If I'm not around, the fragrance will dissipate. Fragrance? The Eye of the Earth is very mysterious. Just by smelling that fragrance, my cultivation speed will increase. Feng Yuhang said, this is also the reason why many people are unwilling to leave when they are old enough to do so. There's such a wonderful thing? Sima Yue felt that this was very novel. Smelling the fragrance could increase one's cultivation speed. This was too miraculous. Of course. Do you think that the Earth's eye can only be used as medicine? Tuoba Han knew that he had guessed correctly when he saw Sima Yue's expression. Since there's a fragrance, can't we just follow the source of the fragrance? Sima Yue said. You can't find it. Feng Yuhang said, that fragrance will appear every night at midnight and will last until noon the next day. No matter where he was in the inner yard, the smell was the same. You have no way of finding the direction of that thing. Sima Yue fell silent. She lowered her head and looked at the blue and white porcelain teacup. Finally, she made a decision in her heart. There's still a year before the inner court selection begins. With your talent, it won't be a problem for you to enter the inner court. However, you have to think carefully about which academy you intend to enter. Among them, the best and most suitable for you are alchemy and array formation. Tuoba Han said. Let's talk about this later. Sima Yue said, let's see which one I want to learn more. There was still a year's time left. She had to find other ways to gather the herbs and improve her cultivation in this 1 year's time. However, now that he had a goal, he was even more motivated. A few days later, the outer sex competition began. She went to watch Sima Yulin's array competition, Fatty Chu's armament competition, as well as Ouyang Fei and Bei Gongtang's alchemy competition. After that, she went to watch her brother's competition. In the end, she realized that there were really many talents in the sect. Furthermore, only 10 to 20% of the talents were chosen to enter the inner sect. This was a little difficult. Fortunately, she saw that everyone's strength wasn't low, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to enter the inner courtyard. In the following days, she still frequently went to the library to borrow books, but she was not as anxious as before. Instead, she put more energy into refining pills. She had been able to refine Tier 6 pills for a long time, but because of the limitations of her strength, she had not been able to advance to Tier 7. Now that she had the strength, it was time for her to become a Tier 7 alchemist. She spent almost the entire day in Wu Lingyu's courtyard, entering the spirit pagoda to practice alchemy. When she was tired, she would flip through the medical books to find other ways to solve Shi Minfeng's problem. However, this method was not so easy to find. She spent a year and still couldn't find it. However, this confirmed the feasibility of Golang's method. However, her alchemy rank had really advanced to Tier 7, and she had become a Tier 7 alchemist. A Tier 7 alchemist who was not even 30 years old. If news of this talent were to spread, the entire continent would probably tremble. Even if the people in the inner regions knew, they would be impatient to poach her. Apart from alchemy, her strength had also advanced, becoming a divine king. She was only one step away from divine overlord. A year passed quickly. The Heavenly Sect's outer courtyard students were very excited because the decennial selection was about to begin. If they could enter the inner sect to study, they would get more cultivation resources. Sima Yue did not enter the Spirit Pagoda these few days, so she returned to her dorm to discuss alchemy and arrays with Bei Gong Tang and the others. Yue, you haven't been here recently. We have something we haven't told you. Bei Gong Tang said, Little Two has already entered the inner sect. Little Two has already entered? Sima Yue was a little surprised. The vice principal has completely activated the blood in his body. For someone like him, there is no time limit. He can enter the inner sect to study at any time. Wei Ziqi explained. That's good. The inner sect is safer than the outer sect. In the future, if his clan knows of his existence, they will have to think twice before touching him. Sima Yue said. Oh right, 2 days ago, the people from Xianyuan Pavilion said that we should go there when we have time. Fatty Chu said. There should be news about the ingredients you want. Wei Ziqi guessed. I'll go take a look now. Do you want to come along? Or do you want to continue studying the things in your hands? Sima Yue stood up and asked. We can't finish studying these things in a short period of time. The closer it is to the selection, the more relaxed we have to be. Fatty Chu said with a smile, we can still go to Memory Restaurant to eat after we go. In the past 2 years, they had been worried about Yue in the first year. In the second year, everyone was busy and had not had a good meal in a long time. The few of them went to Xianyuan Pavilion first. Bei Gong Tang and the rest casually looked at the things downstairs. If they saw something they wanted to buy, they would take it down and prepare to settle the bill. Sima Yue followed the shop assistant upstairs and went to see the manager. Young Master Yue, you're finally here. When the manager saw Sima Yue enter, he stood up and said, If you didn't come, I would have gone to the academy to look for you. Sima Yue saw that the manager was so anxious and asked, Is there news about the 2 ingredients I want? This year, Xianyuan Pavilion had prepared the other ingredients. Only the amber tears and black sea cucumber were left. There is news about the black sea cucumber, the manager said. But the other party said that they want to meet you personally to see what price you can offer. Also, we have this. The manager took out a box and handed it to her. Sima Yue opened the box and saw a golden amber tear lying inside. This is the amber tears? Looking at the golden lake that was like an eye, she excitedly bit her lower lip. Where did you find this? It was sent by Pavilion Head Song. He said that your Aunt Feng got the news and asked someone to find it for you. The manager said. Aunt Feng. Sima Yue did not expect to hear Feng Ru Yan's name at this time. She did not expect that she would find such a rare item for her. Chapter 601. Sima Yue caressed the box containing amber tears, feeling touched. She must have asked the Xianyuan Pavilion to help her search for amber tears and black sea cucumber on such a large scale. She, who had a deep relationship with the Xianyuan Pavilion, got the news and helped her find these. She put away the box and also put away her emotions. Then she asked, Where is the black sea cucumber you mentioned? That person is not here, but he said that he will be here the day after tomorrow and will stay for half a day. When the time comes, he can arrange for you to meet in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. The supervisor said. The day after tomorrow? Sima Yue was stunned. All right, I'll come over at noon the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow was the day of the inner court selection. He hoped that he wouldn't miss it. After explaining everything clearly, Sima Yue, Bei Gong Tang and the others returned to the courtyard. Knowing that she was going out the day after tomorrow, everyone was a little worried. Other than the average spirit master, the others will be selected on the first day. If you go there and miss the selection, what will you do? Wei Ziqi said with some worry. But that person will only arrive at noon and leave that night. I can't miss him. Sima Yue said, a 10,000-year-old black sea cucumber is very rare even in the 9th star ocean. I don't know if I'll be able to get one in a limited time if I miss it. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. I heard that the competition this time is to complete the pill set by the academy before 6 p.m. The best alchemy department students are at the 6th rank. I think their questions shouldn't exceed the 6th rank. Ouyang Fei said. Sima Yuiwei had decided to apply for the alchemy department. She might have a chance to come into contact with the eye of the earth. But to refine a 6th-ranked pill, even the simplest one requires 4 to 5 hours. Bei Gongtang said, So, you don't have much time. Yes, I hope that the other party is easy to talk to and can come back soon. Sima Yue sighed. If we miss the inner yard selection, it will be even more difficult to obtain the Earth's eye. Hopefully, there won't be any accidents that day. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the outer courtyard was in an uproar. There were excited students everywhere. The teachers of the inner courtyard were not in a hurry at all. They only arrived at the selection site when it was almost noon. Sima Yuiwei was already waiting in Xianyuan Pavilion. As the teacher began to announce the selection, Sima Yu had already received the news through the Mother-Sun Stone. The Blue Lotus pill was a rare level 6 medicinal pill. It was mainly used to treat people who had suffered from qi deviation and injured their meridians. Most people would need 5 to 6 hours to concoct this pill. Sima Yue had once spent 5 hours to concoct this pill. It ended before 6 o'clock, which meant that she had to rush back before 1 o'clock, and it was almost 12 o'clock now. She waited in the Xianyuan Pavilion, trying to calm her anxious heart, and began to recall the process of refining the cyan lotus pill in her mind. When it was almost 1 o'clock, a man in black walked in with the steward. Young Master Yue, this is Child Wu, the steward said. This is the child who wants to buy black sea cucumber. Please take your time. After the steward finished speaking, he left the room for the two of them. Child Wu? A member of the Violet Water Beast royal family from the Jiuxing Ming Sea? Sima Yue looked at Wu Lali. Wu Lali raised his eyebrows, saying, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable at such a young age. You actually know about my Violet Water Beast royal family. I've heard someone mention it before. Sima Yue replied, I heard that Child Wu La is willing to sell black sea cucumber that is over 10,000 years old. Wrong, I'm not selling, I'm exchanging. Wu Lali said, I came out this time to look for something. As long as you have it, we can exchange. If you don't have it, then there's no need for us to continue talking. What do you want? 10,000 years old red snow ginseng. Wu Lali said. Sima Yue's heart skipped a beat, secretly cursing this guy's appetite. 10,000 years old red snow ginseng was rarer than 10,000 years old black sea cucumber. This guy's abacus was great. I don't have it, she said directly. In that case, we have nothing to talk about. Wu Lali stood up and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. Sima Yue called out to him. Wu Lali turned around. Don't tell me you have it again? I don't have red snow ginseng. Sima Yue said, but I think we can continue talking. What right do you have to talk to me? Wu Lali said. All meridians destroyed, spirit pool destroyed, whole body paralyzed. I think the person you want to save should be like this right now, right? Sima Yue said calmly. Seeing his face suddenly change, she laughed. Tell me, do I have the right to talk to you right now? Wu Lali's body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sima Yue. He grabbed her neck, and his eyes flashed with a dark red light. Who are you? How do you know this? Wu Lali said, full of killing intent. Sima Yue was not afraid. She reached out and pried his hand away, saying, Aren't you looking for red snow ginseng to save people? And red snow ginseng's greatest use is to refine nirvana pills. It can allow a crippled person to undergo nirvana and cultivate again. Wu Lali saw that she did not seem to be lying, so he did not use much strength. You're an alchemist? Yes. Sima Yue said with a hoarse voice. She rubbed her neck. These strong people all had a common problem. They liked to strangle people. This guy was even more ruthless, almost strangling her to death. Her throat was damaged by him, and there was a burning pain. Even her voice changed. She quickly took out a pill and ate it. Wu Lali calmed down and looked at her calmly eating the pill, asking, You said you have the right to talk to me. Do you think you have the right to talk to me just because you know his situation? Sima Yue ate the pill and felt that her throat was better. She put the pill away and sat back down. She waved at Wu Lali and waited for him to sit back down before saying, "You want to refine nirvana pills, but you can't find all the ingredients. Other than red snow ginseng, you can't find any other ingredients. Am I right?" "How do you know?" Wu Lali frowned. "Because the ones you're missing are all extinct." Sima Yue said, "Of course you can't find ingredients that don't exist." Wu Lali frowned. Many people had already told him that most of the ingredients he was looking for no longer existed. But he did not want to give up and kept searching all over the continent. "If you're willing to wait, I can save him." Sima Yue did not care about his expression and continued, "One is the illusory nirvana pills, and the other is saving him. If it were you, which one would you choose?" Wu Lali narrowed his eyes and stared at her calm face. "How do I know if you really have the ability to save him?" Chapter 602. Sima Yue was not anxious about Wu Lali's questioning. She said confidently, "Do you have any other choice other than trusting me?" Wu Lali raised his eyebrows. He didn't like her confidence. "Mike Literature is busy updating chapters every day. Please remember to come often. I think that you have already thought of all the methods that you can think of. You have also looked for all the people that you can find. However, you have not obtained a better solution. Otherwise, you would not have placed your hopes on this illusory nirvana pill." Sima Yue said, "Don't be so quick to get angry. Being too impulsive is not a quality an emperor should have." Wu Lali's anger was extinguished by her words. "You're saying that I'm going to bet on you? You can only choose to gamble now." Sima Yue said, "But you can continue to look for your nirvana pill while you gamble. That wouldn't affect anything, would it? I'm just another backup for you. What if I find those materials later? Then I can promise you one thing. I'll help you with something in the future." Wu Lali glanced at her from head to toe. This brat was really overconfident. How could Sima Yue not understand the meaning of his eyes? "Child Wula, have you heard of a saying?" "What?" "One would rather bully a white-bearded old man than bully a poor young man. Although my current strength is very low, I am still young. I still have a bright future ahead of me. Besides, I'm quite talented," Sima Yue said with a smile. Wu Lali laughed for real this time. He had never seen anyone praise him like this. "You're the most confident person I've ever met." "Thank you for your compliment," Sima Yue replied without hesitation. "I don't think I'm praising you." "I'll take that as a compliment." Sima Yue said, "To humans, black sea cucumber is a very rare medicinal ingredient, but to the Sea Clan, it's not uncommon. To be honest, this is very important to me. However, the Ninth Star Ocean is so big. Who knows, I might run into someone else who has it. However, you won't be able to meet a doctor as confident as me. How about it, Child Wula? Is this a good deal?" "I need to know your strength," Wu Lali said. "If you agree to give it to me, I can show you my strength right away," Sima Yue said. "First, I want the black sea cucumber in stock." Wu Lali looked at her and thought for a while. Maybe it was her confident look that made him believe her. "The black sea cucumber that is left the sea cucumber from the bottom, or it will quickly." "Wula, the black sea cucumber that will prove it." Sima Yue kept the black sea cucumber and her heart finally relaxed. "Alright, come with me." Wu Lali followed her out and realized that she had become so anxious after leaving the house that she had been so calm just a moment ago. "Young Master Yu, the beast carriage is ready." The steward was waiting for her in the hall below the stairs. "Child Wula is going to the school with me. I will send him back in a while." Sima Yue pulled Wu Lali and ran towards the carriage at the door. Wu Lali followed her out. Seeing the small hand grabbing his, a dark light flashed in his eyes. This feeling didn't seem to belong to a man's hand. Sima Yue pulled Wu Lali onto the carriage and shouted to the driver, "Go to the heavenly sect, quickly." "Oh, Child Yue, sit tight," the driver shouted and drove the carriage towards the heavenly sect. Wu Lali looked at Sima Yue's anxious face. It was very different from before. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you anxious?" Sima Yue nodded. She was indeed anxious because a long time had passed. She didn't know if she could catch up. "You are very strange." Huh? Sima Yue looked at him doubtfully. She didn't understand his words. When you were talking to me, you were very calm and didn't seem to be anxious at all. But now, Wu Lali looked at her with interest. How can I talk to you if I'm not calm? Sima Yue smiled. I have always believed that no matter how anxious you are, you have to calm down and do what you are doing now. Very good psychology. Wu Lali leaned back. You said you wanted to prove your ability to me. Is this what you are in a hurry to do? If I can do this well, then you will be able to see my ability. Sima Yue said. She opened the curtains and looked. The beast carriage was very fast. It was already halfway through the journey. The two didn't speak for the rest of the time. Sima Yue lowered her head and thought about her own matters. Wu Lali looked at her thoughtfully. The academy's outdoor venue was bustling with noise because it was the first day of the inner sex selection. It was also the day of the selection for the alchemy department. In order to satisfy everyone's curiosity, only one department's assessment was held each day. Today it was alchemy, tomorrow it was arrays, the day after that it was weapon refining, the day after that it was beast taming, and the last few days were spirit masters. The open-air venue was filled with students who were watching the competition attentively. It was very rare to see hundreds of students refining pills together. Half of the time had already passed. Those who were fast had already finished refining the ingredients and were beginning the second step of fusing them. Bei Gongtang and Ouyang Fei were at the back. The two of them had already finished refining the ingredients and were preparing for the second step. Beside them, a pill furnace and 2 sets of ingredients were still on the table. Before the two of them fused, they glanced at that position and then looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with deep worry. It's already 2:30. Why isn't Yue here yet? Fatty Chu said worriedly. It's only 3.5 hours. To successfully refine a 6th-ranked pill, I'm afraid, no, 5th bro won't give up. Sima Yue clenched his fist. He didn't believe that Sima Yue would give up this opportunity. I believe in her too. Sima Yulin said. The people in the stands had already noticed that one person was absent. Previously, everyone thought that someone would be late. Now it seemed that the person had given up this opportunity. The student that old Gu mentioned didn't come? On the rostrum, a teacher said to Gu Liang beside him. I wanted to see what kind of student you praised so much looks like. Now it seems that there's no chance. Gu Lang rolled his eyes when he saw his infuriating smile. He looked at the last empty seat and felt a little worried. That kid was so determined to go to the inner sect. Why was he absent now? Could it be that something happened? But his friends and family were here. If something happened to him, why would they still be here? At this time, there was a noise at the entrance of the venue. Everyone looked and saw that the beast carriage had driven directly to the entrance. Find a place to sit. Sima Yue jumped down from the carriage and ran towards the venue. So, what are you doing? The teacher outside the venue stopped her. Teacher, I'm here to take the selection test. Sima Yue replied. No, you can't go in. The teacher said firmly. Chapter 603. But, isn't there a time limit for this competition? Sima Yue was stunned and asked. Mike Literature is busy updating chapters every day. Please remember to come often. There's no rule that says you can't go in after the time limit, but there's only 3.5 hours left until the end of the exam. It's impossible to refine a 6th-grade pill, so it's useless for you to go in. You'll even disturb the other students' exams. You should go back. No, I have to participate. Sima Yue said firmly. I have to participate. No, go back quickly. Come earlier for the next selection. Don't miss the opportunity again. The teacher waved his hand, indicating for her to leave quickly. Teacher, this selection is very important to me. Teacher, please make an exception for me. Sima Yue begged. It's not about being accommodating. You don't have enough time to go in now. Even if you go, it'll be a waste of time. The teacher's heart wasn't made of stone. Seeing such a young boy begging in front of him, he couldn't bear it. He also understood how big the difference was between the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. What's wrong? Gu Lang came from behind and asked. Teacher Gu, this student said that she wants to go in and participate in the assessment. That teacher said. Let her in, said Glenn. But there's not much time left. Let her in. Gu Lang repeated and turned back. The teacher on guard didn't understand why Gu Lang wanted her to go in, but he still stepped aside to let her pass. Thank you, teacher. Sima Yue smiled at him and ran towards the assessment area. Bei Gong Tang and the others had already told her where she was, so she directly ran towards them. Seeing the two of them, she smiled at them and began to check the herbs on the table. When Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei saw them, they heaved a sigh of relief and continued to merge. Su Jin lazily leaned back in his chair. Seeing Gu Lang come back, he smiled and said, "It's him." Gu Lang didn't answer as he watched Sima Yu refine pills with rapt attention. Su Jin knew that he was like this and wasn't angry. He watched Sima Yu refine pills with him. Time is so tight, but she can still check the materials in an orderly manner. Her temperament is not bad. But old Gu, do you think she can refine the green lotus pill in such a short time? This time, Gu Lang finally paid attention to him. Moreover, he even had a slight smile on his face, which made Su Jin extremely shocked. As long as it's her, it's fine. Su Jin looked at the smile on the corner of his mouth in horror and shouted, "What the hell? It can't be, old Gu, you're actually smiling. Heavens, your ice cube face can actually smile." His shout attracted the attention of a few other teachers. The teachers who were about to scold the person who caused the commotion all turned their heads back when they saw him. So it was this lunatic. Just ignore him. Su Jin didn't care about everyone's attitude and continued to talk to Gu Lang, but Gu Lang just ignored him. "Old Gu, why do you keep looking at her?" Now that he only had 3 hours, it was impossible for him to refine the green lotus pill. Holy shit, am I seeing things? She actually... The expression on Su Jin's face was even more horrified than when he saw Gu Lang's smile just now. His hand that was pointing at Sima Yue kept trembling and he couldn't say a word. When the other teachers saw his big reaction, they also looked at Sima Yue. When they saw her throwing several herbs into the furnace at the same time, they were all shocked. She's crazy? How can she put all these herbs in at the same time? How can she extract the essence like this? Waste. A teacher shouted. Whose student is that? How can she waste herbs like this? How do the teachers in the outer court teach her? No, she's not my student. She's also not my student. Even if she's not your student, she can't waste herbs like this. I suggest that the school should punish a student who doesn't cherish herbs like this. That's the student who just came in, right? Why did you let this kind of student in? Just as they were denouncing her, Sima Yue threw in a few more herbs and continued to refine them. How can Tian waste herbs like this? I suggest that she be disqualified from the assessment and be chased out. Right? We can't let her continue to waste herbs. A person who doesn't know how to cherish herbs can't become a good alchemist. I agree. Are you all stupid? Just as the teachers were shocked, a contemptuous voice interrupted their discussion. Su Jin, what do you mean? Being called stupid, everyone was unhappy. What I said is what I meant. You can't even understand this. Looks like you're really stupid. Su Jin lazily said. Su Jin, don't use your status to randomly slander people. Another teacher stood up and reprimanded him. How am I randomly slandering people? Su Jin glanced at that teacher. You can't even see the multiple refining method and said that the student is wasting herbs. If you're not stupid, then what are you? What did you say? That teacher's body swayed and he took a step back to stabilize his body. Multiple refining method? How can she know the multiple refining method? With her strength, how can she control this kind of refining method? Your last question hit the nail on the head. Su Jin said, but no matter how she controlled it, she did it. Look at the essence that she refined. It's very pure. A middle-aged man who hadn't spoken until now said, all right, what are you all arguing about? There are still so many students watching. Let's all quietly watch the students refine. Once the man spoke, everyone quieted down and didn't say anything else. However, everyone's attention was now on her. They were very curious as to how she could control the multiple refining method. You already knew that she could do this. Su Jin moved to Gu Lang's side and said, that's why you let her participate in the selection. because you know that this can greatly shorten the time she needs to refine pills. Gu Lang glanced at him and said, "You still ask when you know. Damn, old Gu, you really know that you did it on purpose?" Su Jin fiercely glared at Gu Lang. "I already said that she's very special. You didn't take it to heart." Gu Lang said with a smile. "You only said that her talent is not bad, her medical skills are very high, she can refine pills, and she's very special. You didn't say that she knew the multiple refining method." Su Jin complained. "If I told you, how could it be more shocking than seeing it with your own eyes?" Gu Lang didn't want to admit that he did it on purpose. Who told him to keep chattering in his ear? To be honest, when he first found out that she knew the multiple refining method, his shock wasn't any smaller than Su Jin's. Since he himself was shocked, he naturally wanted to pull this guy along. Su Jin licked his lips and said, "This student, I definitely want her." Chapter 604. Sima Yue knew what kind of shock her actions would bring, but she had no other choice. She had to enter the inner court and find the Eye of the Earth on the new Dagger Strange website. Moreover, if she had enough talent, she would be able to receive more training from the academy. Perhaps it would be easier for her to obtain information. The people in the stands were stunned by her various movements. Seeing her concoct pills, it was as if they were watching a magnificent performance. Wu Lali casually found a seat and sat down. He kept looking at the people in the room. He looked at the others and then at her. He suddenly believed what she said before. Perhaps she could really help them. Even if she couldn't, she was still a human worth roping in. Sima Yue spent 1.5 hours refining the herbs. Because she had to concentrate on refining several kinds of herbs at the same time, she also felt a little tired after refining. She didn't have time to do it again, so she had to succeed in one go. In order to ensure that her spiritual power could keep up, she took out a pill and ate it, then continued to refine pills. The fusion process was also a time-consuming process. She took out the scarlet honey and added a little bit into it, silently increasing the effects of the blue lotus pill. It also sped up the fusion process. An hour later, the fusion was complete. She was left with the final and most crucial step, condensing the core. At this time, some people who were faster had already finished refining their pills, while some people failed at the last moment. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei had already finished refining, but they were not in a hurry to hand in their results. Instead, they stood at their own positions and watched Yue condense the pill. When Mo Sha had taught her the pill congealing technique, although they had learned some of it, they were not as proficient as her. "This is..." The middle-aged man stood up from his seat. The expression on his face could no longer be described as shock. "Old Du, what's wrong?" Those alchemist teachers were very puzzled when they saw Du Zishi so excited. Her pill congealing technique. Su Jin also looked at Sima Yue in a daze. He saw her forming seals one by one and reached out to touch his chest. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. "Old Go, you've really found a genius." "No, she's a genius." He turned around and grabbed Golang's hand. "She's such a good person. Why did you let her study medicine like you? Fortunately, there's no medical department in the inner courtyard. Otherwise, we'd be pissed off by you." Golang looked up at the sky and thought, "If this brat really enters the inner courtyard, I think you'll really die from anger one day." Time slipped by bit, and Sima Yu's forehead was already covered in dense beads of sweat. Pucci, the sound of the fire extinguishing and the explosion of the furnace could be heard one after another. Sima Yue was not affected at all. She calmly continued with the final step of condensing the pill. Clang. The sound of gongs and drums rang out. Everyone had to stop what they were doing and extinguish the flames under the pill furnace. "Now, Elder Du, please lead the teachers of the inner court to come and check the results." The teacher guarding the door said. Du Zishi led Su Jin and the other teachers, starting from the first row, to inspect them one by one. Those who had successfully refined their pills all placed their pills on the table, their heads held high and chests puffed out in excitement. Those who did not succeed lowered their heads in disappointment. The few hundred people finished their inspection very quickly. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei were both successfully selected. In the end, only Sima Yue was left. Du Zishi walked in front of Sima Yue and stared at her, saying, "Your talent is very good." "Thank you for the compliment," Sima Yue said with a smile. "You're able to do this in 3.5 hours. You're much better than your fellow disciples." Du Zishi said, "It doesn't matter if you're successful in refining the pill or not. You can enter the inner courtyard." Sima Yue blinked her eyes. He had given her a pass without even looking at her pill. Seeing that he was preparing to leave, she understood what he was thinking. "Teacher, you're not going to look at the pill I refined?" she asked. "You've already passed the test," Du Zishi said. "Thank you, teacher, for your kindness. But this test still depends on the pill." Teacher doesn't want to give the impression that he's opening the back door. Sima Yue said. "Are you sure?" Du Zishi looked at Sima Yue. "Do you know that if you open this pill furnace and don't refine it successfully, you won't be able to enter the inner courtyard?" They did not smell the fragrance of the pill at all. In their opinion, she must have failed to refine the pill. Du Zishi said this because he wanted to give her a chance to enter the inner courtyard. "I'm sure." Sima Yue stretched out her hand and opened the pill furnace. A medicinal fragrance wafted out. She's successfully refined the pill. The surrounding students all gathered around and smelled the fragrance. Everyone knew that she had successfully refined the pill and that the quality was not low. High-grade green lotus pill. Su Jin knew the grade of the pill just by smelling the fragrance. Sima Yue took out the pill from the pill furnace and placed it in her palm, extending it in front of Du Zishi. "Not bad, not bad. Now you're a student of the inner courtyard." Du Zishi said, "Not bad," twice before leaving with a smile. Su Jin moved in front of Sima Yue, giving a certain someone who was immersed in joy of fright. Sima Yue looked at the face that suddenly enlarged and subconsciously slapped it. The crisp sound caused the originally noisy venue to suddenly quiet down. Everyone looked over, making the two parties a little embarrassed. "I just saw a big mosquito on your face." Sima Yue retracted her hand and said to the people who were looking at them, "I was wondering why it was itchy. So it was because of the mosquito." Su Jin calmly touched his face. This brat was really ruthless. Sima Yue innocently blinked at him. "Who asked you to suddenly come in front of me? Little brat, your talent is not bad. I'll teach you well in the future." Su Jin smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely dig out your talent to the fullest." "Can I choose my own teacher?" Sima Yue asked. Su Jin smiled and said, "Good student, come and report early. I'll wait for you." "Ha." Su Jin laughed and left. Sima Yue looked at his back and suddenly felt that if she followed such a teacher, her future life would be unimaginable. Although the other teachers were unhappy with Su Jin's method of choosing a student in advance, no one dared to say a word. "Teacher Gu." Sima Yue looked at Gu Lang. Gu Lang walked over and patted her shoulder, saying, "He has the right to choose a student first. This was given to him by the principal. However, he's very good at alchemy. You'll definitely learn a lot from him. And learn well." After saying that, he left. Sima Yue stood in the same place, feeling that her future days were dark. Chapter 605. Book title, Chapter Asking for Leave. Author, You really scared us to death. We all thought that you wouldn't be able to make it back in time. Bei Gong Tang walked to her side and said happily. Sima Yue smiled and said, "I also thought that I wouldn't be able to make it in time, but the negotiation process was quite smooth, so I made it in time." "Is that the person?" Ouyang Fei asked Lali, who was standing outside the arena. After the examination ended, the other students had already left one after another. Only he was still waiting at the same spot. "That's him. If I'm not wrong, he should be from the Violet Water Beast Imperial family." Sima Yue said, "I still have some things to discuss with her. I'll come back later." "All right." When Fatty Chu and the rest walked down, they saw that Sima Yue was already walking towards the exit. "Yue, why did you leave without waiting for us?" She said that she still had some things to discuss with that person. "I think that they were only halfway through their discussion when they came over." Bei Gong Tang said, "That person is not weak." Sima Yulin said. Yue said that it might be someone from the Violet Water Beast clan's royal family. Ouyang Fei said, Let's head back first. Sima Yue walked over. Wu Lali had already come down from the viewing platform. Let's go, we still have some things to talk about. Sima Yue said, I'll send you back. Your performance just now was very surprising. Wu Lali said, no wonder you're so confident. Thank you for your compliment, Sima Yue replied. You're not modest at all. Wu Lali turned and left. Sima Yue followed him and brought him back to Xinyuan Pavilion. Tell me about that person's situation. Sima Yue entered the room and took out a pen and paper, preparing to write it down. Although you're talented, but Wu Lali still didn't believe that she had a solution. How would you know if I can do it if you don't tell me? Sima Yue said, besides, you should still have some time, right? Since I made a deal with you, I naturally have to do my job well. Wu Lali looked at Sima Yue and saw the seriousness in her eyes. He smirked and said, all right, I'll tell you his symptoms. A few minutes later, Sima Yue was deep in thought as she looked at the paper on the table. She didn't even notice that Wu Lali was looking at her. Is there a way? Wu Lali asked. I have some clues, but it's best if I can see him with my own eyes so that I can treat him better. You can't see her. Wu Lali said, she is now in the 9th star ocean, placed on a crystal bed. If she moves, she will lose her life. What if I go? Sima Yue asked. Wu Lali stared at her. Do you know how dangerous the 9th star dark sea is? I know, Sima Yue said, but you said that you can't bring her here, so I have to go and see her. But I don't know if the academy will agree if I ask for leave before entering the inner courtyard. All right, if you can go, I will guarantee your safe return. Wu Lali said, whether you can cure her or not, I won't ask you for the Black Sea cucumber. Although I really want to say that it's a promise, I still have to go back to the academy to ask for leave. If I can't get leave, I can't do anything. Sima Yue said, I'll go back now. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. I had some things to settle this afternoon, but now that I've been delayed, I can only push back my schedule by a day. If you can get leave, I'll change my schedule and bring you back. Then I'll give you an answer tomorrow. I'll go back and ask for leave now. Sima Yue stood up and left. After she left, a figure slowly appeared in the room. Your Highness, if she gets leave, do we really have to go back directly? That person asked. Wu Lali touched the space ring on his finger and said, but we already know the whereabouts of the dragon's beard. Let your people go. That's just a piece of news, it might not be true. I feel that she's more reliable than the dragon's beard. Wu Lali said, send someone to investigate her. A human with such outstanding talent, she won't be a nobody in the future. Yes, Your Highness. Sima Yue went back to the academy and went straight to the vice principal's place. She didn't expect him to be playing chess with Lang. Why you here? The vice principal asked with a white chess piece in his hand. Vice principal, I want to ask for leave. Sima Yue said. Didn't you just pass the inner courtyard exam? Once the other exams are over, you'll have to go to the inner courtyard to study. The vice principal said. I know, but I have something urgent to deal with, so I don't know if it's possible. By right, you don't belong to the outer courtyard anymore, so we can't approve it. You still have to go through the inner courtyard. The vice principal said awkwardly, but you haven't reported to the inner courtyard yet, so the inner courtyard probably doesn't have your information and won't approve it. Doesn't Su Jin have special privileges? Lang placed a chess piece on the chessboard and said, if he agrees, then you can report to him later. Really? Sima Yue said happily, but thinking about the slap she gave him today, she wasn't sure if he would make things difficult for her. Half an hour later, Su Jin's exclamation came from the vice principal's courtyard. I say, old Gu, you called me here in such a hurry just to let her ask for leave? Don't you know what I'm doing right now? Do I even need to know what you're doing? The smell of rouge on your body has already betrayed you. Lang said, if I don't call you here, am I supposed to ask the students to go to that place to find you? Sima Yue immediately understood where that place was. She couldn't help but lower her head and laugh when she thought about how a certain someone was drinking with girls but was called back by Lang in all seriousness. She really couldn't understand. Lang was such a serious person, how did he become such close friends with someone like Su Jin? Laugh, if you laugh again, I won't approve your leave. Su Jin couldn't see Sima Yue's snickering and threatened her. Teacher, does that mean you approve it? Sima Yue tried hard to suppress the smile on her lips and looked up at Su Jin. But her bright eyes still betrayed her. Su Jin was a little embarrassed by her gaze and explained subconsciously, "That's just a good friend of mine, we're just drinking tea and chatting." Who told the people there to put on rouge and powder, even passing by would cause a smell. Seeing the smile in Sima Yue's eyes getting thicker, he suddenly stopped. Why was he explaining this to her? He was the teacher, she was the student, alright. He cleared his throat and said, "Alright, tell me, why are you asking for leave? How long are you planning to ask for? Don't tell me you took a leave of absence just to avoid me?" Chapter 606. Su Jin touched his handsome left cheek. In the evening, it was very painful from her slap. Cough cough. About that, I'm really sorry about that slap. But that was really just my conditioned reflex. Sima Yue was shocked when she saw him touching her face. Was he going to settle the score with her? In any case, I'll remember this slap. Su Jin said, "You still haven't said why you're taking leave and for how long?" "I'm going to the 9th star ocean. It should be a few months," Sima Yue replied. 9th star ocean? With your current strength? Are you sure you're not inviting me for a lifetime? Su Jin couldn't remain calm when he heard about the 9th star ocean. If such a good seedling were to die early, it would be a huge loss. Even the vice principal and Gu Lang were surprised by the reason for her absence. "Yue, you want to go to the 9th star sea?" Gu Lang frowned. "Do you know how dangerous that place is? I've long heard of the 9th star ocean's reputation. However, I'm not going alone this time. I'm going with the Violet Water Clan." Sima Yue said. "Violet Water Beast? How do you know people from the Violet Water Beast?" Gu Lang asked. The Violet Water Beast race was not a small race in the 9th star ocean, and they were not a race that was easy to get along with. She was with the Violet Water Beast race, so it was inevitable that people would think the worst and worry that she was being threatened. "Teacher Gu, I found the Black Sea Cucumber," Sima Yue said. "You made an exchange with them?" Gu Lang looked at her disapprovingly. The Violet Water Clan has the bloodline of the ancient divine dragon. They have always been high and mighty. If you get involved with them, won't you? "Don't worry, Mr. Gu. I'm just going to help them see a patient." Sima Yue said, "Wulali didn't make things difficult for me. He only said that he would bring me there to take a look. Regardless of whether or not it worked, they would send me back." "Wulali? The eldest prince of the Violet Water race?" Su Jin asked. "I think so," Sima Yue said. She didn't ask about Wulali's background. She only asked the steward for his name. The steward didn't say whether the other party was a prince or not. However, he did have the aura of a ruler. "Alright, I'll allow it. I'll give you a year's time. You have to rush back within a year." Su Jin said, "Alright, you can go." Sima Yue didn't think that Su Jin would agree to her request after hearing Wulali's name. She couldn't believe it at first, but after leaving the vice principal's courtyard, she realized that Su Jin had given her a month's leave. "Bold Su?" Gu Lang waited for Sima Yue to leave before glancing at Su Jin. He obviously didn't agree with his actions. "I've heard of Wulali before. He's one of the more principled spirit beasts. Since he promised to send her back, he won't go back on his word." Su Jin said, "Furthermore, if she can form a good relationship with the Violet Water Clan, it will be beneficial for her in the future." "Are you not anxious for her safety?" said Glenn. "She came back safely after going to the Devil World. Although the 9th star ocean is dangerous, it's still not as dangerous as the Devil World." Su Jin said, "Furthermore, she went to the Violet Water Clan. As long as she doesn't wander around the 9th star ocean, there shouldn't be a problem." As he spoke, he stretched lazily and said, "It's late. It's time to go back and sleep. Old Gu, you've disturbed me. You have to compensate me in the future, okay?" "Alright, you can leave." Glenn was too lazy to pay attention to him. "Why do I have the feeling that I'm being ignored after this?" Su Jin said. "It's not an illusion. You can leave," Glenn said. "Alright, so heartless." Su Jin snorted and left the courtyard. Sima Yue went to find Wu Lingyu. She saw him cooling off in the courtyard. She didn't seem to have seen him cultivate before. How could he be so strong? Senior brother, I have something to tell you. Sima Yue walked over and took out a chair to sit at the side. I have something to tell you as well. Wu Lingyu said, tell me about yourself first. I've asked the academy for a year's leave. Sima Yue said, I want to go to the 9th Star Ocean. The vice principal told me just now. Wu Lingyu was not surprised. She was the one who was surprised. The vice dean had passed the news to him so quickly? What about you, senior brother? What do you want to say? She asked. I'm leaving the academy. Wu Lingyu said. Leaving? Where are you going? Wu Lingyu sat up and said, I came here to accompany you. Now that you're going to the inner sect, I can't go in. So there's no point in staying here. Coincidentally, the Sage Pavilion has some matters for me to settle. So I'll go back to the Sage Pavilion first. Those old guys in the Spirit Pagoda are still strong. As long as you don't offend too big a power, there shouldn't be any problems. So I won't be accompanying you this time. Sima Yue nodded. If you have something to do, go do it. I'll teach you how to set up this enchantment. In the future, when you enter the inner sect, set up your own enchantment. Those old guys won't find out. This enchantment is so powerful, even those old guys can be fooled? Of course. This is an ancient enchantment that I learned from the Sage Pavilion. How can it be compared to an ordinary enchantment? Wu Lingyu said, this isn't difficult. I'll teach you. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. You'll have to keep in touch when you learn it. Then you'll be able to set up enchantments as you wish. I got it. Then let's begin. Thus, the two of them spent the night learning. On the morning of the second day, Wu Lingyu went out, saying that he was going to find the vice principal. When Sima Yue was almost done learning the enchantment, he came back from outside. Take this. If you run into any trouble in the 9th Star Ocean, take this to the Xuanyu clan. Wu Lingyu took out something that looked like a starfish and placed it in her hand. Remember, you're not alone. If there's anything, remember to look for me or the Divine Devil Valley. If not, look for those little birds. Don't put yourself in danger, understand? Sima Yue nodded. Go to the central region early. Those guys are already extremely curious about you. I'll go after I finish my studies. I'm leaving. Remember to inform me if there's anything. You know how to find me now, right? I know. Hurry up and go. Wu Lingyu saw that she didn't miss him at all. He sighed in his heart and pulled her into his embrace. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her lightly on the lips. Then, before she could react, he let go of her. When I'm not around, you can't get too close to other men. Even if it's a male spirit beast. Wu Lingyu warned. Sima Yue rolled her eyes. She could only give him this for kissing her when she wasn't paying attention. Wu Lingyu saw that she wasn't as angry as before. He was in a good mood and walked in through the space tunnel. Reading background default settings: classic light blue, classic light gray, classic green, classic bright yellow, dark blue, ocean, autumn, green, classic, simple, elegant, red, powder, aristocratic, family, red, talk, thick, sea, vast, sky, broken heart, past, snow, white, world, gray, world, font color default settings: white, red, green, blue, brown, font size default settings: small, medium, large, speed 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0 mouse scroll description 1 to 10, 1 is the slowest. 10 is the fastest. Chapter 607. Bei Gongtang and the others didn't expect her to leave so soon. She had even applied for leave. Fatty, I'm sorry. I can't stay to watch the selection. You guys have to do your best. Sima Yue said with a smile. We will. Fatty Chu said seriously. We'll wait for you in the inner courtyard. All right. I'll come back to bring you the things from the 9th Star Ocean. Sima Yue said. After saying goodbye to them, Sima Yue went back home and told Sima Lai about leaving. Although Sima Lai was worried, he couldn't stop her. When she arrived at Xianyuan Pavilion, it was almost evening. If you didn't come, I would have thought that our deal was off. Wu Lali said. I always keep my word. Sima Yue replied. When are we leaving? Now. Once Wu Lali finished speaking, he opened a spatial tunnel and led her in. When Sima Yue came out, they were in a primitive forest. This shouldn't be the 9th Star Ocean, right? Sima Yue said as she looked at the towering trees. No, but this place isn't far from the 9th star ocean. Wu Lali said. After passing through this forest, we'll reach it after passing through a mountain. What are we doing here? Waiting for someone. Wu Lali sat down on a rock. Sima Yue saw that there were many medicinal ingredients around. Some of them weren't in the spirit pagoda. Thinking that she had nothing to do, she took out her tools and started digging. You really don't waste anything at all. Wu Lali ridiculed. It's not that, but at least it won't be wasted. Sima Yue dug up a medicinal ingredient and threw it into the spirit pagoda without even shaking the soil. These medicinal ingredients can be seen everywhere. There's nothing rare about them. In the eyes of alchemists, even the most ordinary medicinal ingredients are treasures. Sima Yue continued digging for medicinal ingredients to pass the time. Stepping on the medicinal ingredients, she dug out an empty space and found that there were a few ores buried in the soil. What's wrong? Wu Lali asked when he saw her stop. Child Wula, have you been here before? Sima Yue asked. No, what's wrong? It's nothing. Sima Yue looked at the ores buried in the soil. From the state of the soil, these ores had been here for some time. She wondered who had left them here. Wu Lali walked over and was surprised to see the ores. There are actually ores here? How rare. Didn't you say there was a mountain range over there? Maybe there is a mine there. Sima Yue said. I won't. The Seeker Spirit Master has already searched the mountain range, but there is no mine. Wu Lali said. Perhaps someone left these here a long time ago. Perhaps. Sima Yue did not express her opinion. She carefully dug out a piece of ore and cleaned the soil on it. A grayish-white stone appeared in front of the two of them. When she saw the patterns on the ore, she was shocked. Looking at your eyes, there is something good in this ore? Wu Lali said confidently. Although he was not human, he was very familiar with humans. He had been walking around the continent for many years and had seen many ores. I can't be sure if it is good, but there is definitely something inside. Sima Yue did not speak too confidently. You are also a Seeker Spirit Master? Wu Lali raised his eyebrows. Sort of. Sima Yue said. There is a total of 11 pieces here. Because I found it, I will give you 5 and I will take 6. You can choose first, but you can't go back on your choice. You want me to cheat? Wu Lali said. Sima Yue shrugged her shoulders. In front of a strong person, it was better to make things clear. Wu Lali smiled. These are all for you. I am not interested in these things. Sima Yue did not expect him to reject her so directly. Don't you spirit beasts absorb the spiritual energy in rare spirit stones to increase your strength? Very little. Wu Lali said. The spirit beasts have their own methods of cultivation. Very few people change their cultivation methods. But you humans, if you find a rare spirit stone, you can greatly increase your strength. You really don't want it? She raised her head to look at him. Seeing that his eyes were still clear, she smiled and said, You are the one who doesn't want it. Don't regret it later. If you ask me for it again, I will not give it to you. Up to you. Sima Yue was sure that he did not want it. She happily went to dig the ores. According to what she had learned, these 11 ores were definitely rare. If she could find 1 or 2 of them, she might be able to level up. Very quickly, she dug out the remaining 10 ores. When she finished cleaning the last ore, she walked to La Li's side in satisfaction and asked, Who are we waiting for? How much longer? If it is too long, I will go to a place further away to dig for herbs. Other than this area, the other places are very dangerous. If you are not afraid, you can go. Wu Lali opened his eyes and said, Then forget it. Sima Yue shrunk her neck. She was so weak now. She did not want to joke around with her own life. Thinking about her own strength, she could not help but sigh. In this year of learning and cultivation, not only did she level up to the Divine King stage, she even touched the threshold of Divine Overlord. If she had enough spiritual energy, leveling up would not be a problem. Little Roar was right. Because she had leveled up before, she did not have any obstacles in leveling up. As long as she had enough spiritual energy, it would be fine. They waited in the forest for 2 days before 2 men came to find them. Seeing them shake their heads, Wulali's gaze dimmed. Looking at Sima Yue, he said, "Prepare to return to the Dragon Palace." The two words Dragon Palace made Sima Yue's body tremble. Ever since her past life, she had a special yearning for dragons. She liked the dragon's totem and loved the legends of dragons. Later on, she became Shiman Yu and had always been deeply curious about the dragon clan. It was just that she had died before she could reach the Ninth Star Ocean. Now that she heard that they were going to return to the Dragon Palace, she was extremely curious. She did not know what was the difference between this Dragon Palace and the one she saw on television. Wulali took out a pearl the size of a longan and handed it to her. "This is a water avoidance pearl. You will be able to breathe freely in the water." The two bodyguards were stunned when they saw Lali take out the water avoidance pearl. One of them wanted to say something, but was stopped by the other. Sima Yue was thinking about what to do when she went underwater. She did not expect Wulali to have already thought of it for her. She took the water avoidance pearl and ate it without hesitation. Varmediev_ad_pub equals Luzian 7T_10396061. Varmediev_ad_ equals 950. Varmediev_ad_height equals 90. Chapter 608. Wulali did not expect Sima Yue to be so straightforward. She did not seem to have her guard up against him. He was secretly delighted. "Well?" he asked. Sima Yue felt it carefully. Other than feeling a little choked when she ate it just now, she did not feel anything else. "There's nothing unusual," she answered honestly. "Hee, you'll feel it when you're underwater." Wula laughed. "Let's go. We'll go down now." "Can't we use the space tunnel?" Sima Yue followed him. "The underwater pressure is different, so the spatial channel's positioning is not accurate." "Oh." The two of them gradually walked away, but the two guards were still in the same place. "His Highness actually gave the water avoidance pearl to that human? Didn't you see it?" "But that's the water avoidance pearl. Why would His Highness let her eat such a precious water-repelling pearl? Shouldn't you just give her a red water-repelling pearl?" The water prevention pearl that Sima Yue ate was emerald blue. After eating it, it would stay in her body and she would be able to breathe freely in water. The red water prevention pearl was temporary and could only stay in her body for a month. After a month, it would lose its effect. Red water avoidance pearls were not rare, but blue water avoidance pearls were very rare. There were only a few of them in the entire seabed. His Highness seems to treat her differently. What do you mean by somewhat special? It's very special. Look, His Highness is smiling at her. When did His Highness ever smile at us? Could it be that your Highness likes her? It can't be. He's a man, even though he's a little feminine. So what if he's a man? There are plenty of men who like other men. But I've never seen Her Highness like a man before. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Just because His Highness didn't like it before doesn't mean he doesn't like it now. Perhaps it just so happened to prove the human saying, she doesn't like you because she likes men, but because she likes you, and you are a man. Oh, what romantic words. If you go into heat again, His Highness will definitely reward you with an intact corpse. After saying that, the guard left first. The remaining guard shouted and chased after him. They passed through the woods and over the mountains, and saw the vast sea. "Ah, the sea, it's all water. Spiders, it's all legs." She faced the sea and opened her arms wide. Wulali looked puzzled. "Cough, cough, this is something I heard before." Sima Yu said awkwardly, "Are we going down now?" Wulali suddenly grabbed her waist and flew into the sky. Then he plunged into the water. Before Sima Yu entered the water, she subconsciously closed her eyes and mouth. The moment she entered the water, she felt that her body was completely surrounded. A huge force pressed down on her, but it stopped around her body. She opened her eyes and found that there was a layer of membrane around her body. This time, the membrane isolated her from the water and ensured that she could breathe smoothly without being squeezed by the strong pressure. "Is this the effect of the water avoidance pearl?" she asked happily. "Yes." Wulali said, "We can breathe freely underwater, but you humans can't. With this, You'll be able to breathe underwater just like on land. This thing must be very precious, yet he gave it to her. Let's go. We might run into some trouble on the way. In order to speed up, I'll have to trouble you, Wulalli said. Without waiting for her to react, he turned into a purple dragon. This dragon was not as majestic as the one in the totem in her previous life, but it still made Yoyue's eyes light up. She originally thought that he would let her ride him back, but reality proved that she thought too much. Wulalli's huge claws grabbed her, and then he swam forward at lightning speed. Oh my god, this is faster than a cruise ship. She put her hands on Wulalli's claws and looked at the underwater world excitedly. Wulalli looked down and saw her excited little face. He swung his tail and increased his speed to the maximum. They traveled for a few days. They passed by a few clans. Those clans felt Wulalli's aura and avoided him. We're almost there, Wulalli said. We're lucky this time. We didn't meet any enemies. You have enemies? Sima Yue asked. There's always someone you don't like in this world. Some old grudges are passed down from our ancestors, Wulalli said. Sima Yue thought about it and agreed. Who didn't have enemies in this world? After traveling for half a day, they finally reached the Violet Water Clan's territory. Sima Yue saw that wherever Wulalli swam, the water dragons under the water raised their heads and bowed to him. Wulalli brought Sima Yue to an underwater palace before stopping. He released his claws and let Sima Yue go before transforming into his human form. Your Highness, you're back. The guard bowed to Wulalli. Where's father? Wulalli asked. The king is with the queen, the guard said. Wulalli stopped in his tracks and turned to walk in another direction. Come with me. I'll bring you over to take a look. Your Highness. An old man walked out of the palace. He didn't have a beard, but he had 2 strands of beard. Prime Minister. The Crown Prince was very respectful to this old man. His tone was different from his. Your Highness, are you going to see the Queen? The Prime Minister asked. I've found a doctor. I'll bring her to father and mother, Wulalli said. The king said last time that humans are not allowed to step into the palace. If you bring her over, I'm afraid you'll anger the king. The Prime Minister said. I'll convince father. Does the Prime Minister want to come with us? Wulalli didn't care about the question. I'll go with you. If the king gets angry, I can help you, the Prime Minister said worriedly. Sima Yue looked at him and laughed. She then looked at Wulalli and said, You didn't tell me that your father hates humans so much. We've brought a few human alchemists and doctors before, but they didn't cure her. Instead, they made her condition worse. The last time she almost died, so my father forbade us from bringing humans. Wulalli said. What, are you scared? There's no use being scared. The arrow is already knocked on the bow. And I believe that since you called me here, you won't let me die here. Sima Yue said. You're still so confident, Wulalli said with a smile. It wasn't that he hadn't seen confident people before, but it was rare to see someone so confident that he didn't hate them. That you go in first. I'll wait for you outside, Sima Yue said. Go in first and give your father a warning. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he'll kill me the moment he sees me. When that happens, you won't be able to stop him, Sima Yue said. Those old monsters were terrifyingly powerful. For her own life, it was better for her to wait outside. Chapter 609. Wulalli did not expect Sima Yue to be so straightforward with her request. He thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, you wait outside. Prime Minister, come with me. By the way, who's the injured one? She asked. She is my Empress mother. Wulalli said, My father and mother have a very good relationship. That's why he did everything he could to save my mother's life after she was injured. But that's all. For so many years, my mother has been lying on the crystal bed, unable to speak or open her eyes. She's like a living dead. Toward the end, Wulalli's voice became gloomy. He was in a bad mood. In order to save Mother, our clan spent a lot of energy, and we didn't even care about the outside world. Our clansmen are eager to make a move against us, but Father is not in the mood to care. Wu Lali continued, and I spent most of my time on the continent looking for a way to cure my mother, so I rarely took care of the clan's affairs. Fortunately, my second brother has propped up the Violet Water clan, allowing us to search for those things outside. You must all love your mother very much. Sima Yue said, then who told you about the Nirvana pill? There was once an alchemist who came here to see my mother. He said that he had no other way. Unless he could find the Nirvana pill, my mother would not wake up. Even if someone can save her, she will become a cripple. Wu Lali said, at first, we didn't pay much attention to it, but later on, all the people we invited were helpless. My imperial father remembered the pill recipe left behind by that person, and sent people to search for those medicinal ingredients. That person should also have some skills, because ordinary people didn't know about the existence of the Nirvana Dan. Not only did that person know about it, he also took out the pill recipe. Presumably, he was also a grandmaster of the continent. Do you still remember that alchemist's name and identity? Sima Yue asked. I remember, it's the Demon Valley Lord of the Divine Devil Valley. When I went to the mainland, I heard his name and went to the Divine Devil Valley to look for him. At that time, in order to enter the Divine Devil Valley, I almost destroyed their mountain gate. Later on, he had to compensate a lot of things before the matter was settled. It wasn't a big deal at first, but that old man devil said a lot. In the end, he insisted on paying for it before coming with me. Wu Lali said. Seeing that Sima Yue's expression was getting weirder, he asked, what's wrong? That old man devil is actually my master. Sima Yue said. He's your master? Are you from the Divine Devil Valley? Then why are you at the Sky Heaven School? Wu Lali asked curiously. I'm from the Divine Devil Valley, but I'm a disciple that my master took in outside. I haven't been to the Divine Devil Valley yet. Sima Yue said. That Demon Valley Lord is considered the most powerful person among the people he found. However, he only managed to alleviate my mother's pain and did not manage to wake her up. Furthermore, his efforts were ruined by the last human alchemist. Wu Lali's evaluation of Old Man Devil was quite high. I hope to see the student surpass the master. My master's specialty isn't healing people, but alchemy. Sima Yue said, if you give him ingredients to refine pills, he definitely won't have a problem. However, when it comes to medicine, he might not be able to do it. As for me, my medical skills are more profound. Even if I cure your imperial mother, it won't be a case of the student surpassing the master. Wu Lali stared at her indifferent face and said, your master took in a good disciple. Thank you, Your Highness, for your praise. Sima Yue smiled. While they were talking, they arrived at another palace. There were fewer people here, but Sima Yue could feel the pressure coming from many places. It's here. Wu Lali said, I'll go in and tell my father. Prime Minister, you stay here and accompany him. Your Highness, let me go in with you. The Prime Minister was worried. What if the king got angry and hurt him? The king's temper had been getting worse over the years. No one dared to imagine what would happen if the queen really went. You stay here and accompany Yue. Wu Lali said, I'll talk to my father. Nothing will happen. However, Yue is a human. I'm worried about you. All right. The Prime Minister said, Your Highness, the king has been getting more and more agitated in the years you weren't here. It's best if you don't provoke him. I understand. Wu Lali turned and went in. Sima Yue and the Prime Minister waited outside. Seeing the strange stones, she felt like she was in a dream and wanted to go over and touch them. It's best if you don't go over. The Prime Minister said. But there are traps everywhere. If not, there are strong guards. If you wander around and get killed by them, it won't be worth it. The Prime Minister explained. Sima Yue followed his gaze and saw a little snake that was about the same size as Little Golden on a rock. Looking at the color, it should be a purple water dragon in disguise. Prime Minister, do all your clansmen hate humans? Yes, because not only did they not cure the queen, they even made her condition worse. The Prime Minister's expression was full of hatred. It seemed like he didn't have a good impression of humans. He didn't kill her immediately because she was someone Wu Lali had brought back. At this moment, inside the palace, Wu Lali and his father Wu Lamai were staring at each other coldly. I said before that humans are not allowed to take a single step into this place. Are you ignoring my words? Wu Amai's face was full of anger. His hand trembled as he pointed at Wu Lali. Father, you can't just kill everyone. Wu Lali said, there are good people and bad people among humans. There are capable people and quacks. That human made mother's condition worse, but that doesn't mean that all humans are the same. Imperial Father, look at Imperial Mother. She has been lying here for decades, and her situation is only getting worse. We don't know how long she can last even with the crystal bed. Then there's no need for a human to treat her. Wu Lali scolded, you randomly found a human. What if your mother's condition worsened? But Imperial Father, do you want Imperial Mother to lie here for the rest of her life? She can't speak, she can't laugh. What's the difference between being alive and being dead? Mother is such a warm person. She likes to play, laugh, and talk with everyone. Now that she's like this, she might think that she's suffering and would rather die. Bastard! Wu Lamai slapped Wu La, sending him flying. He hit the palace wall and fell to the ground. Angry? Wu Lali crawled up from the ground and said, Father, you're really selfish. You know that Mother isn't happy, but you still want her to stay. You want to save her. We all want to save her. But now that you have a chance, you won't let her try because of your own likes and dislikes. Father, do you really love Mother? Chapter 610. How could I not love her? The person I love the most in my life is your mother. You know how much effort I put into making her come back to life. Now you're saying this. Are you trying to anger me to death? Wu Lali glared at Wu Lali. You're wrong, Father. True love is not selfishness like you. You don't ask for Mother's opinion. Wu Lali met his gaze. Father, you should think about it. Would Mother rather lie here for the rest of her life, or let a human come in and try? After he finished speaking, the two of them fell silent. Mother! Wu Lali suddenly ran to the crystal bed and said excitedly, Father, Mother is still conscious. She's crying. Wu Lamai turned around and looked at the tears that were different from the seawater. He closed his eyes and struggled for a while before saying, Go and bring that person here to try. Wu Lali's eyes flashed with joy as he hurried out. Yue, I've already said it. Go in and take a look at my mother. You're not injured, are you? Sima Yue asked. HM? We heard it just now. There were banging sounds coming from inside. Sima Yue said. I'm fine. Go and take a look at my mother. She seemed to be quite emotional just now. She even cried. This is the first time she's been emotional in the past few decades. Wu Lali pulled her inside. The first thing Sima Yue saw when she entered was a domineering man dressed in purple. Needless to say, he was the king of the Violet Water clan. In front of him, a beautiful woman was lying quietly on a crystal bed. Her hands were crossed over her abdomen. She looked like she was sleeping peacefully. Father, I've brought the person. Wu Lali said. Wu Lamai turned around and saw Sima Yue. He didn't expect her to be so young. He thought that Wu Lali had found a virtuous and respectable master. Come and take a look. He moved to the side and let Sima Yue examine the woman. Sima Yue walked over and sighed in her heart. It was a good thing she was in human form. Otherwise, she would go crazy trying to take a spirit beast's pulse. His meridians have been completely severed, his spiritual energy has dissipated, his spiritual pool has been destroyed, and all his internal organs have been shattered. No wonder Master said that without the Nirvana pill, there is no hope. After she finished examining the woman's condition, she thought to herself, How is it? Can my mother still be saved? Wu Lali asked anxiously. Her condition is even worse than what you said. Aside from the problems with her meridians and internal organs, even her divine sense has been injured. Moreover, because she has been injured for so long, those injuries have become chronic. I have to treat it before I can give you a reply. Sima Yu continued. If the situation is good, it's not like there's no hope. But if she doesn't respond to my experimental treatment, then I can only continue to look for Nirvana pills. Are you saying that you might be able to cure my mother? Your Highness, as I said, it depends on her physical condition. Sima Yue said. How long will that experimental treatment take? Wu Lamai asked. 10 days, Sima Yue answered. Then I'll give you 10 days. Send a servant girl over, I need her to do something. Sima Yue said, also, I need to take off her clothes. No. She was interrupted by Wu Lamai before she could finish. I need to perform acupuncture. Sima Yue said. How can the Violet Water Clan's queen be seen by another man? Definitely not. Wu Lamai refused. Father, she is a woman. Wu Lali hurriedly pulled Wu Lamai back and said. Wu Lamai was puzzled. Sima Yue was shocked. How do you know? The feeling when you grabbed my hand before, it wasn't a man's hand. Wu Lali explained. And there was such a way to differentiate? It seemed that she shouldn't casually grab other people's hands in the future. You're really a woman? Wu Lamai couldn't believe it. If she was a woman, how could he not tell? Sima Yue turned the button on the ring, and she instantly returned to her female appearance. Although she still had the same hairstyle and clothes, it was easy to tell, especially the small mounds in front of her chest. Is the king willing to do it now? She said, fortunately she's still in her human form, so I can perform acupuncture. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome to save her. Of course, if you're not willing, I can only use a more conservative method. Since you're a woman, then perform the acupuncture. Wu Lamai said, but I want to be there the entire time. Sima Yue's mouth twitched. This was his territory and she was his wife. She should just listen to him obediently, especially since this big boss had a deep prejudice against humans. In the end, she took a screen and symbolically blocked the bed. Anyway, this little thing was useless to Wu Lamai. She asked the servant girl to take off the queen's clothes, and gave her 2 pills. Then she began the acupuncture. Then she would perform the acupuncture once every other day. This went on for 5 times. Wu Lamai didn't leave the room these days. When Sima Yue performed the acupuncture, he watched from the side. He saw the queen's complexion slowly improve. As the son, Wu Lali didn't receive such good treatment. He was only allowed to enter when the 10 days were up. He was accompanied by another man who looked very similar to him. Yue, how's my mother's condition? Wu Lali asked as soon as he entered. Her condition is not bad. At least, it's better than the worst-case scenario. Sima Yue replied. That means that mother can be saved? I will do my best to wake her up. Sima Yue said, but I need some herbs and a place to refine pills. Otherwise, I can only go to the mainland to refine pills. A place to refine pills? Can't you do it here? It's not that you can't, but at least you need a space without water. Otherwise, this pill can't be refined. Sima Yue explained, I will continue to perform acupuncture for the queen during this period of time. Quickly send me the herbs that I lack. Tell us what herbs you need first. We'll go look for them. Wu Lali said. Paper couldn't be used in water. She took out a sound stone and listed the herbs she needed. Then she passed the sound stone to Lali. Take this to the Divine Devil Valley and look for my master. Oh, he's probably not around. Then find someone else to try. If the Divine Devil Valley doesn't have these herbs, you can go elsewhere to look for them. Wu Lali kept the sound stone. All right, you better gather all these herbs within 3 months. Sima Yue said, the latest is 4 months. Otherwise, all these months of hard work will go to waste. Bring more people with you. Bring more things from the storeroom as well. Just in case we need them. Wu Lamai instructed, no matter what, you must gather all the medicinal ingredients and bring them back within 3 months. Chapter 611. On this day, the Valley Lord was studying a formation when a disciple came to report that Wu Lali had come again but was blocked outside by their new formation. Thinking of the destruction Wu Lali had caused to them last time, the gatekeeper immediately came to report to the Valley Lord. Wu Lali is here? Could it be that they were looking for second brother again? Go and tell him that the second is not in the valley, said the Valley Lord. We've already told him. He said that he's not here to look for the demon Valley Lord, the disciple replied. You're not looking for second brother? Did he say who he was looking for? He said he was looking for you, Valley Lord. Looking for me? The god Valley Lord put down his book. I don't know why he's looking for me. Bring him to the guest hall in the outer valley. I'll be right there. Yes, Valley Lord. After the disciples left, the Valley Lord kept the items and slowly walked towards the outer valley. Wuali was led through the array outside the valley to the guest hall. He was then served tea and told to wait. After a while, the Valley Lord walked in. "What brings your highness to my divine Devil Valley today?" Wuali stood up and said, "Li came this time to ask for a favor. I wonder if there's anything your highness needs our help with?" The divine Devil Valley saw that Wuali was still considered polite, so their prejudice towards him lessened. Wuali took out a sound stone and gave it to the Valley Lord. The Valley Lord will know when he hears this. The God Valley Lord took the sound stone and inserted his spiritual energy into it. Sima Yoyue's voice could be heard from it. "Master, I'm currently with the Violet Water Clan, treating their queen's injuries. I need some herbs now. Can you help me see if there are any in the valley? Purple sand, red heart grass. I can only maintain them for 3 to 4 months at most, so I have to prepare them during this time. Master, you have to help me prepare it and then let His Highness bring it back. I'm sure His Highness will pay you well. Master, you have to hurry up." Sima Yoyue's voice stopped here. When the Valley Lord heard her list of medicinal herbs, he was thinking about what he should get back. The Violet Water Clan had many treasures. "Valley Lord, Yue said that her master might not be in the valley, so she asked me to find you." Wu Lali said, "We asked the Valley Lord to help us gather these ingredients. Just as Yue said, we will give you sufficient compensation." The God Valley Lord tapped his index finger on the table and thought for a while, then said, "Rewards and whatnot can be discussed later. We will definitely find a way to gather those herbs. Your Highness, please wait here for a while." "Thank you, Valley Lord," Wulali said gratefully. The Valley Lord called a man in. "Valley Lord." The Valley Lord passed the sound stone to him, saying, "This is what the Junior Valley Master needs. Gather the herbs according to her request. See what we have in the valley first. If you don't have enough, go outside. You have to gather all the herbs inside." "Yes, Valley Lord." The man took the sound stone and left. "Isn't Yue studying in the outer regions? Why are you in the 9th Star Ocean?" the Valley Lord asked. "It's like this." Wulali told him about how he met Sima Yue in the outer regions and their deal. "I see. I also heard that her medical skills are not bad. Even Gu Lang is full of praises for her." The Valley Lord said, "I hope she can cure your mother." "I believe she can." Wulali smiled. "In the past, those people who came to treat my mother were all useless. She only treated her for 10 days and my mother's condition improved greatly. So I believe she can definitely cure my mother. We will try our best to prepare the herbs as soon as possible so she can cure your mother. I will get someone to bring you to rest now." "Sorry to trouble you, Valley Lord." "Alright. You know that there are many arrays in our valley. If you want to walk around the valley, it's best to find someone to bring you around. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if something happens," the Valley Lord said. Wulali remembered the last time he barged into their array. He was a little embarrassed and nodded awkwardly, saying, "I'll remember." The Valley Lord called for someone. A disciple walked in and brought Wulali away. Ing Bai Chuan came in from outside. "Bai Chuan, you're back. How's the investigation?" the Valley Lord asked. "I've already found some clues. Cloud Cave is indeed colluding with people from the inner regions. It's just that they are very careful. I haven't found out which power it is yet." Ing Bai Chuan said, "I asked them to stay and continue investigating. Thank you for your hard work. This is what a disciple should do." Ing Bai Chuan said, "Master, when I came back just now, I saw the people in the valley gathering herbs. Is Martial Ant back?" "No, it's Yue," the Valley Lord said. "She asked people to prepare some herbs. She said she needs them urgently." "Yue came to the valley?" Ing Bai Chuan missed that little fellow. He didn't know how much she had grown after so many years. She didn't come back. The Violet Water Clan's Great Highness came down with her sound stone. She said she needed some herbs to cure their queen and asked us to help prepare them. The Valley Lord replied, "That little fellow ran to the 9th Star Ocean without a word. She's really brave." "She's in the 9th Star Ocean?" Ing Bai Chuan was a little worried. That place is so dangerous. Why did she go there? She even went to the Violet Water clan to cure their queen. Even Martial Ant couldn't cure her. Why did she get involved in this mess? You're curious too, aren't you? The Valley Lord smiled and said, that little fellow is really brave. She dared to make a deal with Wulali without knowing anything. However, Gulang said that her medical skills are not bad. She might really be able to cure the Violet Water clan's queen. The Violet Water clan is a big clan in the 9th Star Ocean. The queen and king are deeply in love and are deeply loved by the clan. If she can be cured and be on good terms with the Violet Water clan, it will be good for her and the Divine Devil Valley. But what if she can't be cured? Ying Baichuan was still worried. When Martial Ant came back, she said that the queen's injuries were too serious. Although she was hanging on by a crystal bed, she was already in a state of suspended animation. Yue is still so young. If this isn't handled well, she might not be able to walk out of the Violet Water clan. If second brother knows where his obedient disciple died, I'm afraid there will be chaos. The Valley Lord was a little worried. Master, I have an idea. 3 months later, Sima Yue had just finished the acupuncture for the queen and ordered the servant to dress her properly. She saw another servant come in and say that the king had summoned her. She went to the side hall and saw 2 humans in the main hall. She said in surprise, Senior Brother Ying? Why you here? This is? Chapter 6:12. Yue, this is my master. When Ying Baichuan saw that Sima Yue was still in good health, he felt less worried and introduced her to the Valley Lord. Greetings to the Valley Lord. Sima Yue bowed to the Valley Lord. You should call me Senior Uncle? The Valley Lord smiled. Sima Yue had heard from Wuling that Old Man Devil and the Valley Lord were martial brothers. According to seniority, she should call him Martial Uncle. Yue greets Martial Uncle. She bowed again. This Martial Uncle instantly brought the relationship between the two of them closer. Martial Uncle, Senior Brother Ying, why are you here? Sima Yue asked. We were worried that you wouldn't know the rules here and would anger them, so we came to supervise you. Ying Baichuan said. Sima Yue's heart warmed. They had followed Wulali here because they were worried about her safety. Yue, we've gathered all the ingredients. When do you need them? Wulali asked. The sooner the better. If possible, I'll go now. Sima Yue said. Big brother, you take care of the guest. I will bring her to the pill refining place. Wulalu said. All right. Yue, let's go. Wulalu said to Sima Yue. Wulalu was the second prince of the Violet Water tribe. He was the person in charge of the Violet Water tribe. In the past 3 months, his disgust and contempt for Sima Yue had turned into admiration. The two of them had become friends. Sima Yue bowed towards the God Valley Lord and Ying Baichuan before leaving with Wulalu. This is the first time the Valley Lord and Junior Valley Master have come to my Violet Water clan. I should have brought you around, but I'm worried about my mother right now. I'm afraid I might neglect you too. Wulali said. Since your highness is so worried, why don't we go to Yoyue's place to take a look? All right. When we're done here, I'll bring you around our tribe. Wulali said, follow me. Sima Yue followed Wulalu to an underwater mountain. There was a cave at the bottom of the mountain. This cave was different from other caves. But this cave was a cave. They followed the cave upstream until they reached the mouth of a cave. We're here. Wulalu went up first and Sima Yue followed him out of the cave. There's no water here. Sima Yue looked at the dry cave. It was hard to imagine that there was such a place in the underwater world. I accidentally discovered this when I was young. I don't know why, but the seawater doesn't spread here. Wulalu said, how about I refine pills here for you? I can. Sima Yue said, although the pressure is a bit high, refining pills shouldn't be a problem. Hua. Yue. Ba. Was Yue. Yue. We wanted to take a look too. How is this place? Wulali asked. Not bad. Yue is about to start. Wulalu said, we're just waiting for her to start. Sima Yue took out a huge table and placed all the herbs on it. Wulali and his brother were dumbfounded when they saw the small mountain of herbs. Do you humans need so many herbs to make pills? Wulalu asked. Normal pills don't need so many herbs. Yue is going to make a high-grade pill. That's why she needs so many. Ying Baichuan said. Last time at the Sky Heaven School, the talent she displayed shocked everyone present. It was because of her performance that I believed in her. Wu Lali recalled the scene at that time and felt very emotional. The Divine Valley Lord was happy. She was a member of the Divine Devil Valley. She would be envied by many powers. Sima Yue didn't care about their gazes. She was cleaning up the herbs and adapting to the high-pressure environment. She didn't want to fail. Furthermore, just in case, she also refined several other medicinal pills first so that she could completely integrate herself into this environment. She then started to refine the small origin pill. The small origin pill was similar to the Nirvana pill. It was just that it wasn't as heaven-defying as the Nirvana pill. But the small origin pill was enough for the Violet Water Queen. She cleaned up the herbs. The Divine Valley Lord was afraid that she would fail. He gathered 3 sets with great difficulty. Adding the one she already had, it was enough. The refining of the herbs went smoothly. But because of a small mistake during the first fusion, the entire herb was wasted. Sima Yue didn't have any emotional fluctuations. She kept the dregs and cleaned the furnace. She ate 2 pills and sat cross-legged to recover her mental strength. She waited for her mental strength to recover before she started the second round. She was more careful this time. But she still failed at the last step. When she heard the sizzling sound from the furnace, she knew that the herbs were wasted again. She stood in front of the last set of herbs. This time, she wasn't in a hurry to start. Instead, she thought about the previous 2 rounds of refining in her mind. Wu Lali and the rest had been watching her for the past few days. They saw that she had wasted 2 of the 3 sets of herbs. If she still couldn't succeed this time, their hope would be extinguished. Master, Yue seems to be refining a 7th grade pill, right? Ying Baichuan asked uncertainly. It should be. The Divine Valley Lord's heart raced the moment she started refining. He was even more nervous than the Wula brothers. If she succeeded, she would be a 7th grade alchemist. Such a young 7th grade alchemist. Many people would be envious of her. Sima Yue closed her eyes and meditated. She seemed to have entered a state of emptiness. Every extraction of the herbs, every fusion step, and the final pill condensation step by step. It was as if there was a small person playing out the steps in her mind. After a long time, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear. She came to the table and started refining again. The Divine Valley Lord looked at her unhurried expression and nodded in satisfaction. She could still be so calm under such pressure. This wasn't something an ordinary person could have. It was rare for her to have such a calm temperament at such a young age. Sima Yue refined step by step. She didn't think about anything else. Her eyes and mind were only focused on refining the pill. Extraction, fusion, pill condensation. Every step was steady. The temperature, the intensity of the fire, every detail was controlled. Bang, bang. Just when they thought that the pill condensation was successful, the sound of a collision came from the furnace. Wu Lali and Wu Lalu's expressions changed. They exclaimed, "Did she fail this time too?" Not only were the 2 brothers disappointed, the Divine Valley Lord and Ying Baichuan's expressions became strange. Chapter 613. Master. Ying Baichuan turned to look at the Valley Lord and saw that he had the same expression as him. He knew that he had the same thoughts as him. Not bad, not bad. Now that the second Lord knows, he'll be so happy. The Valley Lord said excitedly. Wu Lali and Wu Lalu were still immersed in their disappointment. Seeing the 2 of them so excited, their extinguished hope reappeared. Valley Lord, are you saying that she didn't fail? Wu Lalu asked. Failed? No, she did not fail. She succeeded, and very successfully, said the Valley Lord. Success? But isn't there a sound coming from the pill furnace? Wu Lalu was puzzled. Didn't that sound just now mean that he had failed? Why wasn't it the same this time? This is the sound of the pills colliding with each other in the pill furnace after they are formed. This is because the pills were refined too well and formed a pill tribulation. Pill tribulation? Wu Lali was excited. He had spent a lot of time on the continent and had naturally heard of pill tribulations. Once pill tribulations appeared, the pills would be the best of the same grade. But we are not prepared for the pill tribulation. What if the lightning strikes her? Only she survived, said the Valley Lord. Aren't we going to help? Wulali asked worriedly. It's useless even if we go. This pill tribulation only recognizes pills. Ingbai Chuan said. Sima Yue opened the lid of the pill furnace. The moment she opened the lid, she grabbed the pill that was trying to fly away. Good girl, you can't run away. Otherwise, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? She grabbed the pill, and with a wave of her hand, she stored everything else in the cave into her spirit pagoda. Then, she said to Wulali, send me to the surface of the sea immediately. The surface of the sea? Yes, hurry up. If this pill tribulation did not strike the pill, it would accumulate in the air. It might have been a simple pill tribulation, but in the end it could evolve into a huge lightning tribulation. Furthermore, she was now at the bottom of the sea. The tribulation cloud had sensed the existence of the pill and was already brewing on the surface of the sea. If it couldn't find the target, it would wait until it was full before striking the bottom of the sea. Coupled with the conductivity of water, the spirit beasts at the bottom of the sea would suffer. Wulali saw her anxious expression and did not hesitate. He took her out of the cave and swam towards the surface of the sea. By the time they reached the surface of the sea, a thick layer of dark clouds had gathered in the sky. There's a small island over there. Let's go there. Sima Yue looked at the small island not far away. She was really lucky. She went ashore alone and took out the pill. The tribulation cloud sensed the location of the pill and quickly floated over. Pa! A bolt of lightning struck her body, shattering the defensive layer that she had congealed around her body. Hiss! Sima Yue laid on the ground. She had already kept the pills into her spatial ring and was now the target of the pill tribulation. What a familiar pain! She grimaced. When she had advanced to the god realm, she had been struck by lightning for the first time. When Little Peng had advanced to the god realm, she had also advanced to the god realm and had been struck by lightning. When she had advanced to the God King realm, she had been in the academy. In order to avoid everyone, she had run deep into the mountains to advance and had been struck by lightning. She did not expect that a simple pill tribulation would become such a huge lightning tribulation. She tried her best to flip herself over and lay on the ground. She shouted at the tribulation cloud in the sky, "Hey brother, we've already fought so many times. Although I'm very grateful that you're able to replenish my lightning attribute, can you be magnanimous this time?" She did not expect that she would attract such a huge pill tribulation at this time. Hence, she had not made any preparations to go through the tribulation. When the lightning struck her body, it really hurt. The defensive layer that she had just congealed had been destroyed and she did not have the strength to set up another array. She could only take out the clothes and weapons that Fatty Chu had given her to protect her from the lightning and casually cover herself. After going through so many lightning tribulations, she had some understanding of the tribulation cloud. Looking at the extent of the lightning, it was not too big. At most, it would strike her half dead. As long as she did not die, her body would recover. The tribulation cloud seemed to have really heard her words. The second bolt of lightning did not strike, giving her some time to recover. Furthermore, the cloud seemed to be slowly thinning. Sima Yue blinked her eyes and looked at the tribulation cloud in disbelief. This fella couldn't have really understood her words, right? However, seeing that the lightning did not intend to strike, she took advantage of the gap and hurriedly took 2 pills and ate them. Pa! The second bolt of lightning struck, scorching her entire body. Then, the tribulation cloud trembled and floated away like a victorious general. After the tribulation cloud dispersed, Wulali flew to the island. Seeing her completely unrecognizable, he thought of what she had said to the tribulation cloud and tried his best to control himself from laughing out loud. Sima Yue's body was burning with pain. Luckily, the pills she had eaten earlier had cooled her internal organs. She saw the smile in Wulali's eyes, but she could not do anything. She could only helplessly roll her eyes. "Can you move now?" Wulali asked. "I can blink once but not twice." Sima Yue quickly blinked twice. "Then I'll bring you back?" "Blink twice." "I can't move you?" "Blinked once." All right then, you can just lie here, Wuali said. Sima Yue saw that he did not intend to move her and sighed in relief. She began to guide the lightning she had absorbed back to her dantian. Wuali stayed by her side the whole time. After she had absorbed all the lightning, her body could move again. The scars on her body had also disappeared after the black shell had faded away. She looked at her skin that could be broken with a flick of a finger and could not help but sigh in her heart. This god-devil body was really good. She did not even have to bother to remove the scars. Wu Lali saw that Sima Yue had recovered so quickly and was very surprised. Even if magic beasts had strong recovery abilities, they would not be as fast as her. Let's go, we're going back, Sima Yue said. Wu Lali transformed into his original form and brought her back to the Violet Water Tribe. You're finally back. Wu Lalu saw the two of them and hurried forward. Father has already asked for you a few times. If you didn't come back, he would have mobilized the tribe to look for you. Yue was struck by lightning and had to recuperate for 2 days. Wu Lali said, Where's father? He's at mother's place. Let's hurry over. Sima Yue went to the side palace. After staying here for 3 months, she was quite familiar with the place. The moment she entered the palace, she saw the God Valley Lord and Ying Bai Chuan talking to the Violet Water King. Yue, you're finally back. I heard that you've already refined the pill? Wulamai looked at her eagerly. He did not believe her at first, but in these 3 months, he saw with his own eyes that the queen's condition was getting better and better. Although she had not woken up yet, she had regained some consciousness. Chapter 614. Book title, Queen Awakens. Author. After meeting Wulamai, Sima Yue went to the queen's palace. Wulamai and Wulali followed her. The God Valley Lord and Ying Bai Chuan were waiting outside. Sima Yue came to the queen's side and fed her the small origin pill. Then she took out the soul fluid and fed her 2 drops. After that, she also fed her the refined golden snake fruit's essence. After half an hour, the Violet Water Queen's tightly shut eyes finally moved. It was obvious that her eyeballs were rolling. Qing Man, Qing Man? Wu Lamai saw her reaction and called her name excitedly. The person on the bed slowly woke up, but her eyes were still unfocused. Qing Man, you're finally awake. Wu Lamai couldn't help but tear up when he saw his wife who had been sleeping for decades wake up. King. The Violet Water Queen heard the familiar voice and looked at him. Her eyes slowly became spirited and focused. Mother. Wu Lali and Wulu also came over. Looking at her loving eyes, they felt that all their efforts over the years were worth it. Violet Water Queen wanted to reach out and touch them, but she found that her body was not under her control. King, although the queen has woken up, she is still weak. Try not to let her speak or get agitated. Sima Yue reminded. My queen, you've been in a coma for so many years. Now that you've just woken up, it's normal for your body to be out of control. You'll be fine after you slowly recover. Violet Water Queen looked at Sima Yue and said with a smile, You're the child who cured me, right? I recognize your voice. Mother, you can still hear her voice? Wu La Lu said in surprise. The Violet Water Queen smiled and said, My consciousness can't remember anything after I was injured. It was as if I was in a dark environment. Until one day, when I felt a trace of pain, I was able to hear sounds from the outside. I've been listening to you these past few days. You said that I could hear you every time you performed acupuncture on me. After that, listening to you became a habit of mine. Thank you for saving me. The queen is too polite. Sima Yue said, It is my honor to be able to cure such a great beauty like you. I still need to check your body now. I'll have to trouble you, Violet Water Queen said. Sima Yue walked over, grabbed her hand and examined it. She then put it down and said, The situation is better than expected. I will refine some pills for you later and perform acupuncture a few more times. Thank you, little friend Yue. If you lack anything, just tell them directly. Wu Lamai held Shu Qing Man's hand and said, I will. Sima Yue was in a good mood after the patient was cured. I won't disturb your family anymore. Remember not to tire the queen too much. I'll send you out. Wulali said. I have to go deal with some family matters as well. Mother, we will come back to see you again, Ulalu said. The two brothers tacitly walked out, leaving the king and queen alone. They walked out of the palace and saw two people anxiously waiting outside. Senior uncle, senior brother Ing. How is it? The queen has already woken up. She just needs to be treated a little more. Sima Yue said. You really cured the queen? Although this was an expected answer, but God Valley Lord still felt that it was unbelievable. If your master knew, he would definitely be very happy. All these years, he has never given up on finding a way to cure the Violet Water Queen. Since you've already cured the queen, when do you plan to go back? Ing Baichuan asked. Of course it's better to go back early. Sima Yue said, my brother's matter hasn't been settled and he hasn't reported to the inner court yet. When the queen's condition stabilizes, I will go back. It's good that you have a plan. Valley Lord said, Your Highness, we have some things to say to you. Can you? Of course. You guys go ahead. I also have some things to discuss with second brother. Let's go to the main hall first. Wulali said. After Wulali and Wulalu left, God Valley Lord said with a serious face, Yue, Gu Lang said that you went to the inner court for the Eye of Earth? Master Gu? Sima Yue didn't think that Gu Lang would tell them the news. Gu Lang is from the Divine Devil Valley. Valley Lord explained. So that's why. Since he was from the Divine Devil Valley, he definitely knew her identity. It was normal for him to tell the Divine Devil Valley about her. Yes, I went for the Eye of Earth. Sima Yue said, I think Master Gu should have told you the reason. For my brother, I must get the Eye of Earth. Yue, do you know that the Eye of Earth is the treasure of the inner court? Ing Baichuan said. I know. I also know that it's not easy to get the Eye of Earth, but I have to try. Sima Yue said, and I heard that the Eye of Earth is very big, and I only need a small piece of it. Since it's the treasure of the inner court, it must be guarded very tightly, and even very dangerous. We received news that many people went for it, but they never came back. Valley Lord said. We don't have to force our way in, there are still a few years, I think there will be a chance to get it. Sima Yue said, Senior Ing, have you been to the Heavenly Sect? I also graduated from the inner court. Ing Baichuan said, it's just that I didn't stay for long, and then I entered the Divine Devil Valley. Then do you know where else the Eye of Earth could be besides the Forbidden Area? The Eye of Earth isn't in the Forbidden Area? Ing Baichuan asked in surprise. Someone said that they went in, but didn't see it. So they guessed that the Eye of Earth isn't in the Forbidden Area. Sima Yue said. Then I don't know. Ing Baichuan said, when I was in the inner court, the news of the Eye of Earth didn't spread, so I don't know, and never paid attention to this matter. Maybe when that old man comes back, you can go and find him, maybe he can give you some. Valley Lord said. Who's that old man? Sima Yue asked. Old Man Devil had asked her to say hello to that old man, and now her martial uncle was talking about him. She didn't know who it was that could make them call him old man. The dean of the school, Yuan Tianna. Dean? I heard that he often goes out to wander, and hasn't been back for a long time. Sima Yue said. Soon he should be back soon. Valley Lord said. How does martial uncle know? Valley Lord smiled as he patted her shoulder. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, a person who finished climbing the heavenly stairway has appeared. This news is enough for him to come back. I think the vice dean has already passed your news to him. He must have been delayed by something since he hasn't come back for so long. But with his strength, even if he was delayed, he should have solved it. That's why I said it would be soon. Chapter 6:15. Martial uncle, you have a good relationship with Master and Principal Yuan, right? Sima Yue asked. Yes, when we were young, we were just like you and your friends. However, we had an additional layer of relationship. We came from the same sect. After that, second brother and I became the Valley Lord of the Divine Devil Valley, while he became the Dean of the Academy. Right, according to seniority, we should call him Uncle. The Valley Lord said. Then wouldn't he be Martial Granduncle? Sima Yue widened her eyes. The principal of the school was her senior uncle. She wondered if she could get in through the back door. The God Valley Lord shook his head and said, because he wanted to take over the position of headmaster, according to the requirements, he left the sect. The previous headmasters of the academy did not belong to any faction. This was a rule that had been passed down from generation to generation. It was to prevent the academy from becoming a vassal of a faction. However, this didn't affect their relationship in private. For example, although Old Man Devil and God Valley Lord and Yuan Tianhe weren't from the same sect, they still had a good relationship in private. Then, Sima Yue learned more about Yuan Tianhe, such as his hobbies and personality. Senior uncle, is Master not in the valley? Sima Yue asked. Last time, after returning from the Bloody Passage, he said that he was going on a long trip and left. The Valley Lord said, I want to ask you, what did you say to him that made him run away without caring about anything? I just asked him if he knew Aunt Feng. Sima Yue said. Aunt Feng? Could it be Feng Ruyen? God Valley Lord asked in astonishment. Martial uncle, do you know Aunt Feng? The Valley Lord shook his head. I only heard from your master when I was young that he once met a woman who helped him. She was very special to him. But after that he never saw her again. He couldn't let it go. Yue, how do you know her? And you're so close to her. Aunt Feng is not in good health. I have treated her before. Sima Yue briefly explained the matter. I once heard from your master that she was like this when he was still a child. I didn't think that she would still be like this after so many years. The Valley Lord said. Martial uncle, from what you said, Master doesn't know Aunt Feng's identity. Then where is he going to find her? I wonder if Junsong will tell him where Aunt Feng is. Sima Yue was worried about Old Man Devil. I don't think it's likely. The God Valley Lord said, since the other party hasn't sent out any news, it means that they are very secretive. Actually, what I'm most worried about is that he knows the news. Ying Baichuan asked. According to what Yue said, that Feng Ruyan's strength is so high, she definitely isn't someone from our side. If it's the inner region, it's still a peak existence. If your uncle master rashly runs off to search for it alone, I'm afraid he'll encounter danger. The God Valley Lord said. Can you contact Master now? Last time he sent back a message saying that we don't have to worry about him. But after we sent someone to send the message over, he didn't reply. The God Valley Lord said, your relationship with Xian Yuan Pavilion is not normal now. If possible, you can ask about Feng Ruyan's identity so that we have a direction to look for him. Sima Yue nodded in response. In the next few days, Sima Yue healed the queen again. Perhaps it was because of the Violet Water Tribe and the Divine Dragon's bloodline. Once her body started to circulate, her injuries healed very quickly. Queen, your body is almost fully recovered. Your strength has regressed a little. You can only cultivate again later. Sima Yue checked Shui Qingman's body and said, this is already very good. If it wasn't for you, I would still be a living dead. Shui Manqing said, as for my strength, it has only regressed by 2 small levels. It's much better than what I expected. Thank you, child. Sima Yue smiled and said to Wulamai, who was at the side, King, since the queen's injuries have healed, then I should go back. Wait, we have a gift for you. Wulamai found Sima Yue very pleasing to the eye. Thinking about the queen's suggestion, he felt that it was not bad. King, you don't have to be so polite. I came to save the queen because I had an agreement with the crown prince. He gave me the black sea cucumber and I will heal the queen. How can I accept your things now? Sima Yue shook her head. She said, although she was indeed a little jealous of their collection, since they had already agreed on this matter, this was a separate matter. Shui Qingman smiled gently, child, I know you are a girl. I have always wanted a daughter. But Li Er and the other brothers are all boys. My wish of having a daughter has never been fulfilled. I have discussed with the king and want to acknowledge you as my daughter. Are you willing to acknowledge the spiritual beasts as your adoptive parents? Acknowledge adoptive parents? Sima Yue was stunned. She had never thought about this before and could not react in time. Shui Qingman saw Sima Yue was stunned. The smile on her face froze. She said awkwardly, yes, how can a human be willing to acknowledge the beasts as her family? We were too rude. Sima Yue was not willing to see such a gentle woman sad. She held her hand and smiled, Queen, I am not unwilling. It's just that this news is too sudden for me. I am so happy that I can't react in time. When I was a baby, I was sent to my grandfather by my father. Until now, I have never seen my parents. I also want a mother. You are so good to me. It is my fortune to be your daughter. You don't mind that we are beasts? Shui Qingman said. What is the difference between beasts and humans? We are all creatures in this world. Sima Yue said. After Shui Qingman woke up, Sima Yue often chatted with her. Their relationship grew day by day. This was also the reason why she did not reject this suggestion. Imperial Mother, I told you. You definitely wouldn't mind. Wu La Lu said from the side. You know about this too? Sima Yue looked at the two brothers. Of course. When we knew that Mother had this idea, we were very happy. Wu La Lu smiled. I didn't expect that we would have a human sister. Indeed. Wu Lali nodded. Have Kong and the rest returned? Wu Lamai asked. I have already told them that Mother has woken up. Wu La Lu said, they are on their way back. Sima Yue knew that Wu Lali and the rest had a few brothers. They were also running around the continent to find a way to cure the queen. This family was rare among the beasts. Shui Qingman patted Sima Yue's hand and said, I know you are in a hurry to leave. But you have to tell everyone that you have become our princess. You also have to meet your brothers. So stay here for a while before going back.